But, when I come back, maybe we'll do something pretty cool. Maybe we'll do Spider-Man? No, that's a joke. I wouldn't even consider that.
Why did I do this? Hi, I'm Cole, and I make terrible decisions. At the time of writing this, exactly 1 week ago, I made a Transformers game retrospective, and a lot of you seem to like it. I liked it too, actually. And in the back of my mind, I joked about how maybe someday I'll make a Spider-Man video game retrospective. Not that I would ever do it, because do you know how many Spider-Man games there are? I mean, in the Transformers video, I did like 7 before I got to the Activision games, which was, the main era of those games. And there were like 25 games in total. Well, in this instance, there are actually 53 Spider-Man games in total. But by the time I made a list of all those games, I couldn't talk myself out of it. So here it is. I'm actually really curious how long this video is going to be and how long it's going to take me for me to produce. So here we go. I'm doing this, and you better watch at least half of it, bro. And you thought Transformers was old? Whew, buddy, we didn't even get a Transformers game on Atari. Our first game we're looking at was on Atari. Simply just called Spider-Man on Atari. And yeah, this is an Atari game, all right. And of course, much like most Atari games, it had one of those insane commercials I've ever seen for a game that plays like this.
I'll blow this town to smithereens! Time bomb!
Listen, spoilers here, but William Dafoe did an excellent Green Goblin, but this guy was maybe a bit too good at the role.
Is this more action than even Spider-Man could handle?
I'm awake. I think you get the picture. I don't think I gotta say a word. 10 out of 10 Metacritic must play. Now in my Transformers video, I do go over the Commodore games, but I did that just so I didn't have to start with Beast Wars. Let's move on to the post-video game crash, all the way until Game Boy. Yeah, the first Spider-Man game actually wasn't on NES. The first game was The Amazing Spider-Man on Game Boy. There's a pretty cool effect to bring in the title screen, and they got the Spider-Man theme, and for Game Boy, it doesn't sound too bad. Well, so far, I'm pretty impressed. Oh, no. Ugh, LJN, the shovelware company of the NES era. Well, I'm still gonna try and give this an honest shot. The game does look a little weird. For some reason, I envisioned Spider-Man as a guy with a shirt off and basketball shorts. I mean, honestly, for Game Boy, this isn't terrible. I mean, the controls are a little delayed, and sometimes you can kind of just swing to the end of the stage, and Mysterio can be a little cheap. Combat doesn't have much range, and I always just like these old-timey beat-em-ups. I don't know, just the animations are so funny, and he looks like he shuffles as he walks. Gonna get that, Mysterio! The Mysterio boss can be pretty cheap, as his smoke whatever bounces all over the place, and a screen this size, it can be pretty hard to dodge. Then the next stage, I think you fight Hobgoblin. I don't know much about Hobgoblin, so forgive me, but I don't think it's Green Goblin, as he said he has a pumpkin head, and the stage is a kind of remake of the Atari game? That's kind of weird. I was actually almost impressed, as when I reached the rooftop, I instantly thought I could cheese by just web swinging with no consequences, and I actually thought the web swinging didn't work, because I was on a roof and had nothing to swing off of. But then I quickly found out that the web swinging is just really, really bad. How do you activate it? I did it like 3 times and I don't even know. I swear, the 3 times I did it in 3 different ways. Once I pushed the A button, then held it. Then I just held the A button, and then another time, I pressed the A button twice, then held the button. I have no clue. Honestly though, I don't think this is terrible. If it were a console game, yeah, absolutely. But for a Game Boy game, I don't think this is too bad. And for the first Spider-Man game, first Spider-Man game, it's not bad. Well, let's see if our next game fares better as a console title, as we're jumping to Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin on Sega Genesis. And this title screen is sending me mixed signals. Oh, hello, Kingpin. Nice to see you today. Kingpin has hit a bomb in New York City, but he put the blame on our old webhead. But not only that, he's also put together the Sinister Six to keep him away from getting the bomb. And Kingpin has put a $10,000 bounty on Spider-Man. Okay, $10,000? Really? Look, $10,000 is nothing to sneeze at. Really, it isn't. But for Spider-Man? In 24 hours, no less? Bro, if I caught Spider-Man, I'd want to be set for life. Give me a penthouse. Give me a butler that makes me milkshakes on the daily. I want stimulus checks every week. I caught New York's biggest vigilante. I own the economy. Anyway, I spawn into the game and a police officer is shuffling his way towards me, so I just have to jump. Oh shoot, sorry, man. I don't know the jump button. It was an accident. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll talk about the gameplay now, and I unfortunately couldn't play much of this one as it has that dated difficulty. I couldn't even get past stage 2, which is a sewer with way too much open space and sewer water that will hurt you if you so much as touch it. I think the reason why this game is kind of difficult is because it was an early Genesis title actually produced by Sega. And in the early years of the Sega Genesis especially, Sega wanted to push it as an arcade powerhouse, as arcades were considered the top-notch games at that time. However, because of that, since they did want to make arcade-like experiences, it's logical to conclude that they took a lot of inspiration from other arcade games. And the thing about arcade games, especially old arcade games, is that they weren't designed for fun. They were designed to draw you in with cool graphics, but were meant to kill you quick, so you had to put in more quarters in order to keep playing. So for someone like me who's not used to that difficulty, these kind of games can feel rather challenging to go back to. And because of that, I don't think the game is necessarily bad, just not for me. But there are some things I do like about it. The web swinging feels really fun to utilize, and while from what I played it didn't seem very practical, it was still fun to use, and the game as a whole looks really good, like really good. I may not like the arcade style gameplay, but in terms of presentation, they nailed it, and the movement is pretty good. Combat is a little slow and clunky, but it's not the worst beat 'em up I played, and the soundtrack is very Genesis, but it is really good. All in all, not a bad game, just pretty dated in terms of its gameplay for me personally, though if you're into this sort of thing, you'd probably like it. And before I go, there's just a moment in this game where you're just walking and the game quite literally says, "You cannot stop me, Spider-Man! I am forklift certified!" There was a Sega Master System and GameCube version for this game as well, and they're good for their respective consoles, though I had no idea where to go in the first level. But now we're actually heading back to Game Boy territory yet again, with Amazing Spider-Man 2. Though weirdly, in North America, it was just Spider-Man 2 on the box, yet the title screen still says The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Alright then, I didn't hate the first one, so let's see if they improve with this sequel. Nope, not even a little bit. This game is so much worse. First of all, just wanted to bring up that the title music is so much lamer than the bop we had on the previous game. But the gameplay is so much worse. This is like Dark of the Moon Stealth Force Edition, where I genuinely could not believe that they sat down and played this and said it was okay to ship out. I genuinely do not know how to advance beyond stage 1. You're fighting Hobgoblin again at the beginning, and I have no idea whether you're actually punching and attacking him or not. I don't think so, as I've been hitting him for minutes in a row and he will not die. But then I found out that you can keep going through the stage, so I figured it was kind of like last time, except Hobgoblin is more of an obstacle along the stage. But when I got to the end of this stage, there's an electric fence that instantly kills you when you try to jump over it. I have no idea how to progress, and I don't care to figure it out. With these handheld games, especially on Game Boy, you gotta get me invested, or else I will not be putting my energy into playing you. How about we move on, and believe it or not, we're on the NES this time. Yeah, weird, right? We went from Game Boy to Sega Genesis, then back to Game Boy, now to NES. And this is the only NES Spider-Man game. I'm sure people would have figured this would be the first game in a Spider-Man retrospective, but nope. Well, let's see how the webhead's first and only NES outing went poorly. Dang, this game sucks. Albeit, I think this is better than the Game Boy games, especially the second one, but that's barely a compliment. First of all, while the background looks pretty good, there's sometimes environmental objects that look like they are part of the background, even if they are stopping you dead in your tracks. and Spider-Man looks absolutely hilarious. Why does he have such a big nose? The controls are absolutely atrocious. If you press the jump button, you're jumping straight as a pole with no midair control. If you run and then jump, you jump in an arc in a spider front flip, but it's so delayed it's useless. Neither of these jumps feel good to use and make things stiff. Combat is even weirder because most of the time when you press the attack button, you do a jump kick move and you have such bad hit detection, you'll go through the enemy and have to turn around a certain way to hit him again. Web swinging is absolutely pathetic as you just dangle from a string. I'm shocked, genuinely. I'm shocked that despite the Game Boy controls not controlling that well, they still do better than the game on the NES. I don't know whether I prefer Return of the Sinister Six or Amazing Spider-Man on Game Boy, because Game Boy felt like a decent Game Boy game at its core, but on the NES, this is unacceptable. And get this game came out in October of 1992, 2 years after the SNES came out. What was the point of this? How could you release a game that is not even to the standards of the NES 2 years after the SNES? These Spider-Man games have been horrible so far. The only game that I consider a game that we've looked at so far is Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin, and even then, I didn't like that game. Amazing Spider-Man on Game Boy was the most loosest term of okay, and the rest of these games are downright unplayable. And things still haven't improved with our next game, Spider-Man and the X-Men in Arcade's Revenge. That title's way too long. It's kind of like Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin. Yet again, really good title screen music, really good graphics and presentation. In fact, dare I'd say it's a little bit more consistently better than that game. But where I called Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin a me issue, I don't really for this game. It's the level design this time. But I feel like the level design is so much tightly frustrating than versus the Kingpin, and I really wanted to get further in this one, but I just couldn't stomach it for that long. The first level already gave me such a bad impression because it makes you collect these discs or whatever around the stage. However, you have to do it in the game's order, and it really likes to play coy. It makes you collect the last 2 discs right before the door, and then it makes you backtrack to get a few more before you can progress. I feel like the developers are just mocking me. I was scared that every level was just going to play like this, but thankfully not. The next level is just another platforming level, but it's so much more claustrophobic, and enemies get hits on you mainly because you cannot aim vertically. You can only aim horizontally. So what do? They just put most of the enemies vertically. I swear they do that on purpose. Is that just me? And oh great, we got Spider-Man 3 on Game Boy. It's not even Amazing Spider-Man 3 at all. It's just Spider-Man 3. And guess what? It's a Spider-Man Game Boy game. Whoa, why does he go so fast? Why am I losing points when I take out enemies? Wait, are some of these guys in trench coats actually civilians? So I have to just wait for them to pull out a gun on me before I can attack them? Oh, but the kids on skateboards? Oh, don't worry. They're always muggers. Always attack them. Okay, come on. This has gotta be a good one. This is the one retro Spider-Man game that I have actually heard good things about. It's the one that everybody gushes over the cartridge being this cool red color. Please, this one be halfway decent. Oh, it's halfway decent. The game boots up with this pumping music. While this being the only track in the game kind of getting a little bit repetitive, it's at least a good one. The game starts with a cast of characters that are in the game, like Black Cat, Dagger, and the game is a Streets of Rage clone. It's button mashy, flashy, can get a little bit repetitive, but hey, it's fun. For me, it was quite difficult, so I kept dying a lot, but hey, I can fix that. Just let me do something here. Yeah, that's more like it. Listen, I know it's cheap, but I just wanted to have fun with a Spider-Man game and actually play it for more than 15 minutes. And I do not have the time to sit here and replay missions over and over again just because I don't know how to play Streets of Rage properly. Looking up some reviews, it seems I'm not the only one that shares this sentiment, as a lot of reviewers also noted the super hard difficulty. This game is so good to just shut your brain off and just pound some thugs with either Spider-Man or Venom in the best looking Spider-Man game that we have played thus far. I could see if someone preferred Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin, but for me, Maximuum Carnage is a bit better, as it's just a lot more polished and faithful to Spider-Man's comic book roots. Spider-Man looks very buff and Venom looks like someone's wet dream, but hey, he looks awesome. The sound effects are satisfying, adding to the combat. The animations are very satisfying to watch, and also along with Spider-Man's comic book roots are the story cutscenes, which are adapted into comic book panels. I always love when comic book video games do this, actually acknowledge they're from a comic book. But going to the difficulty again, I really don't know how anyone got through this game without an infinite lives code through Game Genie. There are no passwords and barely any continues, so you have to do the whole thing in one run, and the end game can get pretty brutal as you have to fight all the bosses in a gauntlet even multiple times. Keep in mind this game with infinite lives took me just over an hour to complete, which doesn't sound that long, but when you have to keep playing it over and over and over again, I wouldn't be surprised if this sparks some controller breakage. Mainly because after the game says the end, it's actually not, because Carnage rises back up out of the ground and you have to fight him another 2 times for some reason, and he's nigh impossible. I couldn't imagine the tears shed while spending probably a year in a basement trying to beat this game, finally doing so, and then having to fight Carnage with him mopping the floor with you. That just had to be rough. If any of you have any memories with the game, please write them down in the comments. I would be very interested to read them. But either way, I actually did beat the game. In a cheap way, but I did beat it and I had a blast. Even if I did have the infinite lives code, I probably would have still enjoyed the game, just probably wouldn't have been able to beat it. Let's hope that the Amazing Spider-Man Lethal Foes will keep this positive momentum going. Now, where's the Super Nintendo ROM for this game? Oh no. Oh wait, actually, against all odds, this is actually the best game we played thus far. Lethal Foes, why'd you have to scare me like that? You almost gave me a heart attack. Unlike Maximuum Carnage, it's more of a platformer, which is way more my speed, and most of the levels are actually really fun to traverse, and the game looks absolutely amazing. I can understand if you like Maximuum Carnage better, but while the game did look very good, the character designs weren't my personal cup of tea, but here Spider-Man is looking good. He looks bulky, but he doesn't look like a mini Hulk like he does in Maximuum Carnage. The difficulty is extremely manageable, as it has a password system unlike Maximuum Carnage. The only problem is that the passwords are very easy to guess, because the password is the boss that you defeated at the end of the level. I could see someone not even playing the game and throwing in basic Spider-Man names into it and guessing the password and skipping 3/4 of the game. So this game sounds pretty amazing, right? The definitive Spider-Man SNES game? Well, there's a couple things holding it back. The first thing are the bosses, which are extremely cheap. If you don't hit them in the correct way, they will choke you to death in mere seconds. But if you somehow do manage to attack them the correct way, then they are a pushover, except for the final boss, Dr. Octavius. And I had to get up and do something when I attempted to, and I don't have the energy to try and beat it for real in the Green Goblin boss fight, which is just balls. The main problem is that all of the stages have a very strict time limit. It feels like the stages were designed in an afternoon. They found out the player could beat the stages in minutes, if not seconds, and then threw in the timer to artificially lengthen the game. That's what it feels like to me. And not to mention there are only about 10 levels, which is par for the course for games around this time, sure, but when the levels had to be beaten in 99 seconds, which is just over 1 minute 30, that's pretty short. And there's a couple of levels that have unfun elements, like this one level that has this bottomless pit next to a 1-up, which I can just hear the dev laughing at me. In this laboratory, there's a portal you can accidentally run into, putting a few seconds back in the level, and you just have to deal with this annoying door again. The construction site level, just in general. But even despite those problems, I still very much enjoyed my time with this game. It was nice to finally be able to play through a game without using an infinite lives Game Genie cheat just to have fun. I do think this one is a winner and is 100% the best game we played thus far. It took us this long to finally get a good game, and I know a lot of you are waiting for the Spider-Man games you're probably more familiar with, but just hang tight because we only have a few Spider-Man games left to go over, starting with a follow-up to Maximuum Carnage. Spider-Man and Venom, Separation Anxiety. How did they fumble this hard? Look at this. This looks like a downgraded version of Maximuum Carnage. Spider-Man sprites are far worse than when they looked previously. The animations and fighting mechanics are not at all satisfying as Maximuum Carnage. The story is told through this wall of text, which is something I definitely don't want to read while I'm pumped up ready to fight bad guys. And of course, how could I forget the infamous trap room joke? Ugh, no, I mean, it's better than some of the other games I played, but this is a fumble of a sequel if I've ever seen one. LJN saw the positive response to Maximuum Carnage and said, well, we can't have that, and made a sequel that would be like if it was a bad game. And this is the Super Nintendo version. I was told that the Genesis version is actually a lot worse, and yep, it sure is. This game looks even more like it was made for the Master System. Heck, I'd even say Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin's Master System version looks better than this, at least by memory. And the music, it feels like it's falling asleep. In fact, I swear I hear it snoring. I didn't know you can make music sound like it was snoring, but LJN, you did it! I am absolutely shocked by how much they simply just did not seem to care. The game was made from the same developers, so it's not like this is an imitation of the original game from a different studio. It seems like it was an imitation of the game from the same studio. God, I just can't stand to play this anymore. Next! Man, it took us this long to get a Spider-Man game on SNES? What the heck have I been reviewing this whole time? Okay, but real talk, this game starts with an absolutely gorgeous intro, like dang. And this is just a wolf in sheep's clothing. This game does not look very good. Better than Separation Anxiety, sure, but dang, this sucks. And the controls are just very stiff and clunky, and the enemies are literally just Spartans from Halo. What? And what is this sound design? The level design can be extremely frustrating. Like, there's these holes in the floor that just show up, and while in other games they may just take some health away, this game, you lose a whole life. I was already wanting to shut the game off pretty much the instant I turned it on, but I stuck through it but called it when I got to the boss, Dr. Octavius, which apparently is invulnerable. So I figured out you have to press the switch, and I'm pretty sure you have to get Octavius in the laser to damage him. But no matter what, the laser would not shoot when Octavius was under it. I gave it multiple attempts and I just gave up. There's nothing I want to say about this game, just ugh. Okay, now I gotta admit, I was very curious about our next game coming up, just because of the title and the system it's on. The Amazing Spider-Man Web of Fire on the Sega 32X. So not only am I very curious because this is a 32X title, but the name alone sounds really awesome. I swear, this game better live up to that name. This game is weird. So a laser web appears above Manhattan. Just say you wanted to do a cool vector background. It does look cool, I'll admit. So this is 32 bits, huh? Really? Like, sure, I can tell a little bit of a difference from a Genesis game, but a whole 16 bits, whatever that means, no. Oh, and also, died 1993, born 1996. Welcome back, Speedy Spider-Man. Look at his form while he runs. This guy is determined. And what is this soundtrack? It sounds like someone's playing this on a broken record player. Okay, I'll hand it to him. The web swinging animation is probably the smoothest we've seen in the series yet, but the combat animations are, oh, Spidey, are you okay? The first level feels like there's barely anything in it. I feel like I'm breaking the game just by web swinging, but the second level has these annoying electric parts that are hard to avoid. Then I get a little further into the stage, and then where the heck do I go? I found I could break certain floors, which was weird, but makes sense, I guess. Certainly I can't just... Oh, okay. Oh, hey boys, didn't mean to interrupt your business meeting. I'll just be going now. Okay, someone clearly put these electric fences on this way on purpose. Whoever did that deserves to go to prison. I have no idea what I just played. I got further into it than I did a lot of these other games, I'll give them that, but I just don't know what to say. But that was actually the last Spider-Man game for this generation of consoles. Most of them were terrible. I'm willing to give a couple of these the benefit of the doubt and say some of them are just not for me, like Spider-Man vs. the Kingpin, but the games like Spider-Man vs. the Sinister Six on NES and the last two Gameboy games were so bad it's not even remotely funny. But then came the turn of the millennia. LJN was in a better spot. Defunct. So the Spider-Man video game license was up for grabs. And who else took it but, oh, of course. But hey, I mean, once Activision got a hold of the Transformers license, we did get some fairly decent games out of it, not to mention the best games War for Cybertron and Fall of Cybertron, but those also ended with Rise of the Darkspark. And because they started Spider-Man much longer than Transformers, they have a lot more of a chance to prove themselves here. 16 titles, not counting different versions. So let's see how they fared out. starting with their first game, just simply called Spider-Man, developed by Neversoft, the developers of the Tony Hawk series. So let's give them a fair shot with our old webhead. The game starts with Dr. Octavius sucking off technology and how it will be the greatest thing in the universe, blah 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 blah, and we have an evil doppelganger Spider-Man. Also, by the way, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it. I know this is old, but man, this cutscene sucks. Not only do the models look... but are we in the void? Either way, not Spider-Man takes Eddie's camera and Spider-Man 3's it, and he becomes Venom. Then Dr. Octavius gives Carnage way too many coupons for Taco Bell, and so spreads the fart smell all over New York City. We're only 30 minutes into this video and I'm making crappy jokes like that. And obviously they did this because Activision didn't give Neversoft the time, nor was the PlayStation probably powerful enough to render the city below. Which is fine, I guess, but the fog is just never brought up again. They don't even say it's fog. When I first played this, I thought it was some kind of gas or something. And so I had way too many questions, like, what was the gas? Does it kill Spider-Man if he lands in it? What about the citizens of New York? Are they all dead now? Again, a mute point, but probably should have clarified it was fog. But even then, why did he spray fog in New York City? I'm sorry, I'm asking way too many questions about fog, but I have to know the lore reason behind the fog. Alright, I'll get past the fog. Let's talk about the actual game. And of course, this is our first 3D game in the series, and you really feel that because the web swinging 100% does not feel as good as modern Spider-Man games. However, as long as you do remember it was a forever-year-old game, it's actually not too bad. It wasn't anywhere near as clunky as I thought it would be going into it, and it feels like those old 2D Spider-Man games we just played, just in 3D. Movement is kind of slow but serviceable. Combat is pretty basic but kind of satisfying, though a little obnoxious because of something we'll get to in a sec. You can pick up and carry objects, which is fun, but I barely use it as Spider-Man moves way too slow for it to be of any use. But you do get to use some cool new web moves, but it's pretty weird how you use them. You have to press up on the analog stick or D-pad and press the triangle button at the same time. However, if you don't do it with the correct timing, you'll just do a normal web strike instead of what you actually want to do. This isn't usually a problem, except when the poor PlayStation 1 has a bit of a fit and drops frames, which is fair as the PlayStation 1 is just trying to do the best it can, but the problem is this introduces so much input delay, and it can get really bad, especially during the Mysterio boss fight, where you really need to jump to avoid obstacles, but the game says, you didn't press it soon enough, no. I won't lie, this Mysterio boss fight almost made me put the game down, which, contrary to popular belief, I try not to do when I do these games, especially with this one because I knew a lot of you really cared about it and it is a very impactful title in the Spider-Man library. And not to mention, every single time you reloaded the boss, it would play the same cutscene beforehand. By the time you finally can skip it, you hear this every time.
I gotta say,
You gotta say what? But after so many recording sessions for just this one boss, I finally managed to make the stars align and beat him. Let's actually talk about all the bosses, by the way. They are not great. The first one is obviously Eddie Brock himself, Venom. And even though the game tells you to put on your Spidey gloves and fight him head to head, do not do this. You're wasting your time and mine, because Venom will either teleport away like a little bitch or grab you and lick you. So instead, simply stand in place like so and just spray your sticky hard white rebs all over Venom, which I know you want to do anyway, you freak! And he will go down in literal seconds. A similar thing with Carnage, the final boss of the game. I tried for so long trying to figure out how to take him down. Turns out, you can just simply web throw him into the ultrasonic field and then just simply spam your impact web to keep him locked in place. I wasted like 30 minutes trying to figure that out. And when you're spending your time trying to beat the boss, you of course want to save your game so you don't have to fight them again. And I just want to say for the record that Spider-Man PlayStation 1 is a very progressive video game, maybe even the first of its kind. It really is against dead naming because every time you want to save your game and overwrite your save file, it asks you if you want to change your name. So if you transition while playing this game, you're set! It was also pretty progressive for the first time this came out, because if you get frustrated at the Mysterio boss fight and putting curse words into the game's cheat menu, Spider-Man will simply replace it with a very wholesome word, like candy or donut. I feel like this does the opposite of what it's supposed to do, because I'm trying to think of every single horrible, disgusting word I can think of. Okay, Spider-Man doesn't like an F-bomb here and there, of course, I get it, but what do you think of this one? Spidey! You know, that's a great thing about this game. It doesn't really take itself seriously at all. Believe me, I love a good drama, but superheroes are taken so seriously nowadays, it's kind of refreshing to get something more comic book in nature. I think it's because the developers of this game, Neversoft, were the same developers of the Tony Hawk games, which the game subtly hints at, but it seems that extreme vibe made its way to Spider-Man, and I think it's for the better. I mean, at the end of the game, Spider-Man just sits down with a bunch of supers and plays cards with them. Tell me when an MCU has ended with something like that. I mean, Venom is the biggest example of this. I prefer when Venom is characterized like he is in Spider-Man 3 or the Spider-Man 2 game, where he's the menacing parasite that takes over your mind, but that doesn't mean I don't find him funny in this.
Bummer. You're in the doghouse now, dude. Oh, sorry, lady. Didn't see a thing. Jeez, one little mistake. We said we're sorry. Where'd Spider-Wuss go? Spider-Wuss! Ooh, we know! Ooh, are we gonna surf the web? Surf the web.
And this humor extends further because putting in a certain cheat code will unlock the what if mode, where it takes you through the entire game again with slight changes, mainly for the humor of it all. And it's just thrown in for the heck of it. Something like this would never happen today, and if it did, it would be charged as $10 DLC and still be crunched to heck and back. I may have went into this game a little bit negative, but contrary to how I sound, I did actually like this game a lot. It's very dated, absolutely, and it can be bullcrap sometimes. But you know, some of us are already, and we're still respected, so why can't Spider-Man on the PlayStation 1? I don't know if I can really recommend it to you that much, as like I said, I almost quit this game because of how frustrating it can be, but if you want a refreshing change of pace from Spider-Man games, for sure, give it a try. But since this is an Activision game, you know what that means. It means when they release a game, it has to infest everything it can get its hands on. Thankfully, we don't have like 6 versions on our hands. That's for later. As the game released on the Sega Dreamcast and Nintendo 64, all the same version, though the N64 does not include the what if mode. But we do have another version to look at, as this game did get a Game Boy Color version, and there's actually something very interesting about this game that I have to tell you after, so don't let me forget. Write it on your drawing tablet or something. I'm sure one of you was drawing while watching this video, and if you are, that art's coming along great. Please be drawing something, or else this joke won't make sense. And if you are, send me a picture on social media so I know the joke landed. Okay, before I start going off, I gotta say, this game starts off with an extremely hyped title screen for a Game Boy game, and the music makes it all the better. We still haven't hit the masterpiece that was the first Game Boy game title screen, but this is a very good second place. And after that, it face plants. It all comes down to the fact that the game is simply way too big. Like, there is way too much for a Game Boy game. I got lost within like 5 minutes of playing the game, and when I finally made my way to the sewer to go fight the lizard, it's way too cramped, and there's way too many obstacles and enemies completely overwhelming me. I don't know what it is with these Game Boy games, but they just tend to do way too much on such a tiny handheld that really overwhelms and tests my patience. For some reason, IGN gave this game a 9 out of 10, but checking some other reviews, it didn't seem like I'm too in the wrong. I will say the game looks decent. Spider-Man has kind of a club head, but the web swinging is really smooth, just as smooth or smoother than Web of Fire on the 32X. I'm pretty sure if I just really buckled down and really spent time on this, I could probably play it, but as I said before, especially with Game Boy games this simple, you gotta get me invested straight away, or else I'm gonna get bored very quickly. But now for that thing I was gonna tell you about. Thanks for reminding me. You would assume that our next game we'd be talking about would be Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, and no, because we actually have a Game Boy Advance game to talk about, more on that later. However, there's something else we have to talk about. You see, here's what I figure. The original Neversoft game probably sold the best on PlayStation. Go figure. So instead of investing into ports for especially the Nintendo 64 version, which they had to get a whole other company to do, they probably just thought it would be better to release it exclusively on PlayStation and maybe work out something with Sony for marketing points and release it September 18th, 2001, though it got delayed for reasons we'll get to, though I'm sure you could probably guess. However, the Game Boy Color version might have been finished already, given it didn't take as long to develop. So they slapped on a new cover art and a different subtitle and released it on July 30th, 2001, about 3 months before its September, then 4 before its October launch. And like I said, it had a different name and branding. Do you know what that means? The Game Boy Color version of a PS1 game spun off into its own series. Okay. Before I tell you if this game is any good, I need to ask you to get serious for a second. I'm gonna boot up the game, and you have to promise not to laugh, okay? Don't laugh! I'm watching you, don't you laugh! Here's the game. Why can't these handheld games make Spider-Man look good? He looks like he got flattened by an 18-wheeler. Someone called the Texas Hammer. But okay. But once you get past the graphics, what you will find is an actually very playable handheld Spider-Man game. It doesn't try to do anything it shouldn't do on a Game Boy Color. The game's difficulty is not too much to handle, as it even starts with a difficulty select, which is a first for a Spider-Man handheld game. And there's even passwords to get you back to where you were, which I don't think was in the last game either. But that's okay, because real men use passwords. Real losers use save states. I actually had a decent amount of fun with this handheld game. I couldn't believe it. It's not great, but for a Game Boy Color game, I think it does the job pretty well. The controls are pretty responsive, the combat can be a little stilted, but again, it's more than playable and still pretty fun. Of course, given the title, you have to go after the Sinister Six after they kidnap Aunt May instead of Peter Parker. To think this could have all been avoided if they had just kidnapped Peter instead. But a game about Spider-Man fighting the Sinister Six, especially on old school 2D platformers, is just a really good match. Sure, it makes the game a bit predictable because you know when the game is going to end, but still, it's cool. There were a few things I didn't like though. First of all, in order to do a web strike, you have to press A and B at the same time, but like, you gotta press the B button slightly before you press the A button. I did get into a decent rhythm, but there was still a bunch of moments where I didn't do it when I wanted to. And also, I know I said the gameplay was pretty accessible in terms of difficulty, but while the later levels do get a little aggravating, there is one little problem with the game, and it's these weird warts. I don't know what they are, but they are sometimes hard to see, and most of the time completely unavoidable. You can't just jump over them, because when you jump while wall crawling, you jump pretty much in a straight line, and you cannot hit them. But these things are in your way of progression, so you just have to walk through them and take the hit. And the bosses are just kind of annoying. Not bad, just annoying. They're kind of trial and error. You just have to figure out the method to attack them, and once you do, they go down pretty much instantly. The final boss, Dr. Octavius, is pretty annoying because you have to figure out you have to wait for him to drink his Gatorade before you attack him. However, the main problem is that you have to go to the edges of the wall waiting for him to stay clear of his arms, but if you go too fast, you'll cling to the wall like a wall crawler, and you have to rip yourself off the wall, but by that time you miss your shot and wind up doing it again. Either way, other than those issues, this is a good game. I actually wanted to finish it the whole way through, and I had a good time. Also, while we're on the subject, this game being really good shows why I don't waste my patience on these Game Boy games or even the NES and SNES games. Because even when I do like them, I barely have anything to say about them because they are just too simple by nature. I know a lot of people get mad at me because I don't finish all of the games I review for these retrospectives, but just remember that these videos take as long as they do with me skipping games. So if one of these feels unplayable, I'm not gonna waste my time playing it when I have like 44 other games to get to. And let's be honest, I know a majority of you don't care about these handheld games as you mainly just want to see the big boy main games. speaking of, before we go to the follow-up to the Neversoft Spider-Man game, we actually have our first GBA game in this lineup, which was supposed to release at around the same time as Spider-Man Enter Electro, but that game had to get delayed, making it to where I have to talk about this game first. We'll talk about why that game was delayed, by the way. Hey, you know what? This is actually pretty solid. The game starts with MJ calling Peter saying she bought a fish but forgot to buy a fishbowl. How did you forget to buy a fishbowl? That would be like if you were going deep sea diving and forgot your air tank. Anyway, Peter hears over the news that the villains from the first and second game, again, this was supposed to come out after Enter Electro, I guess escaped from the prison and have started various crimes around New York, and Spider-Man has got to put a stop to it. The cool thing about this though, is that since all of this is happening at the same time, you can actually pick whatever level you want to start with, which kind of gave me Mega Man vibes. You even fight a boss at the end of each level. If you got a power-up after you defeat each boss, then we would be looking at a Spider-Man Mega Man-like, but unfortunately, it didn't complete that trifecta. The graphics are pretty weird too. It's one of those pre-rendered games, which just always looks more dated compared to all sprites. Not too bad, all things considered, though weirdly, Spider-Man is using his PS1 model from the first game, which is kinda odd. But the gameplay here is really good. Like with Spider-Man 2 Sinister Six, this is a typical linear level beat-em-up platformer, and is quite good for a majority of the experience, but we'll get to that. I'd say your combat options are what's holding this game back, especially in later levels, because it feels like if you don't get to jump on the enemies, you are just screwed. You have no defense options at all. Your only options are punch and web, and that's it. They could have easily had a block button mapped to the L button, but nope. That does kind of drag down the experience, but I got used to it after a bit. The levels are short, but fun, and some even require certain objectives like getting artifacts from these ninjas, and this is where you're gonna feel the bad combat because the ninjas are annoying. Not to mention there's two ninjas with artifacts in the same room with a third ninja, so they are just piling on top of you and you have no options but to just pray. Also, side note, what's up with this creepy woman on the pictures? And as I said, each level ends with a boss, and they are pretty basic. All of them are just web to stun, attack, repeat. You fight Hammerhead twice. The Scorpion fight was a bit hard, and also he makes a weird noise when he jumps. Rhino wasn't too bad, and Big Wheel, yeah, Big Wheel just shows up as a boss fight. There's no build up to this. He just shows up, he looks like garbage, and it's amazing. So, what's wrong with this game? It's got Big Wheel, so it's gotta be perfect. Well, it doesn't have a save system and still uses passwords, which on GBA I think is pretty pathetic. And yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. Okay, the final two levels suck. Ugh, we were so close. We were so close. The game was so close to being a slam dunk, but the last two levels are absolutely horrific and tedious. The second to last level has all these electrical wiring that you have to figure out how to get past, which isn't usually just that simple. You have to destroy switches that slow the pace down of the stage, and the final fight with Electro is just not very good. But the final level is just straight up worse. It is just a never-ending loop of trial and error with way too many instant death traps, skeletons that have attacks that are way too large, and then when you finally muscle your whole way through, the Mysterio boss fight takes so agonizingly long. I'm sorry, I just don't have the patience. I tried this boss fight for about 20 odd minutes, and I just couldn't bring myself to beat it. I'm sorry. The ending ain't worth it anyway, because it's just Peter giving Mary Jane's Mysterio's helmet as the fishbowl, and that's it. I can't be bothered. Ignoring the last bit of the game, Spider-Man's Mysterio's Menace is still pretty good. If it wasn't for those terrible final levels, I would say it's better than Spider-Man 2 on Game Boy Color. But no, if you don't mind not finishing this one, then yes, it's a better game at its core. But Sinister Six, I had no problem finishing, so just play that one instead. Okay, we're done with the handheld games. Let's finally get into Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro, the sequel to the hit PlayStation 1 Spider-Man game, which I hear no one talk about other than why this game was delayed. But I went into this asking this one question. Did Neversoft improve themselves with this sequel? Well, it turns out Vicarious Visions actually developed this game instead of Neversoft, so I guess that's a no already. Alright, so I have a lot to say on this game, but let's start with the pros. The game does look a little bit better now. There is a bit more lighting in certain areas, giving just a tiny bit more atmosphere, and Spider-Man's character model was improved. And by that, they just added more webbing to it. Actually, looking at it, I think it uses the Dreamcast version of the original game's model. I didn't even realize this, but the Dreamcast version of Spider-Man 1 actually looks quite a bit better. Maybe they reused stuff from the Dreamcast version for this game. Because there's no fog in the city streets, we actually do get some levels in the city. Like 2 of them, but it's cool. However, most of the game when you're not indoors still has you web swinging to your next objective, and you cannot fall into the city below because I guess Spidey doesn't know how to land. These sections are a bit harder too, mainly because the web swinging is 100% not as reliable as it was in the previous game. I swear there were so many moments where I was close enough to a building where surely I can make it to the other side, but the game says, nah, you can't, and you gotta reset the entire level all over again and deal with guys that sound like they barf when you beat them up. Or take out the lasers all over again. Neat. Thanks, Vicarious Visions. Well, I said I wasn't gonna complain yet, but looks like I'm going to, as I can't find any other compliments in my notes. Which, yes, I'm finally taking notes. I've been doing game reviews for 4 years and I'm just now taking notes. And while I make taking notes seriously, what this game doesn't take seriously is its story. And not in the cute comic way I discussed for the last game, but even then I feel like the game wasn't as funny. There were some good moments.
All right, Chuckles, you're gonna tell me everything you know.
I ain't telling you spit.
But the game's story felt so disconnected, even comparing it to the first. I didn't feel like the game built up Electro enough. You barely see him throughout the game for some reason, being in a cloak most of the way through. It really just feels like you fight a bunch of villains throughout the game, and then, oh no, Electro! I was shocked, absolutely shocked when Stan Lee come on the narrator mic saying we were in for a spectacular final battle with Electro. It was a weird state where I felt like this game was too short and too long, which the reason why it might have felt too long was because this game is a lot harder than the original, and not in a fun, challenging way. It can be downright tedious. First of all, nothing has improved gameplay-wise from the first game. I'm trying to go easy on this, as some things are just par for the course because it's a PS1 game, but I swear the frame rate issues are much worse than the original game, and you still have that problem where, because the frame rate is dying, the input lag is atrocious. You can feel it the best in the Sandman boss fight, which we'll talk about later, but there's way too much happening in this fight, making the input lag for this boss feel like a full second. Also, because like I said, the game is more challenging, asking you to do way more stuff, the growing pain of the camera is so much worse. I don't think I mentioned this for the original game, but the camera is always, no matter what, behind you, so you can't change it to get good viewing angles for things. But let's talk about the game being more challenging. I feel like they wanted to make the sequel more challenging than the original, which is code for, instead of being able to swing to your next location, you have to deal with way more enemies, one part even having rocket launchers. Or having to complete an objective before you can move on, as I mentioned before with the lasers, and they were annoying. Oh, but that's nothing. The actual levels themselves are worse. I think they have a bit more focus on light puzzle solving, but the puzzles are either bad or just extremely nerve-wracking, and once again, tedious. You know, it's extremely ironic how tedious it can be to keep saying something is tedious. There's this one level where there's this bomb and you need 4 keys to disable it under an extremely tight time limit. So you quickly have to find the guys, grab the key, find the next guys, repeat 3 more times, again, under a massively strict time limit. But hey, if you fail the mission, just memorize where they are and you'll beat it super quick, right? Well no, because they randomize every time. And some enemies just don't have the key, so you're wasting your time fighting them. And only come to find out that when I finally did do it, you can put in the keys early to extend the time limit. hey Spidey, instead of repeating the same joke 3 times, why not help the player out, would you? But is it my fault? No, but sure, fine, maybe I made that harder on myself. But there's this other level where you have to stop a moving plane, and Spider-Man tells you to use your webbing to stop the plane, but then says to clear a path for the plane. Maybe you could have done me a favor and swapped those around. And even then, once you clear a full path, you have to stand in place, use your L1 targeting mode, deal with the very inverted controls, and aim for the propellers, as it is extremely hard to web the propellers without it, and even then, it can be hard. There's this part with these lasers that I do not know how you do this perfectly, because you kind of just have to let the lasers shoot each other while hopping like a bunny rabbit at the same time, or else you'll be fried, or if you do it too early, it will miss the laser. And near the end of the game, all of the game's issues combine into one section of the game. The camera just absolutely does not work here. It does not know what to do. And it has this very little funny issue where if the camera's in a certain position, your climbing controls are inverted. Doesn't that sound fun? Best bit is that if you fall a certain way, you gotta do everything all over again. What great game design, eh? Aren't these game designers wonderful? The original's bosses weren't great, but just required you to figure out how to beat them, and then they go down in literal seconds. But the bosses in this game are so slow. First boss is Discount Electro. Shocker. You have to throw boxes at him. Lame. Sandman you avoid like the plague and throw barrels at a sand wall in his first boss. Then his second boss later in the game, you do exactly as I say. Turn on the water pressure, run over avoiding Sandman to turn on the water, get him wet, punch him 5 times, and then repeat for like 5 minutes. But what feels like an hour. Hammerhead is easy because you take his gun away and he runs for it like a child after you take away his Spider-Man action figure. And the Lizard. You do this little minigame to make him an antidote to turn him back into Kirk Connors. But you can fail the minigame either by doing it wrong or running out of time. If you do this, the fight still continues and you have to just die or restart the level. And even if you do complete the minigame, you have to pick up this web power-up that you do not see. And when you have the antidote, you try to spray him with it to stun him for a couple seconds and keep repeating the process. However, he will jump like a toddler trying to avoid it, and it just drags out the fight. Look, all I'm saying is, maybe if Kirk Connors doesn't consent to giving his medicine, I don't know, maybe he deserves it. Then finally Electro. His first phase is just absolute nonsense. You just kind of keep hitting at him and he just keeps pushing you away every 2 seconds. So it feels like you're doing it wrong. But I did it that way at least. Then for the final boss, which is again monotonous. Yeah, that's better, right? Once you enter the boss fight, this game goes completely radio silent. It doesn't give you a single hint on what to do. You're just stuck trying to figure everything out and guess yourself what you have to do. But it gets worse, because here's what you have to do. You gotta take off the capacitors from these generators, make Electro zap them, then get 5 hits at the maximum. But here's the thing, if you don't take out the tower first by destroying another set of capacitors, you will waste like 3 minutes in this boss fight because he will just recharge again, removing all your progress. I hate it. But after you figure all of that out, which in itself takes forever, you then have to spend an agonizingly long time just standing near the generators, hoping he zaps it, and then punching him like 5 times and then repeating the process for about 10 minutes. And since this is the biggest part of the game, the frame rate is horrible, so you once again get terrible input latency. But you finally do it, and the game just awkwardly cuts to Spider-Man seeing in the paper that Thor beat Electro. We see them in prison with the villains of the first game, and that's it. What an anticlimactic ending, but there may be an explanation for that. You see, despite the Thor Easter egg being random, it was just somewhat random, because Thor was actually supposed to show up at the very end of the game to stop Electro, but was taken out for completely unknown reasons. People have speculated it was because the same reason the game got delayed, but getting the pre-release copy of the game before it got delayed, the cutscene was not in the game, so it for sure was not in the game at all. This of course has now gone on to be lost media, as apparently it was shown on an Activision website. Apparently back then companies spoiled their games for marketing, okay. But even if that cutscene was shown on Activision's website, there's probably a reason it got taken down so quickly and probably hasn't been recovered or shown on any external media. And that's because the game got delayed a full month completely at the last minute. And when I mean last minute, I mean last minute. But why? Well, while everything was on track for this game to be released, what was not on track was American Airlines Flight 11 Boeing 67, which made a surprise visit to the World Trade. Yeah, 6 days before Spider-Man 2 Enter Electro was supposed to come out, that happened. And while of course releasing a game set in New York didn't feel very appropriate, there was a bigger issue afoot. Because despite the game getting delayed, remember, it was supposed to come out 6 days after the tragic event, and the printing process for games usually take about a month, meaning physical copies were already out in the wild. And if you managed to get your hands on a copy of the game through the system, or played the leaked ROM of it years later and go to the final boss, you can see quite amount of differences, namely the fact that the final boss was supposed to take place on the Twin Towers. And I gotta admit, I actually do prefer this version of the final boss taking place on the towers, as not only does it make it a bit more of a tenser boss having to web swing between the towers and just the spectacle of it being nice, but of course, delaying this game probably was the best decision at the time, as Activision didn't want to upset anyone affected by the tragedy. And don't worry, this will not affect Activision's business. Yes, they actually said that. So yeah, bit of a weird note having to end this game on having to talk about a literal tragedy, but hopping out of that, I do see the game's improvements over the original. I do think that improvements do exist, but I think I prefer the original game over this one. As while Enter Electro may have some improvements here and there, I do feel like the first Spider-Man game is a more enjoyable experience. Not to mention it was the first time Spider-Man went into 3D, so it kind of gave you a reason to forgive some of its issues. But with Enter Electro, you want to see it improve, and sadly, it doesn't. But with that, let's finally head into the games you're probably a lot more familiar with, or at the very least, you're probably very familiar with its source material. And this is great, because I get to bust out my Spider-Man Blu-ray box. Where'd my grain go? I don't think there's a single person on the planet that has not heard of these movies, but for contextual purposes, Sony Pictures Entertainment acquired the rights for Spider-Man movie. With the help of the talented director Sam Raimi, finally broke the mold and made a legitimately amazing superhero movie in an age where there wasn't much. You had X-Men, but that was pretty much it. And that didn't even last very long. But this movie was filled with character-driven moments, a great translation of Spider-Man that was likable and had amazing CGI that did not remotely age at all whatsoever, and also just really ramming home just how much it sucks being a superhero. You know, when you're younger, you're all like, ooh, I want to be Spider-Man, I want to be Spider-Man. And then the older you get and the more you watch this movie, the more you go, damn, I'm glad that wish didn't come true. Anyway, Spider-Man was a massive success. And of course, Activision was still holding the license for video game media of Spider-Man. And if you know anything about Activision, is that they love making video games to cash in on movies, especially during the PS2 era. So how did they fare with such an amazing movie? Surely it's not worse than the PS1 titles. It's worse than the PS1 titles. Let's start with the tutorial, which I'm sure a lot of you are aware of because it's narrated by Bruce Campbell and it's one of the best tutorials in gaming. But sometimes, Peter can be just as funny.
This is incredible! Am I really doing this?
Well, you're easily impressed, aren't you? Oh, and for those of you with short-term memory issues, which would be most of you.
Hey, I don't like that.
Oh, and for those of you with short-term memory issues, which would be most of you.
Hey, I don't like that. But you know, he may be yelling at me, but at least he's easy to follow.
And we're gonna let you get away with moves like that.
The game is an abridged version of the movie's plot. It skips through a lot just getting into the meat of it. It's like that one ex you had that just skipped all the foreplay, just boom, 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 straight to dead uncle. So we join up with Peter finding Uncle Ben's killer, and his clothes are laid flat as paper. I mean, look at that. Okay, but let's talk about the gameplay now, and unfortunately, this is the PS1 games, but worse. The indoor levels are better, I guess, as there's no frame rate issues, and I guess the game does look pretty good, looking like a PS2 game most of the time, except for Vulture looking like a chicken. There's a pretty simple combat system, adding some variety to the combat, though just spamming X pretty much does the job until it doesn't, where the Green Goblin boss fights suddenly call for you without any hint except for a loading screen prompt you see after you die, telling you you need to switch up combo games to keep Norman guessing, which is a little cool, I guess, but could have been telegraphed a little bit better. The control in the game is terrible. Movement feels pretty slow, but more importantly, every time you do a sudden turn, whether that's 90 degrees or 180, Peter Parker just starts freaking out like a dog on a leash. It took forever to get used to that, and I barely did. The main problem, though, is with the web swinging. You see, I think Treyarch, the developers of this game after Neversoft went to focus on Tony Hawk titles, as I guess wanted to focus more on web swinging to differentiate themselves. And I get it, of course, web swinging is pretty cool, but not when the web swinging is in the same style and actually even worse than the PlayStation 1 games. Web swinging was in the PS1 games, but it was only just every now and then, you know? Just a quick thing to get you from location to location. And even then, it had its frustrating moments when you couldn't link to a wall. Well, Spider-Man on GameCube fixes that issue. In fact, they overcorrected it, because Spider-Man just swings off the clouds. And I know people joke about that he does in the PS1 games, but here it feels even more unnatural, especially because you can raise your altitude while swinging too easily. But easier web swinging? Whatever, right? Well, the problem is that there are a lot of moments where they want you to do combat while web swinging. It feels awkward and extremely tedious, and it wouldn't even be that bad if you didn't have to fight 13 droids at once in one stage. Oh, and then the game likes to get cute and really tries to flesh out its gameplay styles. As there was this one mission where you had to deactivate a bunch of bombs throughout New York City under a very strict time limit, and the web swinging was not made for web swinging this quick. I outright used a cheat code to skip this mission because it just felt that dumb. Another one I skipped was a level that was pushing stealth to its absolute max. The game tries to do stealth, but it's just not that good. 1 second you're out of the light and an Oscorp guy is like 5 feet away from your radius, and it doesn't matter what location he's in, he will see you and either start fighting if you're lucky, or sound the alarms and spawn these robots that are impossible to defeat because there's so many at once. But overall, I don't know, I guess the game's okay. It was bullshit in a lot of parts, some parts more than the PS1 games, but I still think the PS1 games were a lot more fun to play. Production values are pretty alright though. They got a lot of actors to reprise their role in this game. Tobey Maguire as Spider-Man, Kirsten Dunst as Mary Jane, and even William Dafoe as Green Goblin. The only actor that didn't return is James Franco as Harry Osborn. In his place, we have Josh Keaton, who was supposed to play Spider-Man before they got Tobey Maguire. That would have been nice, as I love Josh Keaton, especially in Spectacular Spider-Man, but I don't know if Josh Keaton would have really fit Spider-Man in this game. Weirdly enough though, if you beat the game on very hard mode, you actually unlock Harry Osborn as Green Goblin as a playable character, and you technically get a whole new campaign with him, which is absolutely crazy. It's kind of weird to play as him, and some parts are way harder to do than with Peter, but this is nuts. But Harry isn't the only character you can play as this leads us to another piece of controversy that Spider-Man somehow swung his way into. Thankfully, it doesn't have anything to do with a major tragedy, because if you insert a cheat code into the game's cheat menu, you can model swap Mary Jane over Spider-Man in the 1.0 version of the game. Because Activision was forced to quickly release a new version of the game on store shelves, because when inputting this code and beating the game or playing the final cutscene, Mary Jane is over Spider-Man and Mary Jane kisses herself. And this spawned a bunch of backlash because, you know, parents over having lesbians in a video game, which, okay, look, I get it. 2 girls kissing, someone call the priest to put holy water over my GameCube. But is nobody just gonna comment on the self-cess that's going on here? Anyway, the Spider-Man 1 video game is just boring and doesn't do anything to be better than the PS1 games. Therefore, it isn't better than the PS1 games, except being a little more polished in the controls, I guess. But in my opinion, just go play the PS1 games. They're much better. A Game Boy Advance version was also released and instead was a 2D beat-em-up platformer, and it's pretty good. The only thing I am personally just not the biggest fan of is every mission is objective-based, which just make things kind of tedious. I think they were scared of players just being able to web swing across the stage to the end, which sure, I guess, but the objective-based mission structure just slows down the game in my opinion. And I'm not against objective-based missions for variety's sake, of course, but I just wish every single mission wasn't one. Especially on handheld systems, where I think games like this are better if you can power through them on a car ride, not actually have to lock in order to find hostages, no? Oh, but of course there are web swing segments. Oops, but I won't knock the presentation. This looks pretty good for a GBA game, and the animations are extremely aggressive, but very smooth. Could do without the cloud overlay that's pretty much always throughout the game. It just kind of made things hard to see sometimes, but I love how the game focuses more on a comic book style. Weird how this is kind of the first game to go all out with it when it's based on the live-action Spider-Man movie, but hey, I'm all for it. It looks great. Overall, I think I prefer Mysterio's Menace a little bit more, but I do much prefer the presentation of this game. Now it's time for this behemoth. Spider-Man 1 was a massive success, absolutely breaking the box office as it was one of the best movies of that year, which of course meant that Sony and Sam Raimi were quick to start working on a sequel. And what a sequel they would make, because Spider-Man 2 is still argued among many to be the best Spider-Man movie of all time. Because spoilers, competition ain't very good after that. And why wouldn't you at least think that? Because Spider-Man 2 is an amazing film and really builds upon doubling down how much it really sucks to be Spider-Man. Absolutely fantastic film and a big part of my childhood. But what was a bigger part of my childhood was this game. Spider-Man 2 was my second video game I ever played. After my N64 controller somehow broke and my mom got us a replacement PS2, we got a whole bunch of secondhand games from my cousin. The first one we popped in was Spider-Man 2, and it was unlike anything I had ever played up until that point. But that was the flagship version, because we have 5 different versions of Spider-Man 2 to look at. God, kill me. And one of them is for the Nokia N-Gage? Is there even a Nokia N-Gage emulator? Well, we're about to find out soon, but first, let's play the main version of Spider-Man 2. Since Spider-Man 2 is so beloved, let's play the PC version so I can play the game at its best. I don't remember the title screen looking like this. Well, I remember this cutscene, but this shouldn't be the first thing in the game. Ooh, Spider-Man's model does not look that good. Oh. Okay, so we have 6 versions to look out, actually. What the heck is this? This is rancid. Who let this on store shelves? The freeform web swinging in the actual version of Spider-Man 2 is replaced by these scripted segments, kind of? I'll say the physics are okay, but still a far cry from the flagship version. And the game, I don't know, it kind of looks good. But then there's just these horrible visual oddities as well that just makes it not look good. And you know what kind of gameplay you're in for when the main gameplay is Simon Says! Hey, newsflash people, Simon Says is not a puzzle. Oh, and the voice acting here is just astounding.
Help, Spider-Man! I'll have to catch up.
The gameplay overall is just pretty basic, bordering on interactive entertainment rather than just a video game. It's obvious this was more so meant just for kids and not really supposed to be an amazing Spider-Man game, but I just wish it was more honest about it. Like, why not put a subtitle or something, just to make it a separate entity from the main versions? Because it's not like real Spider-Man games weren't on PC. The Neversoft Spider-Man games made it to PC. And even the first Tobey Maguire Spider-Man game made it to PC, so I don't blame anybody for thinking it was the flagship version, or at least one of the other 4 versions. I wanted to complete this game to see how insane this game could get, but I hit this Mysterio stage where you have to throw rocks at turrets. However, the throwing physics are absolutely terrible. And then I tried just throwing a couple of them in the middle, and I caused the turrets to just fire at the rocks infinitely, and no more rocks would spawn. And at that point, I was laughing so hard, I just considered myself satisfied. Okay, before you call me stupid, yeah, I know I was doing this section wrong. So I did it, and the game didn't get any better and was only like 2 minutes longer. But a couple of the cutscenes made me laugh.
I'm sorry, there's no one allowed on this train. It's out of service.
So are you.
The final boss wasn't very hard though. The camera was the biggest enemy, not Doc Ock. And the game ends with 15 frames per second credits. This game was a waste of time. Alright, enough games. Let's play the real version of Spider-Man 2. I'm not playing this version though, because I don't want to pull out my Xbox 360. The game opens with another tutorial from Bruce Campbell, just like the last game, and we better walk through it since the gameplay is completely different.
Well, sequel time already, huh? Welcome back, I guess. I'm sure you missed me more than I missed you.
Well, I didn't miss you at all, Bruce Campbell. I'm lying, I love you, Bruce Campbell. But hey, at least the tutorial is a lot more straightforward this time. Look, he's even properly explaining how jumping works and how if you don't jump unless you let go of the jump button. He's so nice.
Okay, now go jump in a lake.
Oh, never mind, that's the Bruce Campbell I remember. And now he's telling me to jump off the building. I mean, I don't know, are you sure, Bruce?
Hey, I wouldn't tell you to do something dangerous and life-threatening, would I? Come on.
Well, okay, if you're sure, Bruce.
You always do what people tell you. You know, there's a word for that. Loser.
What the heck, man? This ain't fair. I'm just trying to complete a tutorial here. The game once again follows an abridged version of the movie's plot. However, it's a lot better structured this time around. In the first game, you kind of start with the events of the movie, fight a few random bosses that have nothing to do with anything, and then fight Green Goblin for a few stages, and then the credits rolled. While this game does have a lot more villains not featured in the movie, they feel a lot more woven into the plot, especially the character that taught me how women can make me feel. Black Cat was an excellent addition to the game, and all I'm saying is Peter is really fumbling, rejecting Black Cat, and then going with Mary Jane. I mean, if I was Peter, I would have folded instantly. Okay, but on a serious note, I do think Black Cat was a good addition because she really fits in with the theme of Spider-Man 2. She constantly tries to tempt Peter and having a lot more fun and throwing away that responsibility nonsense. But that's just not who Peter is, and having to deal with Black Cat shows that a lot when he rejects her near the end of the game.
I'm not like you. I can't live the life that you do. My powers came with a responsibility, and I need the balance of a normal life.
But there's more, of course. Along with Dr. Octavius from the movie, we got Shocker making a return. Neat, I guess. A short run-in with Rhino, and the best one, Quentin Beck, later Mysterio. His part of the story has absolutely nothing to do with the plot of the movie, but that kind of makes it stranger, therefore funnier. So Quentin Beck, right? He's a Hollywood guy, makes movies, and he wants to disprove Spider-Man's capabilities and proves that he's better than him. For some reason. So he starts this weird cage match where they both fight to see who can round up the most criminals.
I'm better than you, Spider-Man.
Bro, I beat you 24-7, literally! And then he makes this weird obstacle course with this non-lethal cannon that he makes lethal and tries to shoot Spider-Man. What the heck would that do to your credibility, dude?
Problems with your laser, Beck? I hear there are pills for that now.
And you think that would be it, but buddy, we haven't even gotten started yet. Because a little bit later, he becomes Mysterio and makes this whole alien invasion thing and takes over the Statue of Liberty. And this part of the game just felt like a fever dream to me as a kid, as it was really weird, and the music was kind of creeping me out. Then Quentin calls Spider-Man to his hidden base, which is just a random apartment somewhere, and somehow has a giant basement with a whole circus underneath that goes upside down, creates alive reflections of Spider-Man, and then we make our way out, and it's just never brought up again! You can't even go back to this apartment in the game. It's just, alright, move on with the game. And I'm just like, What? I am filled with so many different questions, and the game just moves on from it and just pretends it didn't happen. And the plot line is not even brought up for another few hours until Mysterio shows up at a convenience store and we get one final confrontation.
Dare to challenge the infinite light of Mysterio? I will destroy you utterly. You will bear witness to the majesty and glory of my power. Prepare to die. You have trifled with my power for the last time.
And all of this was just a subplot. This game is amazing. But you do get to reenact scenes from the movie, even if they aren't, as epic. You remember that amazing train sequence where Peter stops the train? Such an iconic part of the movie, right? Well, the way they adapted it here is just as epic. I'm squirming in my seat over here. But you're not playing Spider-Man 2 for the story. Like, yeah, it's a nice video game adaptation, but you're playing Spider-Man 2 for one reason. And that's the gameplay, which has been completely reworked from the Neversoft Spider-Man game. And as much as I like the Neversoft games, mainly the first one, this was for the best, as the gameplay style just felt so cheap at that point. So Treyarch went and developed Spider-Man 2 from the ground up, creating an open-world sandbox GTA-style game. But what Treyarch really focused on was the web swinging. They got it on point. Web swinging is just so much fun to do in this game. It feels so freeing to web swing throughout New York City with very loose but genuine physics. And the speeds you can get to as well are pretty nuts, and it's a marvel, that the PS2 is holding up as well as it can be. You could only get away with it on this generation of hardware, huh? Especially with such outdated TVs, the detail of the buildings wouldn't be as noticeable as it is in this footage. But even then, it's still amazing how they managed to do this, and especially in such a short amount of time in a movie game's development. The only thing I don't like though is there are so many upgrades you can buy to get more skills. The problem with that is you buy these upgrades with hero points, and every time I ran into a Spidey store, I had more than enough hero points, so I would just buy everything en masse and not really look at the skills, thus forgetting about them super quick. I'm sure people love the amount of freedom you have to learn the game, but for me it's a bit too much freedom, and again, too much stuff you can buy at once. This extends to the combat as well, as you can buy new moves, and the same thing happens. You just buy everything and forget about all the combo combinations. I think this was handled better in the first game, where you would just find combo moves throughout your adventure and you could just try them during gameplay as soon as you get them. I feel like meeting in the middle and doing more of a level up system, instead unlocking moves while during the game's progression, would have been better, at least for me. Again, I'll say this is a moot point, as I'm sure most people prefer it this way, but I do not. Combat though is pretty good. Would probably be better if I actually memorized the combos, but even just doing basic moves, the combat is pretty satisfying, and the sound effects make it all the better. Such satisfying sounds just adding to the combat. That's good. And while we're talking about the sound effects, let's not forget about this amazing soundtrack.
Yo, yo, yo! Ah!
Such a great soundtrack, and yes, mostly because it's from my nostalgia, but man, this is good stuff. As a part of the GTA-style sandbox, while you're swinging around New York City, people will call you to accept side missions. These can range from a whole bunch of different types, mostly involve fighting bad guys with different enemy types showing up throughout the game. But there are other missions that don't involve fighting and are just to help with the citizens of New York, like rushing somebody to the hospital as quickly as possible or saving somebody from falling off a building. And these missions prop up frequently. Like you're swinging around and I don't think you can go a minute without someone yelling, "Hey, I'm not waving my hands for nothing here." Which, I gotta be honest, if this is the crime rate in New York City, no wonder Spidey is so stressed. You know that kid that loses his balloon that everybody memes about in this game? You know the one. I lost my balloon! I only got that like 5 times throughout my entire playthrough of this game. I got way more instances of civilians calling me into an ambush. I love how Spidey's never mad about this either. He's not even mad at the criminals every time. He's literally just goes,
Please don't throw me in the briar patch.
And you need to stop these crimes in order to gain hero points, which you need to progress to get to the next chapter of the game. But there are other ways you can earn hero points. You can find collectibles scattered across New York City, including hideout tokens, complete a bunch of hidden challenges around New York. There is a lot, holy moly. And of course, delivering pizzas. This is the greatest thing mankind has ever created, not just for Spider-Man, just in general. They took an aspect from the very beginning of the film that doesn't last very long because Peter literally gets fired immediately, ignoring that, and made really great side missions for the game that really test your web swinging, as these missions are timed like crazy. Also, can I just bring up how weird it would be to see Spider-Man delivering pizzas? Like, imagine you're just sitting there patiently waiting for your pizza, and then Spider-Man just drops it off to you. Like, what would your reaction even be? Also, wouldn't customers tell that and let people know? This is like one of the easiest ways to find out Spider-Man's identity. But I don't care, it's still fun. I'm gonna make it. Come on, I'm gonna make it. Oh, come on, I was right there!
When you can't deliver more pizzas, my customers are angry. And when my customers are angry, I am angry!
Oh, come on, why you gotta be so hard on me? I was like a frame late! Why are you literally on the coast of the island? There's nothing to swing off of! You can also take pictures for the Daily Bugle, and they don't know he's Spider-Man either, obviously. So why does Robbie put Peter Parker up to these weird photo tasks? Like in this mandatory story mission, you're tasked with going up to the very top of this tower. Like what? How does Robbie think he gets up there? I don't think you can pass for that. Just like how I can't pass for this respectfully awful off-brand J.K. Simmons. Like, honestly, it's not even close.
What is this garbage? Why are you bringing me shots of the city and not shots of Spider-Man?
You serious?
But you beat the game in this very tense final boss segment. You have to run around as Peter, disabling a bunch of switches to shut off the reactor, and the thing pulses to an absurd degree and flies you off into the water, which, with the ragdoll physics, admittedly makes this quite hilarious, but also extremely nerve-wracking still. Playing this boss fight as a kid likely took years off my life from the amount of times I had to play it, and I don't even think I did. I'm pretty sure my brother wound up beating it. Then after that, you gotta deal with Doc Ock, and he will literally fling you around like you're weightless. Because that would be enough. But you finally... That was a stupid reference, I'm sorry. But you finally beat it. And that's it for the flagship version of Spider-Man 2. Again, a fantastic game. I think I'd even recommend it today, though just prepare for a dated experience, as this game obviously is. I think the game is extremely fun now, and I enjoy it even more as an adult, though I will admit it didn't feel as magical as playing it as a kid. I remember this game took me a year, maybe even over that, to beat as a kid, mostly because I probably wasn't progressing through the game and just web swinging or doing side missions. But still, this game is just as crazy now as it was crazy then. Honestly, I could keep going, but unfortunately we have to move on to another version of the game. But you know, actually, the game was actually released on the PSP as a launch title the same day as the console version. And since the PSP was basically a portable PlayStation 2, I'm sure they actually got Spider-Man on the handheld. And that would be absolutely insane. Hey, wait a minute, this isn't Spider-Man 2! This is Spider-Man 2! I guess Activision was too scared to give people an actual open world Spider-Man 2, so what we have here is an actual follow-up to the first game. Vicarious Visions is back again, and I will say, I think this game is actually better than the previous Spider-Man 1 licensed game. It all just comes down to the missions being a lot more polished and a bit more fun to play. The only complaint I really have is the game is quite a bit slower. And there are so many elements absolutely just recycled from that first game. We start in just about the same map we had before. Vulture is here, and we have a similar chase sequence with him trying to distract Spider-Man by having him web up something. We pretty much ignore Doc Ock until the last 3 missions, and I'm pretty sure there were a few other things I forgot about. They even reuse a joke from the first game.
Your friendly narrator. Of course, you'd know that already had you played any of the training levels. Of course, you'd know this if you played the basic tutorial, but I guess you're just cooler than the rest of us.
But they did actually bring over the charge jump from the flagship version of Spider-Man 2, which is actually pretty cool to use, even in a linear game. A couple of the levels were a little frustrating because they kept hiding vents where I couldn't see them easily, so I was just confused on where to go. But that was a little annoying. What was way more annoying was the fact they did Simon Says again! Why? Why Simon Says minigames? What, do developers think this is cool? Well, it's not, especially when it barely works. Look, I am doing it correctly. Why is it not counting it? Anyway, all the cutscenes in this game are actually pre-rendered, which was pretty cool. These cutscenes are actually well animated, which is nice, though they look a bit strange. Helps that we have the actors from the movie reprising their role, though a lot of times, especially in Spider-Man's case, they just reuse voice lines from the flagship, and it's painfully obvious.
Okay, the last floor. The hostages have to be here somewhere.
Even if they are, what makes you think I'll let you?
Okay, I'll bite. How did the fishbowl get stuck on your head?
But hey, it's still cool to hear.
Excusing my guess was not a smart move, Spider-Man.
Live and learn.
But of course, the voice actors who didn't make their way into the flagship didn't make it here. Like Josh Keaton is still Harry Osborn, and that awful bootleg J.K. Simmons guy.
There are no shots of Spider-Man damaging the reactor.
Wait, they got J.K. Simmons for this version of the game, and only this version of the game? Also, I almost forgot to mention the fact that Bruce Campbell doesn't even narrate the tutorial. So what? Was there a universe switch there? Heck, why not get J.K. Simmons to do the tutorial? That would have been funny.
What are you waiting for? Chinese New Year? Go, go, go!
The game ends pretty much the same as the movie, though Sonic fans, brace yourself. The train segment is a 2D section. Yeah, I know, I scared you a bit. I'm sorry. Thankfully, the final boss isn't nearly as hard as the flagship version, as the field isn't nearly as hard to avoid. And the game ends with the cutscene from the flagship version, which does not look in line from the rest of the cutscenes.
This is bad.
Overall, the PSP version was better than the first movie game. However, there's only one problem. It's not Spider-Man 2. And I want to play Spider-Man 2. Yeah, with other versions of console games, yeah, usually they aren't the flagship, but this version of the game looks the most like the flagship, and the fact that it's in a gameplay style that I'm through with at this point just makes me not want to play it. But if the PS1 games were too hard for you and you don't really vibe with the open world sandbox of the flagship, what's wrong with you? Then sure, I guess the PSP version is pretty good. And guys, you'll all be really disappointed in me. I could not get an N-Gage emulator running. I know. Look, I tried. I couldn't figure it out. But let's just take a quick look at some footage. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't Spider-Man 2. This is Spider-Man 1. It's exactly the same game, except they stripped out all the comic stuff, and it has this mangled story intertwined with it. Gross. So let's see how the actual GBA version of Spider-Man 2 is. Well, it's basically Spider-Man on GBA again. Though, to be honest, I do not vibe with the look this time. And I am not just talking about the cutscenes, ooh. But I'm not the biggest fan of Spider-Man's sprite, but it still has a comic book focus, which I'm happy about, so all good there. And I do think Spider-Man's animations are a bit better. They aren't as noodle-like as the first game. But yeah, the game's almost exactly the same structure-wise from Spider-Man 1 on Game Boy Advance, even having an exact escape sequence with the perfectly horizontal fire that just happens to burn in the most convenient way possible. The problem with that is I wasn't a big fan of the objective-based structure of the first game, so I'm not a fan of this game either. Though I will say the objectives weren't as boring as the first game. The first mission was bullcrap though. It's a pizza delivery mission, and you see that arrow in the top? Disappears once you grab the pizza from the delivery guy. So actually finding the customer, you're on your own, and you have to deliver the pizzas in 8 minutes. What the heck? Thankfully, when you do reset the mission, everybody stays in their place, so if you memorize the location, that helps. I also didn't like this Rhino boss fight either. You just kind of have to jump a certain way so he causes these barrels to fall on him, and you have to avoid cars, even though the cars don't affect Rhino. I guess they pass by Rhino, but all the cars just bump into Spider-Man. That's cool. So finally, we just have one more version, the Nintendo DS version, which, like the PSP, was a launch title for the system. The menu screen reminds me a lot of the PSP version, but we actually have a 2.5D beat-em-up, and I dig its presentation. Though I'm not sure why Spider-Man runs like an old man. These darn hooligans always on my city streets. The game's pretty simple, but I like the way it controls. And even though this is a launch title for the DS, they don't force the touchscreen onto you like I was afraid they were going to. You literally just tap the special move you want to perform, then press the R button to perform it. Very neat. So what's wrong with it? I'm sure I'm already getting complaints in the comments about complaining about the objective system in the GBA games, but in this one, it goes way too far. Most of the objectives in the first game are usually about defeating like 8 enemies or so, right? Well, try 23 in a level that's huge. And they really hide these enemies from you. I couldn't find the last enemy and I was looking everywhere. And turns out he was under these train tracks, which I didn't even realize you can go under. And then I died and had to do everything all over again. Then the next level, you have to fight about 13 enemies and rescue 13 hostages, who are usually next to each other. But you have a strict time limit of 5 minutes in the exact same level, but bigger. Ugh, why? I really like this game. I love Spider-Man's dopey low polygonal model, but you just had to do this. Why? I'm not sure if this one's a me issue or not. Maybe it is, I don't know. But I can tell you one thing, is that I sure don't like it. And with that, we are finally done with Spider-Man 2. Thank goodness. Phew, that was a lot of versions. But let's circle back to the flagship version, because it really was an incredible licensed movie game, especially for its time. Treyarch did something absolutely incredible here, and they showed their passion for Spider-Man, which resonated with players and critics alike. And so Activision immediately got them on the next title. But if you would assume that we're going to Spider-Man 3 next, thankfully not, as we have 5 games to look at before we talk about that. So we're actually headed to the comic book universe, as our next game takes place in an ultimate timeline. We boot the game up and the game for some reason needs to load already before we load up our save file. But you know what? That's okay, because this main menu music goes hard! What also goes hard is, since this game takes place in a comic book continuity, the presentation of this game takes inspiration directly from it, and it looks absolutely fantastic. Not since the Genesis or Super Nintendo games have we seen a game pulled directly from the comics in this type of manner. And this game, I'd say, does it the best. It feels like you're actually playing a comic book. The game even one-ups itself, because the game's cutscenes are actually presented exactly like a comic book, with frames, action text, and even some effects. This would probably be better running on an actual console in its resolution on a CRT display, because the game upscaled, you can pretty much tell when the game's assets are lower resolution, kind of breaking the immersion. But even then, this doesn't ruin it for me, as I dig this game so much. Something I did notice though is that the cutscenes can be a bit too animated with very exaggerated movements, which of course is emulating the exaggerated frames of the comics, but still, makes it a little weird sometimes. But while the game does look amazing, I do love seeing the long-distant buildings in just regular untextured shapes, which is kind of funny. But again, this is something you would see in a comic book, and like with Spider-Man 2, it probably wouldn't be as noticeable on a CRT back in the day. Although I do have one issue, and I have no idea if this is the emulator doing this or if this was a glitch in the original game, but sometimes the buildings would just get all jumbled up. However, exiting the game and reloading the entire save file seemed to fix the problem. And I feel like if this was an emulator issue, I would have to restart the entire emulator, but I have no clue, honestly. Either way, the gameplay here is Spider-Man 2, but more polished. The combat is a lot more streamlined, which I actually do like, though I'm sure people who have mastered all the combos in Spider-Man 2 probably don't, but web swinging feels actually much better than Spider-Man 2's. A small issue I do have though is that they put the boost button on the B button rather than the L button, and I personally don't like that. Having swing on the right trigger and boost on the left trigger meant you could have your thumb on the jump button at any point, but now you have to commit your thumb to either boost or jump, and I'm not a big fan of that. It's not a huge deal, but it's just something I don't like. They also got rid of the charge jump, but in its place is a double jump, which I way prefer. With the double jump, you can get absolutely insane momentum just flying across the city at blistering speeds. It's absolutely insane. This, in my opinion, makes the web swinging so much better than Spider-Man 2, though I know that some people much prefer the upgrades you can get, but with the physics of Ultimate being a lot smoother and the double jump giving you massive momentum, this is a lot better and so much fun. What also is more fun is Spider-Man talks a lot more in this game during the actual gameplay, which I actually enjoy.
Hurry up before the cops get here.
What? I don't count.
Spider-Man!
Aw, you do know me. I feel all warm and fuzzy now.
I actually think comic book writers and video game writers go pretty hand in hand, as with a comic book writer, you get a lot more dialogue during actual gameplay. And I actually like that, especially in this game. Spider-Man's always got something to say given the situation, and even if it's repeated a couple times making it repetitive, it's still pretty fun nonetheless.
Water is gathered in parts I didn't even know I had yet.
Excuse me? Oh, which reminds me, like with the comics, Spider-Man is actually a lot younger in this game compared to what we've been used to so far, which I think makes this game very unique, and I actually really like it. He acts a lot more temperamental, but justifying the fact that he's 15, his temper is actually kind of warranted in a lot of areas.
You need to call.
I need to quit getting almost killed by stupid people is what I need.
With the 15-year-old Spider-Man, we got a new voice actor, which in my opinion does a great kid voice without sounding too annoying. It's such a unique adaptation of Spider-Man that's done so well, I can't help but find it's extremely charming.
Hey you! Is that a rhinoceros horn or you just happy to see? I'm so scared I can't even finish my lame joke.
Like with Spider-Man 2, there are breaks in the story where you have to complete a certain amount of objectives in order to progress in the story. With Spider-Man 2, you had complete freedom to do whatever you wanted. However, here, you are required to engage with more of the game's side content, as you have a certain amount of tokens, race medals, crime raids, and of course city events, the side missions from the previous game, in order to unlock the next mission. I could see some people not liking this, however, I can understand, as speaking from someone who played Spider-Man 2 who only focused on the side missions to progress the story, I could see why Treyarch probably wanted to make their hard work on the races more of a priority for you to experience. On the upside though, you can actually stack these missions in advance. So if you take the day off from the story and just do a bunch of side missions, you can stack up your objectives so you can play the story in a clean run, which is cool. Also, the side missions this time are more random events, so you're not going around the city hearing, "Hey, I'm waving here!" But now for the other half of this game, because Spider-Man is not the only playable character. You also get to play as Venom, and he's awesome to play as. Although Venom did actually break Dolphin there for a while, because every time I would get to this section and leap up, Dolphin would always crash, which is kind of annoying but hilarious. I don't know if this happened to anyone else because I don't see anything on the wiki, but thankfully it didn't stop me from playing the game for this retrospective. And I'm thankful that's the case, because Venom is awesome to play as. Every time you walk, the screen subtly shakes, giving him such a big feel, and he can also leap like the Hulk. And honestly, I think this might be a little too much, because this lad can literally leap over skyscrapers. It's insane, but makes him extremely fun to play as. I'm shocked that the PS2 and GameCube can even handle this, like holy moly, this is insane. However, there is a catch to Venom, because if you notice, Venom's health will slowly but surely drain while you're playing as him. So as you can imagine, you have to, okay, I'm sorry, but like, what happens to the civilians when I feed off them? Are they still alive? Like, yeah, I spit them back out, and it's not like I spit out their skeleton or anything, but like, are they dead? And even if they aren't dead, I've had to have given them years worth of trauma, especially the kid. I don't know which one's better or worse. I'm not gonna lie to you. Apparently this part of the game was to make fun of the balloon kid in Spider-Man 2, but I didn't hate the kid that much. I didn't mind getting his balloon. I didn't want to give him trauma. The weirdest thing about this is that you cannot feed on enemies to regain your health. Well, okay, I mean you can, but it's only a little bit of HP. This game wants you to feed on civilians. That is so weird. Anyway, Venom is cool to play as regardless. He's got really strong close range attacks and has really long range attacks, while also being able to grab cars or even people and either chuck them like a basketball or just absolutely crush their skull into the pavement. You know, it's weird I'm fine with that, but not fine with eating children. Please don't take that out of context. I will say the story was entertaining, but not really that great. I might be missing out on some context because I've never read the Ultimate Comics, but while the story is far from bad, I don't know, it just wasn't very exciting, you know? There were some good bits here and there, some I already mentioned, but in terms of the story as a whole, it's kind of, stuff kinda happens story. Not a bad story, but it just feels like things happen for the sake of a story, you know? If it wasn't for the awesome cutscenes, the story wouldn't be all that memorable in my opinion. But the ending was pretty cool. Peter and Eddie both get taken by tombs and Peter becomes Carnage. That was sick. I was hoping you would get to play as him, but nah. Unfortunately, you play as Venom and you take down Carnage. Then you play as Spider-Man and stop Venom from killing the tracks guy, forgot his name. A bit of an annoying boss fight because of all this fire, but the final boss theme is actually really good.
Barely made it.
Overall, if you're a Spider-Man fan and you haven't played this game, how are you watching this video and have not played this game? If you can, I'd recommend trying to get the PC version, as you can even do some widescreen hacks and fix some small issues, though I could not figure out how to set it up. So that's why I stuck with playing it on Dolphin this go around. Either way, give this game a shot. Venom eating people aside. But maybe you like that, I don't know. But I hear ya. What if you wanted to eat people on the go? What? The GBA version is in the same style as the other movie games on Game Boy Advance. Which means there are objectives, but there are multiple objectives spread across the level and each objective is locked into one area, making the objectives way more digestible and not as boring. So you can progress through the stage as normal without having to worry about trinkets or some garbage. Up until one section of the level, which is much easier to locate because it narrows it down at least. Much more digestible and makes it way easier to pick up and play. Not a big fan of the presentation though. It does that thing where they turn 3D models into sprites, and it doesn't look bad or anything, but it doesn't necessarily look amazing either. But Spider-Man controls and moves around fine. The web swinging feels pretty smooth. There's even some more depth to the combat because there's a few moves you can perform, so this is fine. You can even play as Venom just like the console version, though I gotta be honest, his levels suck. I don't know how they made Venom boring, but they sure did. You seem to play as Venom a lot more in this version, which would be great, but his levels just get so tedious. At least he can finally eat enemies this time, though he doesn't spit them out like he does in the console, so that's terrifying. But his health seems to go down so much quicker, so you're just having to feed on enemies so much more, and you have to get them to a point of health before you can gobble them up. But it's so close to their death you may accidentally kill them, or if you're on a ledge, you could accidentally knock them off because the knockback is so sensitive. Carnage is also in this version, and his boss fight is way more annoying, and it's in this tiny little square for some reason. The final level, you swap between Venom and Spider-Man over and over, which I did like, I'll very much admit, even though the Venom sections, once again, were worse than the Spider-Man sections. And then you don't fight Venom on the rooftop. You fight him in Drax's office, and the whole time Drax is like, "Oh no, did I leave the oven on?" Still, I guess it's a fine version of the game. It's my favorite GBA game so far, just due to the objectives helping the pacing a lot more. But man, those Venom segments really drag the game down, honestly. Well, hopefully the DS version isn't a repeat of Spider-Man 2. Well, it isn't, but... Alright, so Ultimate Spider-Man on DS is based on basically the same framework as Spider-Man 2 on DS, but thankfully, there are no objectives. There is some, but it's handled a lot like the GBA version. Good, 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 good. We can enjoy Spider-Man's dopey low polygonal model in peace. Everything gameplay-wise is pretty much the exact same as Spider-Man 2, except, you know how I praise Spider-Man 2 for not forcing the touchscreen down your throat? Well, oh boy! Certain sections require you to stroke the touchscreen, their words, not mine. And while these sections are kind of annoying, I'm fine with these. They're okay. But with Venom, the touchscreen is absolutely shoved down your throat. First of all, Venom sections are entirely played on the bottom screen, which is why you're only seeing it in this little corner down here, because the Spider-Man sections are all on the top screen, and then Venom's are on the bottom screen. Kinda cool. It's like a different screen for each character's perspective. Woo! But it just kind of makes it annoying to record, but whatever, I can swallow that. But to feed on enemies, you are forced to use the touchscreen to grab onto the enemies, draw them to you, literally, and it doesn't really work. It's finicky, and it's downright distracting. Using the touchscreen isn't the problem, I get it. Ooh, it's the DS, gotta use that fancy touchscreen. But you have to make stuff fully around the touchscreen, and maybe like 1 or 2 other buttons. You know why games like Cooking Mama or Elite Beat Agents or Peppa Pig on DS, whatever, works so well? It's because they are fully designed around the touchscreen, not asking you to use both the touchscreen and buttons. Nope, I'm sorry. I just can't do it. Not like this anyway. If this was just the Spider-Man gameplay, this game would be alright. But once again, Venom somehow drags down the entire experience. And maybe I would stick with it if I felt like there was a reason to, but the game's story is literally just the console version. So just play the console version, it's way better, or even the Game Boy Advance version. Which means we are moving on to probably one of the first Activision handheld exclusive Spider-Man game. Spider-Man Battle for New York on Game Boy Advance, and Spider-Man Battle for New York on Nintendo DS. It's the same game again, but worse. First of all, I just gotta get this out of the way because I just gotta. The music in this game is terrible. Like, I haven't even mentioned the soundtrack in any of these games, especially the GBA ones, just because there's simply nothing to talk about. But this genuinely gave me a headache. And the best part is they were too lazy on the soundtrack. They didn't even make new ones. So it's just the same track every time you play as Goblin or Spider-Man. So I actually had to mute the soundtrack and put on a podcast because it was actually that bad. So safe to say, I will be using music from other sources. Thank you very much. Anyway, Spider-Man Battle for New York City on GBA is Ultimate Spider-Man on GBA, but worse. It has the exact same structure and everything, except the levels are so much more tedious. Instead of Venom, we have Green Goblin this time around, who can shoot fireballs for some reason. Hey, that sounds cool, right? Well, once again, they somehow made the level so tedious with like 1 billion enemies constantly throwing themselves at you and giving you objectives that are so slow and monotonous that it makes the levels such a drag. And unlike Ultimate Spider-Man, this stems over to Spider-Man's levels as well. His aren't as bad, but still very tedious. And the DS version is kind of the same. Like, it follows the same structure, but it's kind of different. There's actual cutscenes this time, and there's even voice acting, Spider-Man being voiced by James Arnold Taylor. And look, I love me some Ratchet and... But I'll admit, I kind of preferred the kid from the last game. It's alright, but I think the DS version is a little bit easier, but I can say it's very much slower. In hindsight, I probably should have played the DS version first, as I think this version is probably better, as it feels like the difficulty is actually tolerable. But the main reason why this version is better than the GBA version is because of this Green Goblin model. Look at his face! But yeah, this is where the slowness comes in, because Green Goblin is way too slow in this version. Ugh. And I don't know why, but the model for the school just seems so weird. I don't know, it just feels like they got the textures from freetextures.com or something. I don't know, you know what I mean? Either way, didn't play much of the DS version, I'll admit, simply because I had gotten my fill of this game with the GBA version, which, again, in hindsight, I should have played first. I'll egg on my face, I got it. Ooh, okay, I've been dreading this one. 2007 was a huge year for Spider-Man, as the next movie in Sam Raimi's universe was coming out, and Sony marketed the heck out of this movie. Spider-Man 3 was absolutely everywhere. You could not escape it. Hype was booming for this next installment, and it came out, and it did not meet people's expectations. Now, I actually thought for a long time that Spider-Man 3 was actually the best of the trilogy. Yes, I'm serious. It was all just because of the black suit. I actually like the dark edginess of seeing my favorite character embracing his dark side. Kinda makes you appreciate the character's goodness a lot more. But after rewatching it for this retrospective, yeah, I kinda get why people don't like it. I will say, I don't think it's necessarily a bad movie, especially not the type of bad superhero movie we're used to today. But I guess it's almost worse because you can tell that Sam Raimi had great plans for Spider-Man 3 and wanted to do a whole lot. Like, that Sandman scene is still great, even today. But Sony really forced Raimi into a corner to put Venom in the movie when he had no real desire to do so. And it made for a bit of a bloated mess. Things just kind of happened and weren't built up very well. Sandman, for sure, being the biggest sign, as he's just kind of thrown into the movie with no build-up or backstory. Anyway, I don't want to go too much into the movie, but all this is to say, I think Spider-Man 3 is better than a lot of people say, but also not as good as I once thought. Now, this game, on the other hand... Alright, story time. This was a Spider-Man game I actually did play back in the day, but it was by complete accident. You see, I actually wanted the next game we'll be looking at, Spider-Man Web of Shadows, because I saw so many videos and playthroughs of it as a kid at around 2015, 2016, I want to say. I'm not sure. But I had the PS2 version of that game, and I thought the PS2 version was the same as the Xbox 360 version. I had Sonic Unleashed on PS2, and I knew the 360 version was different. I knew how that worked, but either way, I thought the game I was seeing on YouTube was the Spider-Man 3 game. Even if the titles of the videos could have told me what game it was, I was dumb, I know. But either way, so I begged my mom for it, and thankfully she got it for me, and I popped it into my 360 and realized I did in fact buy the wrong game. I was disappointed. But hey, I loved Spider-Man 2 as a kid, so I figured I would just cut my losses and see what this game was about. Do you remember your first game? Like the first one that you played? Just as an innocent little kid, thinking that video games were the most amazing thing on the planet. And then there was that one that showed you everything. I hated this game. Oh, I hated it. And upon replaying it, my opinion has not changed. But let's actually start with the main reason I hated this game. The gameplay. Mainly, the combat. Now, the combat is actually not too terrible in this game, mechanically. In fact, the combat feels a little bit more streamlined than Spider-Man 2's combat, but with more options than Ultimate's combat, even with the addition of super moves, which was really cool. And they even used my idea that I mentioned earlier, where you unlock moves gradually while you play the game. I've seen some reviews not really liking this, and I kind of understand that, but it did help me try out more combos. Problem with this combat isn't the combat. That's right, I tricked you. But it's the enemies. The enemies are so spongy? Is that the word? These enemies take way too long to kill, and the combat just doesn't feel satisfying. And the worst problem is that the enemies just kind of bounce around away from you with every hit. So every time you hit them, you kind of got to get closer to them most of the time, and that's if your hits even connect. It looks weird, feels weird, and makes the combat sluggish and sloppy. Especially the boss fights. The boss fights are absolute sponge cakes. It just doesn't feel like you're hitting them most of the time. You just keep wailing on them and watch that health bar just trickle down like a little bit at a time. Not to mention the hit sound effects really dampen the experience, as the hit sound effects feel like you're just kind of hitting them with a flip-flop most of the time.
I'm sorry, am I going too fast for you? There are actually 2 attack buttons. Try using the other one in this.
Yeah, that's what this combat feels like. It feels like you're hitting people with a flip-flop. Nay, a damp flip-flop. Compare this to Spider-Man 2. Not only did enemies die pretty quickly, but the sound effects felt good. It felt good to hit people. But here, violence is boring, and that's no fun. I think what makes it worse is the addition of charge attacks. Boy, you know what I love when I'm trying to do combos? Is when I'm trying to do combos, but if I hold the attack button just a little bit more than I'm supposed to, I'll do a charge attack instead of just one single attack. Not only ruining the combo, but also sending my enemy flying way more than usual. Ain't that nice? Pile this sloppy combat in with the fact that near the end of the game, when you get the black suit, the game's difficulty just outright soars through the air, where they just dump you in a room full of barrels and barrels of enemies. And no, the extra power of the black suit doesn't help. The Kraven boss was the thing I remember the most about this game. For early context, this is near the end of the game, so I was already realizing that this game sucked, but this boss outright solidified it. The Kraven boss was what made me hate this game, because it felt like the longest out of all of them. So when I died to the boss, I had to redo the entire thing all over, and it was just too tedious to me as a kid. I keep saying I was a kid, but I was like 14 or 15, which I guess still kind of counts, but still, God, I'm getting old. Thankfully, the Kraven boss fight wasn't too hard because I'm such a gamer pro. But if you think sluggish and sloppy combat is the only thing wrong with this game, oh boy, have I got bad news for you, because that's not even close to all my problems I have with this game. But let's start with a semi-positive, the web swinging. I think it's smoother than Spider-Man 2's web swinging, but not as free and loose as Ultimate's web swinging, you know what I mean? I'm not sure how to put into words, but there are just some good improvements, but there's just something about it. Maybe it just feels inherently jank because, ooh, this game is full of jank. Speaking of jank, I was plagued with a lot of audio issues. Now, I'm playing the PC version and maybe those issues are exclusive to it, but there were times where the voice lines and even sound effects would cut out completely, leaving a mute cutscene. Sometimes when I would open the game would have this weird audio bug where the audio would just kind of shuffle around a bit. And finally, an issue that I feel like was probably baked into the game was when I would enter certain areas that were echoey, it was like they were in the Grand Canyon.
It's those chemicals, this island's going to burn to a crisp.
Sorry to ruin your little plans, baby, but I'm not gonna let that. What was it? Huh?
What this game is also full of is horrible graphics. I mean, what happened here? How does Spider-Man 2, a PlayStation 2 game, look miles better than this? Some of the buildings here just look so weird. They don't look or feel like buildings, and the game is just so bright during the daytime. It could be genuinely hard to look at because it just washes everything out. How does the train station look like this? Like look at this. How does it look worse than Spider-Man 2 on the PSP? Why does Spider-Man's webbing on his suit looks like he's wrapped in barbed wire? But the human character models, good lord! Tobey Maguire looks like he got up on the wrong side of the bed this morning. And Jonah, what did they do to you? Well, at least he's voiced by J.K. Simmons.
About giant lizards running amok in Gramercy Park. Giant lizard!
And of course, I can't talk about the character models and not talk about this 10 right here, so I can transition to what I know all of you wanted to see.
Help! Please! Someone! I'm going to die!
Yes, the quick time events are very funny in this game, ha ha ha. Look at Spider-Man plummeted to the floor, ha ha ha. However, I do not recommend you see them while playing the game. No, I'm serious, because as much as these quick time events are very funny, and don't get me wrong, they are indeed, they are not worth having to endure more of the game than you have to. Because most of the time you get these quick time events after a boss fight, and if you mess up the quick time events too many times, you lose enough health and die and have to do the tedious boss fight all over again. It's not worth it. Trust me, no matter how funny it is, it's not worth it. Just look them all up on YouTube like I did, because it's not worth potentially having to play all these bosses again. Speaking of all those bosses, let's get into my main problem with this game and why I hate this game so much. Because this has to be the most unfocused and directionless game I've ever played. If you really hate Spider-Man 3, don't worry, you got nothing to worry about. This game has a whole collection of side missions for you to complete, and you have to complete them before you can carry on with the story. And if you didn't notice, my sentence structure there said you have to complete them. Not some of them, all of them. This game has 10 storylines throughout the entirety of the game, and you are forced to do all of them. And worse yet is that all of them have absolutely nothing to do with the main narrative. They're not even good storylines. They're filler, pointless filler. Most of the missions not even being about actual Spider-Man villains, it's just being about these boring generic gang members that just feel pointless. First of all, you got the Arsenic Candy Gang. There are bad girls who do arson things. Isn't that fun? They're getting things ready for their gang leader Priscilla to marry this random guy they found off the street for some reason. I like their theme though, I'll give them that.
Get him! Oh, and kill the groom too. I don't like him anymore.
Apocalypse, they are, you know what, I don't even know. Punk types, I guess? Dragon Tales, yes, they named their gang after a wholesome children's cartoon. They try to do some magic stuff with statues. Do you think I paid attention? No. And then they all three get saved by Kingpin, and you have to deal with them and Kingpin at the end of the game. Next up is the Mad Bomber, and he's also very generic, and weirdly, he's kind of staged as the main bad guy of the game. I mean, he's the first guy you see when you boot up the game anyway, even though he's not the main bad guy. But you don't have just generic bad guys, you also got villains from Spider-Man's popular rogues gallery, like Lizard. He does lizard things, and he gets into a tangle with Kraven for one mission. And then at the end of the game, you help him free the lizards, and there was this section where I wanted to jump off a bridge because it was really hard because these lizards just kept wanting to destroy the dispenser and they were coming from the water, meaning I didn't know where they were coming from.
It's over now. It's going to be okay.
Oh, really? Are they Spider-Man? Because last I saw, they're drowning in sewage! This one isn't a villain, but you meet up with Jean DeWolf and team up with her to stop Apocalypse, and you help her gather evidence, kind of off the books, and she almost dies once. Oh. There's Scorpion, who is a regular person forced into becoming a Scorpion, and Spider-Man agrees to help save him, and wants to help him come up with a plan. And he says to meet up at a base later, but don't wait too long because he kind of gets antsy. You don't go until the near end of the game, and he doesn't seem to mind. Hey, remember when all of this was about Sandman and Venom? I'm not kidding when I say this. I'm being genuinely serious. This game took me about 9 hours to complete. Right there, see? There's my time. It keeps track of it for you. 20 minutes had actually anything to do with the movie. You don't even get the black suit until like 3/4 of your way through the game. And I'll admit, it's pretty cool. Your attacks are stronger and faster, and you get this rage mode that makes you even stronger and faster, and gives you more powerful super attacks. But by the time you get it, you then lose it before the grand finale. At least you get this gem.
Peter, what's gotten into you lately?
Nothing that's stopping your gums from flapping wouldn't solve.
And about that great finale. Holy moly, okay. So just like the movie, both Spider-Man and Little Goblin Jr. fight both Venom and Sandman. The Venom boss fight is whatever. Smack some pipes and Venom goes berserk and you smack him and that's it. Falls on a pipe Mortal Kombat style. But the Sandman boss fight is trash. You will control Little Goblin Jr. Okay, sorry, I'll stop doing that. You control Harry with his surfboard, and after you douse Sandman in water while he throws things at you, and it's complete luck if the water will actually destroy it if he'll just hit you for free. But then the rest of the boss fight is just you slowly lunging bombs at him for what feels like an eternity. You're just doing this until eventually you're in a QuickTime event. And these QuickTime events are sometimes down to the frame and can be really tough to nail. My favorite thing about this is if you get this one wrong, Sandman will throw Harry away and he just comes back awkwardly like, that was kind of embarrassing. Let's pretend that didn't happen. But then you get to the QuickTime event and it's just impossible. You barely have enough time to see what the prompt is before your time is up, especially towards the end. And guess what? If you miss the QuickTime event, you gotta do the whole slow and boring boss fight all over again. Yay! Anyway, Harry gets thrown out by Venom, which is kind of funny. Venom gets Mortal Kombated, Sandman's daughter is safe, and everyone lives happily ever after. Except for me. Because this game genuinely drained me. When I was done with this game, I kind of just stared at this poster for a second because I just felt so incredibly tired from playing this game. This is probably one of the worst games I have ever played, I'm not gonna lie to you. For how much I hated this game as a kid, I thought I was gonna get like really loud and mad and all that. Like this game was gonna be the Rise of the Darkspark level of horrendous and maddening, but no, it's just genuinely such a boring and misdirected title that there's nothing to really yell about. I'm not angry playing this game, I just feel loudly tired. Because the game is about 8 hours longer than it needed to be, it looks like utter trash, the combat is terrible, and so on and so forth. You already heard me already. I almost don't want to play the other versions. Like, I feel like I need to play anything else besides more Spider-Man 3. But for the purposes of a retrospective, I must press on. So next up, we have Spider-Man 3 on the Nintendo Wii, which introduces Ah man, would you look at that. My Wii ROM of Spider-Man 3 somehow materialized in the PS2 version. Well, that's unfortunate. Okay, before we talk about the game, I gotta say, Bruce Campbell talks a lot more in this version, and he's a bit unhinged.
Grab power-ups to increase your endurance. You want to hear me say endurance again? Endurance. Okay, there you go. Feeling lost? Need direction? Well, you could join a cult. You remember when we were talking about dodging and how great a thing it is? Okay, just checking. You're taking quite a beating there, pal. You might want to consider the occasional dodge. What would Spider-Man be without his spider powers? I'll tell you, he'd be Man. Is that what you came here to play? Man 3? I don't think so. Nothing in life is free. Hey, I even get paid for reading these loser lines.
But let's talk about the actual game, and thankfully the combat is so much better than the flagship. The combat was really satisfying to string together combos, especially on bosses. It made everything a bit of a cakewalk, but at least it was more fun, including the addition of vault attacks, which is where you can vault over an enemy, get behind them, and get the upper hand. It's so visually appealing and satisfying to pull off. The game as a whole, I think, looks better than the flagship version, you know, in the context of a PS2 game, and sometimes Central Park can look kind of dead, and the web swinging mechanics are actually a little bit different than the flagship. It's a little bit more rigid, but smooth. I think I still prefer Spider-Man 2's and Ultimates, but this is by no means bad at all. Other than the fact that the web zip is on R1 and not just a quick R2 press, and the boost button is on the jump button. Come on, really? What I was really shocked to see is that this game ran in most of the time a very smooth 60 frames per second. Like I said, it's not smooth all the time. Sometimes it chugs, but honestly, this is really impressive. I also kind of like the QuickTime events this time around, as the buttons actually show up in whichever position the button's position is on the controller, making it a lot easier to know which button it is and react to it faster. The story is so much better than the flagship version. Don't get me wrong, it still has nothing to do with the movie at all, but at least it tries a little bit harder to be in line with the movie. The cutscenes are really weird though, because there's like 3 types of cutscenes. Some are in-game cutscenes, some are just ripped straight from the flagship, and there are unique ones to this version, so it's just very off-putting when it happens, especially because the flagship's cutscenes are so much worse. And they're also a lot darker and more compressed, making it feel kind of like a fever dream. But the best part is that this version cuts the storylines in half, only focusing on 5 storylines rather than 10, and it even has a new storyline involving which is actually kind of a part of the Lizard storyline and actually means a little bit more to the movie storyline. It's not much, believe me, but so much better than the flagship. I love Morbius's boss fight, by the way, because you're literally just catching him in a fly trap. That's really funny. Later, you fight his wife, who creates illusions of Spider-Man's friends, but little does she know this is actually just girlfriend therapy. But don't worry, that generic bomb guy is still here, just in case you really like them.
You surprised me, Spider-Man. I didn't imagine anyone in this city actually cared about this sleazy publisher.
I think the word cares is a bit strong, but... Hey!
You even get the black suit in less than an hour. Imagine that. It's kind of interesting because once you use it for a while, eventually it will make Peter become too angsty, and so we'll need to do a QuickTime event to take it off, and there's a cooldown timer before you can wear it again. And I think the more you wear it, the harder it is to take off, which is kind of a cool idea, I guess. I wore the black suit pretty much any chance I get because I like being bad. It makes me happy. Okay, yeah, I'll play the funny cutscene.
Hello? MJ? What do you want? No, I haven't found out anything. Don't call back. All those tests and nothing!
The final boss was a little bit difficult though. The fight with Sandman was whatever, but the Venom boss fight was so unbelievably jank. You kind of just had to wait for him to attack, go around him, and then attack when he's not ready for you, but his hitbox is unreliable as it feels like you shouldn't have gotten hit when you did. And also Harry just kind of floats around in an orbit like, hey, you want to help me out here, dear friend of mine? Well, at least I don't have to deal with that Sandman boss from the flagship, so, you know, take what I can get. But other than those gripes, I am actually very impressed with this version of the game, though I do feel like something is just a little bit off with it, you know? I don't know how to describe it, but you kind of look at it and it kind of feels weird. Well, the game got a PSP version, so we might as well give that a shot. Hey, wait a minute. This isn't Spider-Man 3. This is... Oh, wait, actually. Huh. Well, that explains it. Yeah, you can tell this game was made very much with the PSP version in mind, with Spider-Man being dead center in the frame, the camera that's stiff because it's designed to be used while standing still, the character models, missions having to load during a crime patrol, and some of the weird controls. But I have to say, the PSP version is incredibly impressive because it doesn't look too bad, even compared to the PS2 version, and runs at 60 FPS as well. That's honestly incredibly impressive. Central Park looks absolutely sad, but the poor PSP already has so much to deal with. Give it some space. The only reason I wouldn't recommend this version is the camera, like I said before, because you have to stand still and hold L. The dodge button is both L and square, and probably some other things I didn't encounter. But, I mean, if you're willing to put up with those, it's not bad. If not, just play the PS2 version or the Wii version if you hate yourself. But yeah, color me impressed. Vicarious Visions did surprisingly well making an open world game, and I wonder how much better they could have done if they didn't have to make the game for PSP. Definitely recommend this version over the flagship. I was not expecting to say that, but hey, here we are. Let's go DS this time before we get to the GBA version. We boot up the game and it uses touch controls for the combat. Why do they keep trying to shove in these touch controls? How did Spider-Man 2, even Ultimate Spider-Man, get this right? And yet Vicarious Visions goes, you know what? No, we aren't using the touchscreen enough. We gotta use it more. No, you don't. You don't use the touchscreen for combat in an action game. You just don't. I love how it tells you in the tutorial, hey, don't forget to lift the stylus once you're done. Like, the fact that you have to tell me that probably means this doesn't work. Yeah, no, nope, I'm not doing it. You can't make me. I don't care how many comments I get complaining about this. I refuse to play the game like this. This is like tying your shoes while walking. Like, yeah, you can do it, but why? Finally, the Game Boy Advance version, and honestly, this is the best GBA game we played. I actually managed to play this version comfortably. It's just Ultimate Spider-Man and Battle for New York again, even reusing voice lines from Ultimate Spider-Man, which is kinda off-putting considering that Toby doesn't sound like a kid. But the objectives are very relaxed this time, meaning you can play the game like a regular beat-em-up finally. You even get some additional agility because Spider-Man has a dash this time, and it feels just really great to use. You even get the black suit in 20 minutes, record time, and the dash attack is even better because you can dash through enemies and even walls. And don't worry, Spider-Man still has that Bully McGuire angst. One day I will trip you, Fisk. I just hope that when I do, there'll be nobody within 20 yards. Oh my god, Spider-Man with the fat jokes over here, holy moly. Finally, a great end to the GBA Spider-Man game. At least they finally ended things with a bang. And that was the Spider-Man 3 licensed game. The flagship version is an absolute train wreck of epic proportions. Like, it is actually insane how much Treyarch unfortunately fumbled this bag. I'm assuming it's because they were probably moved on to the Call of Duty franchise, which is great, but the PS2 version is honestly a win. I was kind of going into it hoping I could say it was better just because that's funny, but it genuinely did turn out to be a pretty good game. Lagging behind Spider-Man 2 in a lot of respects, but it's not a bad effort, honestly. The DS version and the GBA version was really good. But unfortunately, that does wrap things up for Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. After Spider-Man 3 came and went and made a buttload of money, that being $890 million, which is a huge chunk of change, I think Sony wanted a lot more control over the Spider-Man movie franchise. And after the whole debacle with Sony having to push for Venom to be in Spider-Man 3, either Sony wanted Sam Raimi to be more willing to do what he was told, or for him to be out of the picture completely. Spider-Man 4 was originally confirmed to be a thing, and was even announced in a very infamous tweet on Twitter that's retweeted every now and again, with that one Tobey Maguire clip.
They stole it from me, Carmine! They took it! That was today! Today!
But behind the scenes, Sony really wanted the Lizard to be the next villain of Spider-Man 4, while Sam Raimi wanted the Vulture. And I assume both of them really didn't want to go through another Venom situation again, and in the background, Sony was secretly working with another director for an eventual Spider-Man reboot, in case things didn't go well. So it was clear Sony was not willing to budge and basically spit all over Sam Raimi, which is such a sad thing, especially in the hindsight of what's about to come. Sam Raimi did something truly incredible with his trilogy of Spider-Man films, and the fact that Sony was just so ready to throw him out of the picture is kinda sad. Either way, even though Spider-Man 4 was cancelled, Activision was already starting pre-production on the next Spider-Man movie, which of course did stop production once the film got canned. However, years later, the prototype and an eventual ROM of both the Xbox 360 version by Radical Entertainment and the Wii version by Eurocom were both leaked, as playable as they are. The Xbox 360 version feels great. Well, you know, for prototype standards, of course. And how is it that a prototype can look better than Spider-Man 3? I know it's a little unfair because Spider-Man 4 would have been a newer game, but still, come on, this looks so much better than Spider-Man 3. It's crazy. A big reason why this game probably looks as good as it does is because Radical Entertainment repurposed their New York City map from their other game, Prototype. And yes, that's the actual name of the game, by the way. But still, credit where credit is due, the game does look great. Again, for the standard of this being a prototype. There's even a mission you can play with some profanic dialogue, which was really weird to hear in a Spider-Man game, but it was very funny to hear as well. This mission shows you webbing up a helicopter, and while it is incredibly jank, it is really cool and even had some cool camera angles. It would have been cool to see what Radical Entertainment could have come up with, but if this prototype is anything to go by, I think this would have been a cool game. This kind of makes me want to try out the prototype games, honestly. I already wanted to before, but this kind of just reinforced it. I recommend trying this prototype. And I mean, the Spider-Man 4 prototype. As it's really cool, just of course going in knowing it's a very unfinished game. And you'll have to mess with some settings with the emulator Xenia to get it running. If you don't change around the correct settings, you'll push New York into the Shadow Realm, and the game is already unplayable enough. There was even a second prototype though, this one being a lot more unplayable, but it comes with new lighting and even a storyboarded cutscene. Now for the Wii version, once again developed by Eurocom. This one was going to be more of a level-by-level affair rather than an open-world title. Only 2 levels are playable, and the state of the game feels a lot less complete than Radical's. But that could be because once again most of Radical's was already done with the repurposing of their city map. Also, please excuse this mouse you're seeing in the gameplay footage. That's not mine, that's actually part of the prototype, and I'm not sure if there's a way to turn it off, but if I had to guess, it's a way to do motion control things with a controller. I do kind of like some of the camera angles they got going, but rather than that, there really is nothing to talk about with this. Other than the main menu, which I think looks kind of cool. Interestingly, Eurocom actually finished the prototype 4 days after the movie was announced it was cancelled. Either Eurocom did not get the memo on that, or maybe they were going to see if they could repurpose it. That's just speculation, maybe they just wanted to finish it for the goofs. Either way, that's the end of the Sam Raimi games. There's technically one more, but we'll get to that. Well, turns out we're going to be playing it now, because I thought Web of Shadows was next and I even started recording, but turns out Friend or Foe is actually next. No, that's okay. I guess I waited years to play it. I guess I can wait a little bit longer. Spider-Man Friend or Foe is very different than what we've been playing so far, as this is more of a family-friendly co-op game, which was a very common thing back at this time, with such games like Disney Universe and Ratchet & Clank All for One. Though it's not the exact same, as while those were at 4 players, this one is only 2. But it is basically the same kind of gameplay style. I think a lot of these games were cashing in on LEGO games becoming popular, as they were just nice co-op games for families to play with their kids, or just fun co-op experiences in general. That's just a guess, I don't really know what started this whole trend, but honestly I kind of miss it a little bit. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 is probably the only recent example of a game like this. Oh, by the way, if you're waiting for Marvel Alliance, that does not count. Don't wait for it, because it doesn't count. That is not a Spider-Man game. I know it has Spider-Man on the cover, but it's not called Spider-Man Ultimate Alliance, is it? Sorry, I got off track. This video is killing me. Anyway, Spider-Man Friend or Foe is alright. It kinda hints of family-friendly shovelware a little bit, but I do think the production values and gameplay are just high enough it barely missed being written off as lame shovelware. And actually, I think the family-friendly nature of this game was kind of refreshing. It is even a bit nostalgic, even though I've never played the game. I think it's because superheroes are taken so seriously nowadays, which is completely fine, but I think it's important to remember that this is about a kid who can shoot webs out of his hands. It's okay to not take it seriously all the time. There is a plot going on, but it's extremely one note, but again, I think that's fine. Spider-Man once again is voiced by James Arnold Taylor. God, I want to play Ratchet & Clank.
Hey, Quark. Nice hat.
Though Josh Keaton is back voicing Harry, and it's just... look, James Arnold Taylor, I love him, and his Spider-Man's voice is fine, but Josh Keaton is so much better. And not to mention, they even have an ad for Spectacular Spider-Man in the game, and it's just like, you have that guy in the game, just let him voice him. Again, I don't want to slander James Arnold Taylor, I don't, but man. Anyway, Spider-Man's villains are all out to get him.
Got any clever little quips for me, webhead?
Sandman? You're a walking pile of kitty litter. Making fun of you would be too easy.
Until they all get abducted by aliens! No, not really. But they were abducted and mind-controlled by a mysterious villain who's using holograms mixed with symbiote. Mysterio. It's Mysterio. Mysterio is the main bad guy of this game. So Nick Fury calls upon Spider-Man. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's Nick Fury? That is not Nick Fury. No, I'm sorry. Who the heck is this guy? I liked his computer, though. The computer was great.
Agent Identity, Iron Fist. There is nothing funny about this name. Iron Fist is a master of the Kunlun martial arts. His costume is not funny.
Anyway, Nick Fury calls upon Spider-Man to find the meteor shards of the symbiote, and along the way, free the villains who have been mind-controlled with this necklace thing, which is just very funny for some reason because of how big it is. And all of the villains are just cool with working with Spider-Man, I guess. I guess heroes and villains don't really matter as long as they get payback on the person who mind-controlled them, which I mean, sure. But what is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing with them? Surely he isn't just letting them run freely through the helicarrier, right? But because of that, we do get to play as Spidey's Rogue Gallery, which is pretty cool even if the game is fairly basic. Let's go ahead and get into that. With every mission, you get 2 characters. You always have Spider-Man no matter what, and you can select a sidekick to enter into the level with you, and you obviously get the full cast the further you play through the game. Most of them being from the Raimi universe, because for some reason this game takes place in the Raimi universe, and I have no idea why. Sure, I'll suspend my disbelief enough and say that all these villains being alive, even though all of them suffered a painful death, is just an alternate universe. Sure, I can swallow that. But I don't know, I just feel like this should have been its own thing. It being in the Raimi universe serves absolutely no purpose, except I guess being able to play as these characters, but these characters don't really feel or look like their counterparts. Because Venom actually looks better in this game. But look at Doc Ock, for example. This does not look like Alfred Molina. He looks like he got his face smashed in, and none of these characters are even voiced by their actors. Honestly, I think this game would have been really cool if we got to play as all these characters and see these characters exist in one timeline, but much like SA1, it doesn't matter. I think if they at least got all the actors back to reprise their roles, that would have been cool. Having everyone with their actors would have been a cool thing for this game. Not like it would have costed that much, as they don't have much dialogue, but still, there's just no point to this being a Raimi game. Anyway, this game is easy as balls. I'm not really gonna say this game is bad, because I don't think it is. I think it's a pretty fun, family-friendly co-op game that doesn't overstay its welcome, and I think it's pretty fun for kids. And you have a pretty big lineup of characters, like Lizard, and he looks goofy as heck, and even some other Marvel guest characters. Yeah, apparently around this time, Activision not only got the rights for Spider-Man, but the general Marvel license, and weirdly, I don't think they did much with it, but boy, they started flexing they had the Marvel license in these next 2 games, specifically because we got both Blade and Iron Fist, and they just don't really fit in this game in my opinion. Blade is probably my favorite character in this game though. But what I'm not the biggest fan of is upgrading these characters and your abilities. In Spider-Man Friend or Foe, there are 2 types of upgrades. Upgrading every character in the game, and upgrading Spider-Man's web attacks, and you upgrade these using tokens you get during levels. And may have given most of the tokens to Black Cat. I'm not a simp, I swear. But I feel like they're pretty stingy with these tokens. Like, there is so much you have to upgrade, and I don't feel you get enough tokens to split between both characters and your web upgrades. In my opinion, I don't think they should have made it to where you have to upgrade Spider-Man's abilities. I think they should have just made it to where he would progressively level up during your adventure. And you can use your tokens on just the sidekicks, that way you can split the tokens between just one character and the web upgrades. I think that would have been a pretty good middle ground. Still, it wasn't the biggest deal in the world, like I said, this game is pretty easy, but I did die a lot during the game. But the only reason for that is there are no defensive moves. No block button or dodge button. You just have to kind of jump out of the way when an enemy is attacking, and most of the time, especially if it's a big enemy, big shock, it doesn't really work. This really ruins the boss fights as well, as the boss fights are just kind of meh anyway. I didn't really like the Dr. Octavius boss because you had to destroy these generators and attack him while he fixes them, and while you're attacking, he will attack you, which is obviously fine, but it annoys me because I can't dodge or block it. Still, there's nothing about this game to really get mad about, as the game is just so easy and short, there's not much to get upset about. Despite its shortcomings, I still think it's a pretty cool time, mainly as a co-op experience. Though, honestly, the levels might be kind of too boring for that. I got my friend Expo to play this over Parsec, just to try out both the versus mode and one level of co-op. Also, the versus mode is okay, though Spider-Man is very overpowered because you can pretty much just throw people around. But when we played the co-op level, he automatically just wanted the level to end. I'm not sure why, but hey, since this game is so easy, you have time to have completely unhinged conversations.
Why do they look like sperm?
Don't say that.
Why do they look like sperm?
Don't say that.
Don't say that. Like, am I wrong? They're racing to be enemies. You know, you ever think about it? Unleashed was kind of built for these races. I mean, how do you think he was born? You think whenever he was like in his father's balls, he was like, "Hey, what's up, guys? It's Unleashed here. Today we are doing the sperm race."
You know I'm gonna have the final round. This one's for all the marbles.
This one's for all the dogs.
All the dogs that have unfortunately been down in Ohio by those filthy Ohioans.
Cole, you're so white. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's literally what he said, isn't it? That's literally what he said.
Cole, I was referencing Kendrick Lamar.
Oh, Spider-Man Friend or Foe is okay. I think it would be even better if it had a block button, but if you're a massive Spidey fan, and especially if you have a kid you want to play a game with, this is a good game for that, as I feel like this is a great game for that sort of thing. Which is why releasing this on handhelds doesn't make sense to me. The PSP version is a bit weird because it feels the same, but it also doesn't. For some reason the game has these terrible cutscenes, but we still get the funny computer.
Hey computer, where's Nick?
Oh, I convinced the security staff that Nick Fury was in fact a life model decoy, an android unit impersonating Nick Fury.
Is he really?
Oh no, but I thought he could do with some time off and a full medical exam.
AI committing war crimes. We could laugh about this in 2007. The gameplay is really weird though, because it's a lot like the console version, but ever so slightly different. The game is more of an asymmetrical angle. You actually have heavy attacks, and I guess the characters are drunk with how these lights are moving. Yeah, I don't know why, but this game ran kinda weird on PPSSPP. It's got PP twice. But also, this game ran very choppy. I'm pretty sure this is the actual game though, I guess, I don't know. Anyway, this version might be the better game mechanically, but if you play the console version, there's basically no reason to play this, as it's not that different and the story is exactly the same. I don't know why they made this version, as they put Friend or Foe on PlayStation 2, and I don't think the game couldn't run on PSP, but maybe they wanted to make the PSP a more single-player experience? I guess that makes sense, but I don't know. Now for the DS version. Oh no, no, the gameplay is on the bottom screen. Don't tell me, please don't tell me. Oh wait, there's no touch controls. I mean, there are these instances where you have to press to interact with the Switch, which is still kind of annoying, but This is alright actually. I like the graphical style too, looks pretty good for DS. The only thing that does use the touchscreen are these lockpicking minigames, which are actually pretty cool, except they don't give me any time for these at all. It even tells you to be patient and listen for the tumblers to shake. But how can I be patient when you give me like 6 seconds to do these?
That's not enough time!
I was gonna try to play this game at least for a while, but guess what the cat dragged in? More objectives. And no matter what, even though this level is kind of small, I could not find this last hostage. I promised, I looked absolutely everywhere and I cannot find them. I found the other 4 just fine, but that last hostage must be the chameleon because I literally been all around this place for 20 minutes and I cannot complete it. I hate talking about these objectives because I know people are going to comment that I'm just being a wuss, but it just slows down the pace of these handheld games. I feel like they would be so much better without them. Overall, not the worst. Probably the best DS game we have played thus far. Maybe be better if I could play it longer, but not only am I annoyed about that last hostage, but I just want to play Web of Shadows, okay? Listen, my body is ready. I want to play it so bad. Bet you didn't know the game actually started with that, did you? Hey, Spider-Man, you gonna like help those people? I mean, there's a guy that's just getting tossed around back there. You know my favorite thing about this opening, except everything, is that despite a bunch of voice lines coming in, echoing through flashbacks, we don't actually hear Peter's voice outside of small grunts for a full 5 minutes. And then when you finally do hear it, it's glorious.
Now where is Cage and his search party?
Imagine you're just a casual Spider-Man fan, you know, you're only used to Tobey Maguire, so you thought it was going to be Tobey Maguire, or at least a Tobey Maguire sound-alike, and you get something that's even better.
Where's Cage and his search party?
No hate to the voice actor for Spider-Man in this game. I know you were just doing a job, but God, you were so insanely miscasted, or at the very least, insanely misdirected. I kind of like when he's doing quips because he kind of sells that loser humor, but it's done a little too well.
Cops will be here soon to gather you up and put you back in the coop. Coop. I'm on a roll.
We'll go more into the voice acting and especially the story later. Believe me, I know you want to hear me recap the story. Honestly, this may be the game you've been waiting the past 2.5 hours for, but please just bear with me, because I want to say that despite Spider-Man Web of Shadows' story being so Spider-Man Web of Shadows, gameplay-wise, this is in my opinion the best Spider-Man game that we have played thus far. Let's start with the essential, the web swinging. It is absolutely fantastic, if a little hard to master. When you first play the game, I have no doubt that you are going to fumble all over the place. Like, heck, I did when I first started. But the more you get into the game, the more control you have over it. And if you really get into the flow of it, you can reach speeds that you couldn't even imagine reaching in the other Spider-Man games. I know you can reach some insane speeds in Spider-Man 2, but you really have to learn how to do it. But if you're patient with Web of Shadows, I believe anyone can master Web of Shadows web swinging, mainly for how smooth it is. The game has got some smooth animations, way smoother than anything we have seen thus far. Sometimes I kinda just like looking at Spider-Man's movements because they're just so dang smooth. And weirdly enough, the web sound effect is actually extremely satisfying to me. I do think there should have been some sort of fast travel in the game though, as later towards the game you have to go from Midtown all the way to the other side of New York. And while the web swinging is fast, it still does take a little too long, and I can't help but think they did that on purpose to lengthen the game. Regardless though, the web swinging makes up for it. It's like that feeling in Ultimate Spider-Man I discussed, where you do a really good swing and do a double jump, only here it's when you go down a certain street with the buildings just in the correct formation and can just keep ripping on that R2 button. It's so good. The combat succeeded everywhere where Spider-Man 3 failed. Enemies can still feel a little spongy sometimes because every enemy has a health bar for some reason, but the actual combat is so incredible. It absolutely makes up for it. It can be a little bit on the repetitive side because of how flashy it is, but it's not too terrible. I think it's really good with the wall combat, which is the only Spider-Man game that really focuses on it. The coolest thing about it is the attributes of both suits. You can swap between them at any time with the click of the analog sticks, which makes absolutely no sense, but it's cool from a gameplay standpoint. The red suit is faster, but attacks are lighter, while the black suit can be pretty slow, but attacks are much heavier. And I have seen some cool stuff done with the combat system. I don't know if you're seeing anything on screen, if I can find any cool combos, but I've seen some combos where people actually swap between the red and black suit in the middle of a combo, which is just incredible tech. That's where I think this game truly shines at. It's a Spider-Man game which is great for casuals, but for people that can learn the tech, can absolutely master the game and play the game in a completely new way that hasn't really been replicated in any other Spider-Man game. Another cool move you get to use is the web strike ability, which while being a little bit repetitive, is really cool to not only pull off but to look at. The camera work is really what sells the combat, as it feels like the team really cared about how these attacks look in relation to the camera. Can't say much about the camera itself because it can be a pain in the butt most of the time. The camera itself is just kind of jerky and unreliable in general. But the worst bit is that the lock-on camera, which is on the same button as the spider sense, so if you're trying to swing around New York just trying to find enemies to defeat in between the story missions, the camera would just lock on to some random guy, sometimes making the camera do a complete orbitable 360. And this especially gets worse at the end of the game, because New York is filled with symbiote zombies, which are basically just there for show and not really for anything. Yet they are still an enemy, so sometimes the camera will just lock onto them for no reason. And worst of all, what you do to change what enemy you're locked onto is the right analog stick. So if the camera gets a little jank and you want to orbit the camera to center everything, you'll switch to a completely different enemy, which is disorienting. Those few problems, plus the game itself being a bit unstable, does make the game quite jank. But if you press on despite the issues, this is Spider-Man gameplay at its most exciting and peak. The presentation I think is also pretty cool. We're finally out of the PS2-like era graphics of Spider-Man 3 and embracing a kinda realistic style, but not fully going for it, which I think is a good mix. But though the animations are smooth as can be during actual gameplay, the cutscenes are, well, shall we say, over the top. Spider-Man pulling that angry cartoon character pose. This is kinda in the same vein as presentation, but I always love wearing the black suit because the civilians are scared of it and it's never not funny. What? Are you scared of my suit? Why? Is it because it's black?
Hey, no man, the suit's cool, but you literally killed that guy.
What? Oh yeah. The only thing I'm not a fan of is Spider-Man's suit, specifically for this game. It's a fine suit and all, but it doesn't really contrast with the black suit, because the way it's designed makes Spider-Man look angry all the time. I think going with more rounded eyes like the Ultimate suit would have been good for this game, because then the suits would contrast between each other, making the black suit look more evil. I'm also not the biggest fan of how the black suit looks, as it has no detail compared to the red suit. It just makes it less appealing to look at. I think taking cues from the Raimi design and leaving some of the webbing on, or something like that, would have been a lot better. Also, the one thing I really hated about this game was its boring mission structure. Once you complete a story mission, about 90% of the time, you have to complete a boring mission like defeating 20 types of enemies or something like that. And it was just so pace-breaking. It took me out of the story every time it happened, because it felt like the story was just on pause, as it doesn't feel connected. And how could I have forgotten the quick time events return from Spider-Man 3, and they are just as amazing in that game as they are here. And unlike Spider-Man 3, I do recommend you see these, because thankfully you get a checkpoint before each quick time event, so even if you die, you are put right before the QTE, and I thank you so much for that, Shabba. But now it's time to talk about this story, because this story is peak fiction. So after the game starts off with a flashback that thing we witnessed earlier. We then rewind back to the beginning of the game where, with no build-up or anything like that, Venom shows up and gives Spider-Man the black suit, which of course adds an angsty side to him. And after kicking Venom's face in, we follow MJ, who gets transported to the hospital. But then suddenly a gang war right in front of a random hospital for some reason. Spider-Man swings into action, and then Luke Cage randomly shows up, and this is what I was alluding to earlier when talking about friend or foe. Both that game and this game is where for some reason Activision just randomly started stuffing other Marvel characters, flexing they had the license to use those characters. Luke Cage is fine in this game, but you have other random characters like Wolverine, Black Widow, and Moon Knight, and they are just awkwardly stuffed into the storyline. I'd say this is fan service, but it doesn't feel like it. I'm a Spider-Man fan, not a Marvel fan, and much worse, I've never picked up a comic book. Yeah, I know Wolverine and Black Widow. Luke Cage I only know from Ultimate Spider-Man, which confused my brain when I first found out about this game, by the way, because he's much older than he is in Ultimate Spider-Man. And what in the world is a Moon Knight? I think this shows a bigger problem with Spider-Man Web of Shadows, because unlike any of the other Spider-Man games we have played, this one is in its own timeline. Not a part of a movie franchise, not a part of the comics, nothing. Which is fine, obviously, but the game does nothing in terms of world building. We don't know how long Spider-Man has been Spider-Man. We don't know his relationship with any of the other characters. Nothing like that.
Agreeing to some sketchy experiments. Next thing you know, I got unbreakable skin and super strength.
I got bitten by a spider.
No.
From what I was told, this game seems to be loosely based in the main 616 universe, as in a part of that continuity without it being a part of that continuity. And I think this game expects you to have read the comics or at least have some basic knowledge, because what little backstory that's told is just vaguely alluded to, like you're supposed to know what they are talking about. Oh, and let's not forget the Wolverine trivia game show that happens during his boss fight that the game expects you to know the answers to, even though the main people that are going to play this game very likely have not read a comic book like me. And it's not even basic questions. Like, one of them is about who Peter's real parents are, which is a fair question, even though I don't know the answer because Spider-Man's parents were never discussed in any of the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. But there's a few that are really deep cuts, like where Peter first wore the black suit, or who Peter and Wolverine tracked in Berlin, which was a random issue in 1980. Wait a minute. How would I, a person in the target audience of people who have only seen the Tobey Maguire movies and at best maybe read some current comics at the time, possibly know the answers to these questions? But now let's discuss the other element of the story before we continue talking about the main story. Because while you're playing, there will be times where the game awkwardly pauses and asks you to make a choice. You don't know what the choice is or what it will lead to. The only thing you know is that it's a good option or a bad option. 13-year-old me saw this and was like, take my money, please. I was really into this concept as a kid, finding out about games like Minecraft Story Mode and The Walking Dead by Telltale, and I always loved the idea of picking and choosing where I wanted my story to go, and it always raced my imagination of the consequences of my actions. And it was always funny that The Walking Dead was the best game I played with choices, and even that you can argue doesn't even do anything to the main narrative. But how does this game handle it? It's a marketing blurb on the back of the box, and that is it. Your choices mean basically nothing for the overall narrative outside of a few cutscenes and some very small dialogue changes depending on your alignment. I actually played this game twice for this video just to see how the game would change depending on which side you were on. And the answer is that I wasted my time and should have just watched the cutscenes on YouTube, because those are the only thing that change. The mission structure and narrative of the game is quite literally the exact same. The only major difference about the game is a few hours into the game where you run into Black Cat, you can either engage on the cheat on MJ subplot and team up with Black Cat to take on Kingpin, or don't cheat on Mary Jane and team up with Moon Knight to take down the Kingpin. But even then, the missions are exactly the same. You aren't given evil missions for being on Black Cat's side. It is the exact same missions you get on Moon Knight's side. Then after a little bit, you take missions from Wolverine, and then the game goes back to the exact same structure and doesn't change anything except the ending of the game, which we'll get to, including the part of the game where Spider-Man calls up a handful of superheroes customer service, which was really funny.
What about 4? Isn't fantastic?
For Mr. Fantastic, press 1.
Yes!
This is the office of Dr. Richards. He is away on urgent business in another star system. Please leave a message. Mailbox full.
But then after this, he decides to break the Tinkerer out of jail to make a bomb that will get rid of the symbiotes. And by the way, there's no build up to this. He just says he's gonna do it and it's just so out of nowhere. Then the Vulture and Moon Knight just randomly show up and act like the angel and devil on his shoulder. What is this plot?
Don't do it.
You have the right idea.
You'll be a criminal.
You'll save the city.
Hey! With Moon Knight, of course, objecting to the idea because he'll be labeled as a criminal, and of course Vulture being all in for some reason. But then Spider-Man says he needs someone to fly him out, and Moon Knight volunteers. Are you with this plan or not? And then Spider-Man literally breaks Rhino out of prison, and he's just okay with it. For a game marketing itself around consequences, it really doesn't show Peter's resentment towards him having to break out anybody. Like, the Tinker is one thing, you know, you're doing your best for New York, I get it. But breaking out the Rhino was completely unnecessary. And by the way, you have the option to help break out the Rhino out of Rikers. But my question is, how does Rhino get off the island? Rhinos can't swim! Okay, anyways, back to the other choices. Now, while some of these other choices can be kind of funny, most of them aren't that different. Like, for instance, when you beat Vulture, do you want to web him up to a billboard? Or do you want to web him up to a billboard, but be really mean about it? Or when you beat Electro toward the end of the game, do you encourage him to break out of the symbiote? Or do you encourage him to break out of it by punching him in the face? But the worst thing about these is that no matter if you want the cutscenes to be funny or serious, the voice acting in this game is so terrible. No matter what you want, it just kind of ruins it. The voices can sometimes be so low to where you can't hear them or tell what they're saying, or they talk too fast or just plain don't act at all.
Tell me where.
Oh, you'll get your chance.
Now, I am underplaying the moral choices, but trust me, as lame as it sounds, there are some extremely funny choices you can make. Like the very first one with the turf wars where Luke Cage convinces them to show up to a parlay to stop the gang war. You find Kingpin who is setting them up to kill each other, and you can either show off that information and that breaks up the fight, or you can just keep that information to yourself and let them kill each other, which is just extremely pointless and hilarious.
You knew this whole turf war was a setup?
You asked me to clean up the streets, and that's exactly what I did.
Yeah, good fucking job, you fat.
When you decide you want to go with Black Cat and blame it on the suit you swear, the first thing he says is,
"You're right. I could use a little more fun in my life."
Which I'm quoting forever in that exact tone of voice. But there's the best one. Oh, okay, so get this. Wolverine gets taken control by the symbiote, and then after you beat him in a boss fight, you can either choose to let Wolverine stab himself to get the symbiote off, in which he will have this very awkward scene where this...
I prefer life this way. It's who I am.
Must be nice.
What?
Knowing who you are.
What?
But then the Dark Path option is Spider-Man lifting Wolverine up over his head and splitting him in half! The funniest thing about this cutscene is not him just doing the zesty walk afterwards, but the way they portray, you know, this is a T-rated game, so they have his legs and body on the opposite ends of the screen, which I don't know how anyone is supposed to take that seriously. And also, I'm sure that they did not split his model, so I'm just imagining two separate Wolverines laying next to each other. And then the final decision left in the game right before the game's ending is just so needlessly tragic and dark. But before we talk about that, we meet back up in the beginning of the game where MJ turns her back on Spider-Man because she's mad at him randomly, and it does not get explained, because the last time you see MJ before you get to that point, no matter the path you go on, doesn't make any sense, because either way, MJ still cares enough about you to ask you to promise not to use the black suit, which you oblige in both. And then you meet up and MJ is just mad at you randomly, even though there is no indication that you broke your promise. I didn't use the black suit during the red path at all during that portion, but I guess the game just assumes you did? It just makes no sense. But anyway, that final choice. After that part, Spider-Man finds out that Black Cat has been infected by the symbiote and tracks her down to help her, only you wind up killing her in the process. And on the hero path, you put her in the convoy and she says he really loves you to MJ, but in the dark path, you infect Black Cat with the symbiote, basically turning you into the monster that MJ feared. And not only that, Black Cat says All of this in front of MJ.
Get us out of here! Oh God, get us out of here!
You're a bad man! You're a very bad man!
It's such a huge tone shift from the rest of the game, and it put a huge pit in my stomach when I got to that point. Which, I guess if that's what they were trying to do, I mean, a good job. But then finally, the grand finale, the best part of the game.
Gentlemen, we must prepare for the worst. Spider-Man can no longer be trusted.
No. You see, the child porn, it was just a goof. It was just for laughs, you know? Why aren't you laughing?
Now, this game actually has 4 endings. The good ending of the game sees you setting off the Tinkerer's bomb and then beating Venom and letting him sacrifice himself for the good of mankind, and Spider-Man and MJ swing off into the sunset. The second good ending is all of that, but you still infecting Black Cat, so Spidey and MJ aren't going to turn boring. The evil ending has you instead give Venom a little help in his sacrifice, and then ruling the hive of New York City with Black Cat by your side.
I always believed that with great power came great responsibility.
And now...
I never knew what power was.
Yeah! Oh, and also Black Widow for some reason reinfects Wolverine with the symbiote, which is not something she would do because she got on the Spider-Man for that, and sends Wolverine out to kill Spider-Man, which is just the cherry on top of this amazing ending.
Bring me Spider-Man, dead or alive.
I'm going with Dad.
Spider-Man Web of Shadows is my favorite game we have played yet, for both good reasons and bad reasons. The story of this game is a huge fever dream, with the writing quality of a fan fiction, with the plot that is barely held together, insanely corny, and with random character cameos that feel so shoved in.
Moon Knight? Hello!
But the gameplay, unironically, is the best. If you completely strip away the horrible story and just focus on the gameplay, it is the best that Spider-Man has ever controlled. And if it just had a decent story, and maybe if the open world was a bit better, as it does feel a bit barren sometimes, and maybe if the game was just a little bit more polished, this would be the best Spider-Man game. Despite that, I would not recommend picking this game up for its inflated prices it goes for nowadays, because it's a bit too short and the game isn't polished enough to be worth that full price. But if you do find the game at a decent price, I fully recommend picking it up, as the story is just bad enough to be amazing and the gameplay is unironically well worth it. Now, if you can believe it, we only have 2 more versions of the game to look at. Huzzah! And you would assume that we would have to look at the Wii version next. But no, because they actually put the main version of the game on the Wii, which is actually pretty impressive. From what I have read of game reviews, the game actually does seem to run pretty good, which is surprising, but it's the control that once again hinders the game, as far as I can tell, as there is no classic controller support, so you have to use motion controls, which stink. Still, I gotta hand it to them. I'm actually pretty impressed they shoved this game on the Wii. I just wish they added controller support, then it could have been a decent version. So we're gonna follow Activision's order and actually hop onto the Nintendo DS version this time, as for some reason the PS2 version has its own subtitle, Amazing Allies Edition. So we'll save that one for last, and that was actually the version I grew up with as a kid, so makes sense to save it for last. I actually do have high hopes for this handheld game though, as this handheld version is actually completely different from the rest of the handheld games we have been looking at. The developers aren't Vicarious Visions this time like the rest have been. This one was handled by Kryptonite Games, and their DS games are held in high regard. So please be good. Oh yeah, it's good. Spider-Man Web of Shadows on DS really surprised me. It is actually great. First of all, let's get the obvious out of the way. Spider-Man's model looks adorable. This gameplay is a Metroidvania. Yes, I couldn't believe it either, but it totally is. And there's no objectives for me to complain about, finally, and the combat is so much fun. The only problem I'd say is that there are simply too many enemies sometimes, making it very hard to progress. However, I will say getting about 3 enemies into one spot, punching all 3, especially the big ones at once, will never not be satisfying. And the black suit even kinda has the dash from the Spider-Man 3 on GBA, and it's extremely cool to whip out and even feels better than it did in that game. The game just looks so good too, like the DS games we have played, and haven't played have been looking pretty good, but this game I think looks the best. Like, the rest of the games look fine, but I guess they show their age a lot more when bumping it up to a higher resolution. But this honestly looks amazing, even upscaled. Overall, a great game. I definitely recommend it. I think it might be better than the console version. Not much to say, but it's just great. Now for my childhood PS2 version of the Amazing Allies edition. This one gets slammed a lot online, but honestly, it's pretty harmless given the context of what it's supposed to be, as this game is not a PlayStation 2 game technically, but the PSP version ported to PlayStation 2. I guess it makes sense given the time frame this being released in 2008. The PSP was still being treated well by Sony, but the PS2, while still being a juggernaut, probably wasn't worth investing a big new game, and maybe they wanted Amazing Allies Edition to generate more revenue for some reason, or they just couldn't get Shabba Games version to run on PS2. I mean, it was probably a miracle they got that game running on Wii, and that was 2 GameCubes duct taped together, while the PS2 wasn't even as powerful as 1 GameCube. So I guess it does make sense. Unfortunately though, while I was really excited to get back to this version for nostalgia's sake, apparently the game does not work on PCX2, as enemies keep getting stuck in doorways, soft-locking the game. Thankfully though, the PSP version works just fine for some reason, so to the developers of PCX2, you have really let me down here. Anyways, like I said, the game is pretty harmless. I think it's a fine game for the PSP, and I understand why they just ported it over to PS2, but I will say, I do not think the game really works as a console title. It's not bad, it just doesn't really have the production quality of what you would expect out of a PS2 game. I almost consider this shovelware, I'm not gonna lie. But for what it is, especially it being a PSP game at its core, it's basically harmless.
Spidey's pool hall, 8-ball speaking.
It's a 2D beat-em-up action game, and even though you have different things to unlock, its combat system is pretty basic, and the game itself looks fine, though some areas are really blurry, which was weird, and maybe this was the emulator, but the game sometimes chugged to about 15 FPS constantly. Again, don't know if that's the emulator or the game, but for the game's sake, I hope that it's the emulator, because this system can run GTA. The thought of it not being able to run a basic 2D beat-em-up is crazy. The game's story and the morality system are all portrayed by these boring text boxes, with the morality system being based on the response. I thought about maybe playing this game twice, but I didn't really want to. But either way, it wouldn't really change the game at all that much, although it does make some of the game's missions slightly easier if you go through the hero path, or slightly harder because being a good guy can be so hard. The thing about this version of the game though is the NPCs, because these are probably the most real NPCs I have ever seen in a video game, as a lot of these guys just do not give a crap about the situation that they're in. I mean, there are guys out here just wanting to keep running their Irish restaurant because if they don't, they could be out of business soon. Or this other guy who has symbiotes all around his apartment but wants Spider-Man to fix his reception. Or a guy that only cares of geoguessing in order to find a valuable reward when there are symbiotes literally everywhere. Honestly, these NPCs save the game for me, even if they all look the same, because as mediocre as this game is, I can't help but laugh at the absurdity that are these NPCs. It's just too good. And also, I will say that the relationship between Peter and Nick Fury is also pretty good, as at the very end of the game, they both clash because he doesn't agree with Nick's actions, and that's just my GOAT X. But the worst part of the game is the ending, because there isn't one. After you take out the wormhole of symbiotes, the game just awkwardly stops and says you won, congratulations, and then just kicks you back to the menu. You're kidding, right? That's it? Not even a cool symbiote boss victory animation? That's it? Nothing? Well, that's underwhelming. Overall, final conclusion, just play the DS version. And that's it for Spider-Man Web of Shadows. The PSV version was the DS version was actually really impressive, and the main version is the main version. But this is actually a turning point for Spider-Man games, as we're entering into a new era, as our next 4 games were mainly developed by Beenox, who have been with us basically ever since the beginning, as they were the main ones responsible for porting most of Activision's Spider-Man titles over to the PC. And after this game, they basically became Activision's Spider-Man video game factory, as they were the only developer to release 4 games for the next 4 years. And because of that, these games are probably the most controversial Spider-Man titles, with all 4 of them releasing to mediocre reception and really negative reception for their last game. But with the first 2 actually getting positive reception in hindsight. But let's go ahead and move on to one of those titles. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions is all about all the spider dimensions being shattered. Well, I guess the title isn't a lie. Okay, I kid. But while the game may sound like, oh wow, a multiverse story where we see a bunch of the same character teaming up, wow, never seen that before, almost sounds like a spider... Wait a minute. But this concept actually wasn't done before. Unless it was done in the comics. Remember, I've never picked up a comic book. But as far as I know, this has never really happened before, so this was a huge event. 4 Spider-Men in one game?
Oh, hot dog!
Time to free roam New York City with 4 Spider-Men. Oh, yeah, this was a huge point of debate about these two titles. People were not very happy about these two games having a more linear approach as opposed to the open world games Activision has been putting out. But I think that's a bit unfair for these two games. Plus, I think they kind of needed to go this direction, because as much as I love the open world games, I could understand if people were starting to get burnt out. I mean, heck, I think there was a general burnout from Spider-Man games in general, as around this time Activision was transitioning Spider-Man into an annual franchise, releasing a new game every single year with barely even any time between them. Spider-Man 3 released in May of 2007, Spider-Man Fender of Foe was released just a few months after in October of 2007, and then Web of Shadows released a year later in October of 2008. This, plus all of the other Spider-Man games, likely caused a lot of burnout, causing both of these games to release to both mixed reception and just okay sales. And the people that did care about it didn't, simply because it wasn't a free roam open world title. To be honest, when I found out about these games, I thought they looked fun, but I didn't really care about them either because it wasn't the open world style. It just felt like a cheaper game when, while yes, it probably was made because it was cheaper to make than an open world game, it doesn't make it any less special. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions levels have you play as 4 separate Spider-Men and actually has a pretty cool structure, as all the levels are about you facing one of Spider-Man's iconic villains and Juggernaut for some reason, and something I'm not that big of a fan of is the voice cast, as all of these voice actors had history in Spider-Man voicing in TV shows throughout his career. The Amazing Spider-Man is voiced by Neil Patrick Harris, who voiced him in the new animated series, and it's alright. It's not horrible, but it's not great. Christopher Daniel Barnes from Spider-Man the Animated Series plays Spider-Man Noir, and he's actually pretty good. Of course, the best one is Josh Keaton, returning from Spectacular Spider-Man, voicing Ultimate Spider-Man, even donning the black suit.
The black suit? What am I doing in the black suit? I hate this thing.
I don't know why, I just think that's funny. And finally, we have Dan Gilvezan as Spider-Man 2099, and he comes from the Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends show from back then, not the new one. And I don't think this one's very good.
That's me, ready to save the universe and looking good while doing it.
I like the voice by itself, and I don't even hate it as a Spider-Man voice, just not 2099 Spider-Man, you know what I mean? Anyway, each level revolves around fighting a certain Spider-Man villain and is divided up into 3 acts, with 1 level per act having you control each of the Spider-Man in their own universe. Amazing and Ultimate Spider-Man look like comic books, with one of them being a boomer and one of them not. Speaking of that, I really didn't like the film grain of Amazing's levels. Not only is YouTube gonna absolutely hate it and compress these parts of the video, but I don't like it in general, and yes, I checked, there's no way to turn it off. Ultimates was just way better, as it was a lot cleaner and kinda looks like Borderlands. Spider-Man Noir definitely looks the coolest with this dark atmosphere, but a lot of his levels can sometimes be a little too dark. 2099 takes place in the future and is more of a cyberpunk setting, which is cool, but his levels never looked right because they're either too dark or too bright. This game faces a big issue, and I could be wrong about everything I'm about to say, but I'm going to pretend I know what I'm talking about. But basically, the Xbox 360 and PS3 generation lasted way longer than they were supposed to, and because of that, I think a lot of games around this time, as of late 2010 to 2011 plus, were starting to get a little bit too much for these generations of consoles, with a lot of them either having a lot of performance issues or were games that just don't look the greatest because they had to cheese grate them to put them on these consoles. I couldn't get the PC version of this game, so I had to dust off my old Xbox 360 to play this game, which thankfully I got a few years ago, because this game goes for around $80 nowadays. Thanks, retro game market, a community full of kids who their parents never loved. Anyways, but I don't know, I just feel like parts of this game just weren't really designed with this hardware in mind, as a majority of these areas just look so pixelated with muddy textures. It kind of feels like a modern game running on Nintendo Switch, if that makes sense, though just not as bad. I have looked, and apparently the game does look a bit brighter on the PlayStation 3, but I feel like some areas look better on Xbox 360? I'm not sure, I don't have a PS3 with me, so if you have any opinions on this, let me know down in the comments. But either way, the villains in the games they chose are pretty cool. Starting the game off with Kraven the Hunter, you know, he's so cool, they should make a movie about him. Hammerhead, a futuristic hobgoblin. Electro, who Josh Keaton keeps commenting on his no pants situation.
I have become a being of pure energy, without pants!
Sandman, a kinda tedious scorpion boss fight. Spider-Man Noir's version of the Vulture, which is a really cool design, and apparently this guy not only killed Noir's Uncle Ben, but literally ate him?
That is dark.
Ultimate Spider-Man's version of Deadpool gets a TV show.
Welcome to Pain Factor! Is there a mute button for him?
This was actually a really cool level, by the way.
And is it true there's a clone of you out there with your brain but trapped inside a girl's body? Just that's kind of like... I'm still in it though.
Juggernaut and Silver Sable, again, why? A future 2099 female Dr. Octavius, which happened before Spider-Verse, may I remind you. And finally, Carnage, which apparently was unleashed by the Fragment because S.H.I.E.L.D. was running tests with both of them. And this causes Spider-Man to get upset at them because he views that as S.H.I.E.L.D. being irresponsible.
Never had that kind of power before. Tell me this doesn't have anything to do with him being exposed to a mystical fragment?
My God, how did you know?
Stupid.
Wait.
Just open the door.
Wait, you're going in there after it? Why?
Because great power comes with great responsibility. Something you wouldn't understand.
That's my goal! While a pretty cool structure, it did make the game a little predictable, and the whole game felt a little short and long. The game was about 11 levels, including the tutorial, and not including the tutorial. Each level can last, I'd say, about 40 minutes to an hour. And the game lasts on average about 10 to 11 hours, and a lot of these levels, you know, were fine. Though, I don't know, just a lot of these levels just felt like they were trying to stretch that time. I wouldn't say that they really outstayed their welcome, but I do know that a few times I was saying, is this level over yet? I think it's kind of the flaw with basing each level around one boss, because you're just fighting one single boss throughout the whole level. It's just kind of like, man, we haven't taken this guy down yet? Oh, and one thing I didn't really like was with each boss, it would awkwardly switch to these first-person segments where you beat the crap out of the villain, and doing this with every boss just got very old. Oh, and word of advice, do not dodge until the game tells you to. Even if you're sure you learn the pattern, just wait, because if you do it too early, it doesn't let you, which is lame. The main game feels good. It's built a lot around Web of Shadows framework, with a bunch of animations being recycled from that game, though retooled a bit, making the animations a lot smoother and nerfing the speed of the web swinging for a linear games environment, which feels good. Most of the game plays about how you would expect, unlocking moves and combos throughout your adventure, which felt pretty good. Most of the character controls basically the same, with some differences. Amazing has a lot more web-based attacks and is a standard all-arounder. 2099 Spider-Man is full of quick attacks and has accelerator vision, which slows down time for a shorter period. Ultimate Spider-Man, using his black suit, has more long-range attacks and even has a rage meter, which goes hard in the final level with all these Carnage zombie things. This was epic and probably my favorite level in the game, even if the Carnage boss is a bit slow. And finally, Noir Spider-Man, which is based around stealth and 1950 villains, which I adore.
What's to muscle in on this action? He's messing with the wrong gang. I'll fill him full of daylight.
It's nighttime.
Same principle.
It doesn't sound as good, though. A film full of nighttime?
Exactly.
See, this is why we're just goons, because we have stupid discussions like this.
The thing with the stealth is that it's extremely easy to cheese, as these villains have no object permanence at all and feels more like you're doing that magic trick with the blanket for the whole game. The game ends with all of the Spider-Men colliding together to take down Mysterio, which is pretty cool, though the Amazing section drags on for too long because you have to fight all these enemies, and Amazing Spider-Man's not that amazing for crowd control, ha! But you get the tablet back and the Spider-Verse is saved, as each of these Spider-Men all think that they're the best, which they're not because Spider-Ham comes in a post-credit scene and he's actually the best. Amazing. Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions is pretty good. Nothing mind-blowing, nothing crazy, but it's a good time. And of course would go on to inspire the Spider-Verse, so I will always have that to thank for it. Beyond the Spider-Verse, please be good. Now here's actually a thing with these Beanox games, because we actually don't have a billion versions of their games to look at. I'm assuming because these games are so linear, they actually got this game in its entirety on the Wii, of course being severely downgraded. But I gotta say, I think I kinda like some of the colors they got going on here more than the HD version, though maybe it is a lot worse than it looks. But oh, hold up, cause don't think they didn't make a DS version, because of course they did. And Kryptonite Games is back, meaning I'm very excited, and yep, it's a sequel to Web of Shadows, and it's even better. First off, we apparently do not have Neil Patrick Harris in this game, and instead we have Josh Keaton, which really threw me through a loop, because I was like, whoa, Neil Patrick Harris got better all of a sudden, what the heck? But then I was like, oh no, that's Josh Keaton. But you may be asking, wait, does that mean Josh Keaton voices 2 Spider-Men? No, because Ultimate Spider-Man was taken out of this game. 0 out of 10. But the gameplay is just Web of Shadows again, but a lot more polished, and it's way faster. There was even this small fix where once you enter into a save room, it saves automatically as you pass by, which is a very small but very handy thing. It was kind of weird though, because Spider-Man Noir couldn't wall crawl and Miguel couldn't web swing, which was really throwing me out of the loop. But you actually unlocked those very quickly through the game, and it did kind of make things a bit interesting. I do think the 2099 dimension looks better style-wise in DS than the 360, but that's just my humble opinion though. The weirdest thing about this version though was the weird stone tossing minigame where you literally throw the stone across dimensions to swap between different Spider-Men, and you have to keep the stone turning, and if anything touches it, this bar up here resets and you have to go all over again. And there's these creepy things that have to go for it, and these creepy hands too. Oh, what is this? I don't like this. But either way, Shattered Dimensions on DS is really good. If you find a copy of it at a good price, I recommend it, especially over how much the 360 version goes for. But barely a year later, Beanox was commissioned to turn a sequel to this game, and because of that, it meant the game sequel was going to have to cut down a lot of aspects, leading to one of the most controversial Spider-Man titles, Spider-Man Edge of Time. Okay, so Edge of Time has got a lot riding on it. Because of its short production cycle, that meant they had to basically make a sequel to Shattered Dimensions, but rip the playable characters in half, not focus on any new Spider-Man, and just focus on Amazing and 2099.
Are the other me's in my head too?
No, it's just me and you, old-timer.
And it had to be a heck of a lot shorter, clocking in at just 7 hours as opposed to Shattered Dimensions 10, which already was considered kinda short. But I'm gonna try to enter in this with an open mind and see what Beanox was able to deliver. This story makes no sense! So the whole thing around this game is that Anti-Venom kills Spider-Man. Okay, really cool marketing gimmick. Neat. Basically, the villain of this game, generic evil corporation guy, has a plan to go back in time to create his company Alchemax years earlier in the past so he's more powerful in the future. Present. You know. Now, believe it or not, I actually like time travel plots, especially when they are done right. The problem is, I really hate time travel plots, especially when they aren't done right, and this game is not done right. So Alchemax gets established early, but for some reason, this causes the Daily Bugle to not exist. How? How does a science-y whatever company replace the existence of a newspaper organization? That makes literally no sense. this causes Peter Parker to work for Alchemax instead of the Daily Bugle. Ooh, this game's jumping through so many hoops, you think Michael Jordan had a hand in its development. But the thing that gets me is like, okay, somehow the Daily Bugle gets out of business, maybe Peter lands himself a job at Alchemax and hasn't figured out it's evil, or maybe it's not evil yet, fine. But apparently, Peter Parker actually uploads his DNA, downloaded apparently. He uploaded his own DNA to Alchemax's records, which is something Peter Parker, Spider-Man, would never do. Not only would that cause Alchemax to figure out he's Spider-Man, but that would let Alchemax experiment on Spider-Man's DNA, which is something Peter Parker would never want. It's just a stupidly huge oversight that makes no sense. This is our only explanation as to why Miguel is able to communicate with Peter in the past, because apparently he uses the DNA sample which Miguel somehow already has to set up a neural link with Peter in the past. Oh yeah, and by the way, apparently this game pulls the Sonic Forces, because now they retcon that Miguel is from Amazing Spider-Man's Future of 2099, and not a different dimension, which was established in Shattered Dimensions. Remember the name of that game? The game that you basically ripped all these assets from? That game? Okay, whatever. But you know what? Let's actually focus on everything else before we get back into this plot, because I have a lot more to say about this game than just its story. First of all, despite my feelings on the story, the one good aspect of this game is the relationship between Peter and Miguel, also helped by the fact that a couple of the voice actors were swapped out from Shattered Dimensions, as Josh Keaton voices Amazing Spider-Man and Christopher Daniel Barnes voices Spider-Man 2099. And they are so much better, especially Barnes. He knocks it out of the park in this game, and Josh Keaton does as well, of course.
Wait. What if I just trashed robotic research facility? Is that worth a try? Anything's worth a try. Stop yelling at me!
What does it say? Actually, nothing. What does that mean? Honestly, that means she wasn't important enough to be remembered.
And of course, because this is a time travel plot, you have those time travel joke dialogue, and also apparently in 2099, toasters don't exist anymore.
Simple? A toaster is simple. A matter transmitter's a little more complicated.
If you say so, what's a toaster?
What's a toaster? Oh, never mind.
That's a terrible future. They're constantly at each other's throats. Mostly Peter towards Miguel, because Miguel wants Peter to get out of the Alchemax building in order to prevent him getting killed by Anti-Venom. But Spider-Man refuses to do that because it's not who he is. He's not one to leave a supervillain around, even if that means his own life. That's my goat. There's also another point in this game where there's a very famous scene where Peter and Miguel are swapped through the present and future, and Peter finds out that MJ is gonna die at Alchemax, and asks Miguel to go save her. Miguel obviously doesn't want to because he views it as a waste of time because he's got enough to worry about, but Peter snaps at him because that's not the Spider-Man way.
Hey, I'm trying to focus on what's important. What's important is not standing by and allowing someone to suffer or die because you do nothing. If you don't get that, then you don't get the first thing about being Spider-Man.
It's just so weird how you get something like that out of this game where literally everything else about Peter is wrong, and we haven't even gotten to the good bit yet. But this is a video game after all, so how is the actual gameplay? It is basically an asset flip of Shattered Dimensions. Amazing Spider-Man and 2099 are fundamentally the exact same as Shattered Dimensions, but they are very stingy with these upgrades, as you have to look for these yellow spiders throughout the Alchemax building and collect a lot of this blue stuff, whatever it is. You can collect a lot of these golden spiders via challenge missions throughout the adventure, and I like this idea on paper, but these challenges are a bit too challenging. And the thing is, you can't just redo these challenges. You have to kill yourself and then reset the checkpoint. Kind of makes you wonder if they did that on purpose to pad the game, but hey, I won't go there if you won't. All I will say is that I just don't think this system was well thought out enough. Another thing I don't think was well thought out enough were these free fall sections, because they suck. I'm sorry. Visually they are great, but there are just so many things that just pop up out of nowhere that I am not ready for, or certain pathways that you have to go through that you don't have enough time to see. So these sections just feel like trial and error, which is annoying. I just feel the game was not well polished, and the thing is, I know why, because this game had to get thrown together in a year, and I guess I have to give them some credit. I'm surprised it even works at all, but it doesn't help just how unpolished things feel. The game's difficulty just loves to rocket around like a roller coaster, because sometimes the game can feel really easy, but other times it's like the game knows you're progressing too fast, so we'll just dump you in a room with a whole bunch of enemies. My advice? Just try to skip around the enemies whenever you can, because surprisingly they are pretty dumb and just let you walk past them, so I'd say take advantage of that. Now, I think a big thing about this game is the quantum causality mechanic. I think when the game was being marketed, they wanted to try to sell this as part of the game, but really it isn't, as everything is dictated by the story. But basically, you know the whole joke about the time traveler moves a chair, the timeline thing? That's basically what this is, or so I thought. I thought that's what they were going for, but apparently it's something completely different. Because not only does Peter's action in the past change Miguel's environment in the future, but sometimes things in the future can mess with the past, which makes absolutely no sense, and no amount of poking fun at this makes it self-aware either.
I hate to admit it, but this quantum causality thing of yours is actually pretty effective.
No, glad you approve.
You know, for something that makes no freaking sense at all.
I feel like the developers realized this was kind of stupid as well, because it's never really utilized all that much. I only remember it was used one time at the beginning when they started exploring it, when a whole bunch of robots randomly spawned in and...
So, this quantum causality, could it run both ways? Affecting my time as well as yours? Impossible. It's happening. All the bad guys just froze.
And by that I mean it's possible.
That was it. Most of the time it's used correctly. The past affects the future, which it should. I like these because you actually get to see what's going on in the future while you're quickly trying to fix it. Like this one part where Spider-Man's about to get pressed, and while you're trying to get to the computers to stop it, you just see Spider-Man witness his life about to crumble, which is, you know, that's great. But speaking of Peter dying, let's go back to the story, because I still got a lot more problems with this game's storyline, and I am so glad I wasn't spoiled on any of it, because I got so bafflingly confused and mad with no prior knowledge. But I will say, I think the story and the game as a whole is just mostly padding. A lot of things just get thrown into the plot, no amount of build-up or any explanation to it at all. And I think that's just a given because of this game getting shoved out the door so quick. Story ideas that are great on paper are just not developed enough, or very well not thought out. Let's start with this first one, because Black Cat is in this game again, and oh my. But past Peter Parker runs into Black Cat, who's apparently under an anti-aging drug, which apparently she was a test subject for. Which sounds really dark and messed up, but the game does not elaborate on any of it. What the game chooses to focus on is apparently Black Cat was just upset about her being rejected by Peter, that she just allowed Alchemax to experiment on her, and the game maybe implies that she was lying about this, but it also doesn't elaborate on it either. It just moves on and doesn't dive into this at all. What did happen to Black Cat? Did Peter do something to her or what? I'm so confused, but not as confused as me finding out that apparently the CEO of Alchemax is Peter? That makes literally no sense. On paper, it sounds like a great idea, because Peter apparently becomes the CEO of Alchemax to study time travel because he apparently outlived everyone, all of his friends and family, which I guess made him go insane, and he wants to rewrite the time-space continuum to bring everyone he loved back. What? I think this is a cool idea, but not for a main Peter Parker. For a different dimension Peter Parker, or a what-if Peter Parker? Yeah, absolutely. But not the actual main Peter Parker. In no timeline could I see something like this happening. This makes no sense for his character. And also, why does he have a spider-mech suit for his final boss? Like, why? I don't get it. He still has his powers, like they still say he has a spider sense, so like, why does he have this, like, weird mech suit? Also, what happened to that generic bad guy Sloan? Well, okay, I know what happened. He got turned into this thing. But, like, is he not the CEO? Apparently, according to the wiki, he was just a scientist working at Alchemax. But okay, if that's the case, why does he care so much about it to establish it early? And also, does that mean Peter Parker was the CEO of Alchemax in the actual timeline, not the rewritten timeline? Gah, the more I think about the story, the less it makes sense. Spider-Man Edge of Time might be genuinely one of the worst games I have played for this video. I have no idea how people like this game, especially from a story standpoint. I remember seeing so many comments about how people love this game, especially for its writing, but I'm just like, how? None of it makes sense. The only thing I like about it is Peter and Miguel's relationship, which yes, is truly a great thing about this game, but literally everything else about it makes absolutely no sense at best, and it's just plain character assassination at worst. I'm tempted to call this the worst Spider-Man game, but I'm not sure. In terms of pure expectations, I guess I could say it is. But purely on its own, not even the gameplay saves it, because it's just a boring and repetitive game in general. So I would just recommend you just play Shattered Dimensions. It's 1000% the better game, and yeah, the story for it is completely one-note, formulaic, and the structure is kind of boring, but at least it's better than a story that makes absolutely no sense. Ugh. Same story with Shattered Dimensions, by the way, in terms of versions. Pinox put this game on the Wii just like last time, but actually even put a port out on the Nintendo 3DS, which I have no idea how they did that. I don't know how that's possible, but that's really impressive. But of course, we have a Nintendo DS version to look at, so hopefully Kryptonite Games can salvage it. Oh no, it's not developed by Kryptonite Games this time. Oh no. Oh no, this is gross. It's one of those games that uses 2D sprites in a 3D environment, and it actually looks horrendous. Holy moly.
God, he's so fucking red.
Fuck?
Huh, my spider sense is tingling, he says as he flexes every muscle in his body.
Yeah, I think that might not be the only thing that's tingling right now, Peter.
The story is completely different in this version, as in Anti-Venom is just gone, but apparently Alchemax doesn't replace the Daily Bugle, at least in the present, and Spider-Man doesn't work there and donate his DNA, so I guess that's better, actually. But the worst thing about this game is its quantum causality mechanic, which is way dumber than in the console version, because most of the time you just open a door and I guess it just stays open for 100 years. But the worst part is that if you need Miguel to get a password for a door, you have to switch to him and then go to that section where Peter is, meaning you have to play the game basically twice. That's dumb. Not to mention the map is just so big and confusing, and both maps are different but also similar. Ugh, no, this is horrible. I'm sorry. What happened in Kryptonite Games? They were so good. Why did you get rid of them? Where did they go? Ugh, I didn't really want to bother putting too much effort into this, because fourth wall break, I stacked up a whole bunch of these games, which means I have a lot of editing to do, and I really shouldn't be telling you this, but I thought it'd be funny, but it's not really that funny. Oh no, Andrew Garfield's taking over the cinematic universe. Oh no!
I'm not the werewolf.
It took them forever, but finally 1 year after Spider-Man 4 was supposed to come out, Sony's reboot of Spider-Man was finally released. I remember seeing Amazing Spider-Man. I was at my Meemaws one time and I found out about Amazing Spider-Man, I think because my brother was watching Amazing Spider-Man 2 one time. And I don't know how, but I actually got the movie off of YouTube and downloaded it to my tablet, and I watched it all the time. Amazing Spider-Man was always going to have an uphill battle, just no matter what. Rebooting a franchise for literally any reason is going to make people upset, especially because of Spider-Man 3's reception, and the fact that Spider-Man 3 didn't get a very final finale. Not necessarily a cliffhanger, but just unresolved plot lines. Either way, for what it is, I think Amazing Spider-Man is pretty good. In a lot of ways, you could probably argue it's better than the Tobey Maguire movies, but I'll always have a more childhood bias towards them. But even feeling that, I do think Andrew Garfield is Spider-Man, even more than Tobey. He's got a bit more of that energy. I think the pacing is what really hurt the movie. Plus, I think they're really concerned about just remaking the Sam Raimi movies, so a lot of aspects had to both fast forward so they could get back to where they were in Spider-Man 3. You know, Uncle Ben, Spider-Man's love interest, finding out that he's Peter Parker, you know, all that junk. With the Uncle Ben stuff rather feeling unfocused because it had to be intertwined as a subplot to the Lizard storyline. Anyway, I won't go on for too much longer, but we've actually got a bit of a different beast here, as while all of the Tobey Maguire movie games are basically adaptations of the movie's plot, and Spider-Man 3, this one is actually a sequel taking place after the movie, which I think is actually pretty cool. Problem, this game was released about a week before the movie came out, and it spoils Gwen Stacy's dad's death in the first 30 minutes. The weird thing though is that there are a ton of callbacks to the original movie, except for one thing, the fact that Peter and Gwen aren't supposed to be together anymore. They're constantly flirting with each other, but there's no callback to the fact that Gwen's dad made Peter promise to not be with her, which led to that tragic finale to the film. But no, Peter and Gwen are together throughout the entire game with no mention of Peter's guilt or complication of breaking the promise, nothing.
I just wanted to be with you. Even when I promised I wouldn't, I just wanted to love you. I'm lost without you, Gwen.
Peter, that is the cheesiest speech I've ever heard.
My only guess is this might have been a late decision in the movie script, so it is probably too late to do anything about it, so whatever, I guess. Oh well. Also, we got another new voice actor for Peter. It's not Andrew Garfield, it's Sam Riegel, and I think it's a good Spider-Man voice, but I think it's trying to sound like Andrew Garfield, but it doesn't. But if you just treat it like a regular Spider-Man voice, I actually like it. I think it's pretty good.
Joe's pool hall. 8-Ball speaking.
Did bro just make a Web of Shadows Amazing Allies edition reference? Anyway, what's the plot of this thing? Well, first of all, the game starts with like an 8-minute opening shown entirely in a first-person perspective that basically cannot be interacted with outside of some small head tilts. But it basically is showing Oscorp cleaning up the mess that Kurt Connors made, making cross-species headed by Alistair Smythe. But because Spider-Man technically is a cross-species, they start reacting to his presence, and thus they get all set free with Gwen getting bit and infected. With the cross-species on the loose, the whole city is at the risk of infection and causing a this kind of reminded me of something, I don't know what. In desperation, this sees Peter break Kurt Connors out of prison, with him reluctantly obliging even though he has much guilt over his rampage. And I want to go on the record stating that Spider-Man in this game has a bit of a lack of self-awareness, because after trying to free Kurt Connors from his cage, he gets spotted by an officer who rightfully shoots a taser at him, but then overloads the system, setting everyone free. And the officer justifyingly saying this is Peter's fault, and he replies,
I have to help you? You tased me, bro.
Mother Hubbard, are you serious?
An officer sees New York's biggest vigilante typing on a computer that can let a whole bunch of criminals out. You think they wouldn't be inclined to shoot first? Anyway, Kurt Connors makes an antidote even though Gwen doesn't trust him because, you know, he killed her dad. And even though Peter gives Gwen the antidote, Smythe takes it from her and decides to take it, only winds up paralyzed. Well, better him than Gwen, am I right? I'll admit, this game is kind of dark for a movie license game, because this assures Smythe that the only way to stop the virus is to create an antidote out of nanomachines that will just completely kill the person from the inside. And he even captures Spider-Man and infects him with his antidote, which not only gets rid of his powers, but is slowly killing him, forcing you to play the level without his powers, which was actually kinda cool. But after a little shock therapy, this eradicates the nanobots and not only heals Spider-Man, but gets his powers back, which, okay, I guess it kinda makes sense that electrocuting himself would get rid of the nanomachines, but even though the chances of him actually getting rid of all of them is kind of low, do the nanomachines just stay in his body? Does his body filter it out somehow and then he shits them all out? Like, I don't know, how does this work? Anyway, Gwen and Spider-Man spread the good antidote, the one that won't kill you or paralyze you, and everyone gets saved. Except for Smythe, who I guess avoided the antidote, and the game actually ends with him getting one of his robots to shoot himself.
I will never be one of them!
It jumped up a notch. It did, didn't it?
Kind of a ballsy ending, I won't lie, especially as the full-on ending to the game, and it's even after the credits, so you're literally just sat there after that. Anyway, should we talk about the game now? So unlike Beanox's previous games, this is actually a hybrid of an open world game and a level-based game, and they both play kind of differently. The open world is basically just a way to get from level to level with side activities like the previous open world games, and of course, has web swinging. It's bad. Like it's really bad. The worst web swinging I think we've dealt with, and I'm gonna include the first Treyarch Spider-Man game in that camp. I'm dead serious. But before that, let's address the elephant in the room, that being I'm actually playing the Wii U version of this game. The reason for that being, well, I was kind of curious to get a Wii U, and this was an excuse to get one, because when Activision released this game on the Wii U months after the console launched, they put all of the game's DLC on the disc, making it an official way to play all of the game's content. We'll get into that DLC later, by the way. But because of this, I'm not sure how this version looks and runs in comparison to the Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3 version. Maybe it could look a little worse, but the open world portion just does not look very good. Like, it just looks blurry and the performance just outright tanks. Now, the performance dips could be the Wii U version, I'm not sure, as while the Wii U was about the same power level as the Xbox 360, the infrastructure of the Wii U is fundamentally worse for the Wii U gamepad, whether you use it or not. Oh, and if you were curious, the Wii U gamepad is basically just a map and all of the other junk from the Oscorp phone you get at the start, which is really dumb, by the way, because having a tablet at the bottom right of the screen looks dumb. And also, when I was interacting with the gamepad to upgrade Spider-Man, it didn't feel responsive at all, and I had to press really hard down to get it to do what I wanted. I wound up just switching the gamepad for a Pro controller later on, simply just because I didn't really care about it. The gamepad features are cool, but I didn't care. I gotta be honest, I really do not want to buy another version of this game. I already bought a dang console for it, but for curiosity's sake, I did track the game down on PC and tried it, and while it does look better, it's still not great. Like, the open world just looks blurry no matter what. But a blurry open world, whatever, all fun in games. The worst bit is this horrible camera. Like, who signed off on it? This game gets compared a lot to the Arkham series for a lot more reasons you'll see in a sec, with most of it having to go to this very similar looking camera angle. But at least in Arkham, the camera would, back off when gliding or using your grappling hook. That way Batman was in the center of the frame. But this doesn't. I feel like a bird flying next to Spider-Man, like he has a bird sidekick. And also there are times where the camera just cannot keep up, so Spider-Man just goes above the camera, making it even more awkward. But it's cool, because the web swinging is no better. I get what they were trying to go for a realistic and smooth web swinging rather than the more fun web swinging of Web of Shadows. But the swinging is just too rigid and the physics are just so bland. There's absolutely no style or anything to it, and it just feels so floaty. It honestly feels like they just threw it in as an afterthought, just ugh. Now, the actual levels themselves do fare a little better, though you can tell it's just a poor imitation of the Arkham games. It's funny how I could basically tell that even though I've only played an hour in Batman Arkham City. The combat just feels kind of weightless, and in the Arkham games, Batman's animations are actually good. Spider-Man's aren't. He looks like a kid just trying to throw a punch half the time, and having to do his signature move to web up enemies after defeating them, while visually pretty cool, got really old and repetitive after a while, and the game really loves to throw a whole bunch of enemies at you, that it's almost impossible to deal with all of them, because this combat is just not good for crowd control at all, mainly because, once again, the camera, but for completely different reasons than the web swinging. The camera has basically a mind of its own. It will just move all over the place as it's trying to follow everything that Spider-Man does as the camera moves along with basically all of his movements. And when trying to use the new web rush mode, it will lock on to just about everything except what you're actually trying to lock on to. This is probably where a lot of the complaints of motion sickness probably came from, and thankfully I'm not prone to motion sickness, so I didn't really get any. I can play a VR headset just fine. But even I have to admit, even I was feeling a little woozy, constantly having to snap to a first-person perspective, moving the camera, and having to surgically remove it from whatever it's locked onto, and going upside down and all that. Because of that, while the web rush mode is really cool and ambitious, being able to link up with any surface and instantly being able to web to it, it just makes it extremely clunky. Mix a lot of these attributes together and you get the stealth of this game. This game has a stealth mode that the game pushes you to use to deal with the more packs of enemies. And not only is the stealth really clunky with, once again, the camera getting in the way, it's just hilarious to cheese. Like look at this. Now, one thing I actually did like were the giant bosses, as randomly throughout the story, a giant mech droid will hunt down Spider-Man, and these bosses are absolutely ginormous and are a really cool spectacle. But they aren't very impactful, as the frame rate can be so bad you're kind of just flailing around, and by the time you actually figure out what you're doing, it's basically over.
He's pulling his cock out!
Still though, I gotta hand it to him, these are really cool. I think that's about all I have to say on this one. It's got some great ideas and I understand what they were trying to do, but the execution of a lot of it is just kind of meh, not bad, frustrating, and it does kind of reach the bad scale sometimes, but it's just kind of okay. Oh, yeah, and that DLC content that was put on the Wii U version. It sucks. Like, wow. You got a few challenge modes that plays entirely differently to the main game, and these are kind of cool as extras, but you had to pay about $13 in total for this garbage on top of the main game. 2 of them are just rip-offs of classic games like Space Invaders and Snake. The problem with these being that they remove all of the charm out of those games with horrible visuals. Another one has you control Rhino destroying cars until the timer runs out, until Rhino gets tired. Fun, but gets old fast. And then this lizard one is just running around destroying satellite dishes. The only one that actually has some value to it is the Stan Lee DLC, where you can play as Stan Lee collecting scripts. See, this is actually pretty fun and is actually fine downloadable content. And also, this is actually really funny because Stan Lee actually had something to say about this after the game came out.
But here's what I'm worried about. Me, a playable character in a game, anybody could be Stan Lee. What if a guy isn't worthy? And I'm pretty particular.
And this caused me not to play this mode very much because I felt guilty because I don't feel worthy. R.I.P. Stan Lee, by the way. We all miss you. Anyway, everything except the Stan Lee pack are fine modes and fun distractions, but it should have been a part of the game and not paid DLC. This is why the Wii U version is the best version. But like with Shattered Dimensions and Edge of Time, this game did get a Wii and 3DS port, but the open world was actually axed from those versions, which is kind of odd. I mean, I guess it makes sense for the 3DS, but I feel like the Wii could have handled it, but maybe not. Still impressive they got these games on these platforms though, even though I feel like the Wii version looks more like the 3DS version ported up. I feel like the Wii could look a little bit better than this, but it's still impressive this happened nonetheless. Either way, of course this game got a DS version, and thankfully it's our last DS game. Problem is, at that point, do you care? No. And do I care about this game right now? No. It's basically the same as Edge of Time on DS, except without any switching mechanic. It does look a lot better and is a lot faster and is overall a much better game. But do I care? Not even a little bit, because this video is actually getting close to getting done, so I'm not going to spend my time on a DS game from 2012. I used to like Amazing Spider-Man 2. I first watched it when I was getting into making AMVs, and for some reason this was like the only movie I had, so I watched it a lot more than the first, and I don't know why, I really liked it. I don't anymore. Amazing Spider-Man 2 was like if Spider-Man 3 was an actually bad movie. I mean that because Spider-Man 3, despite its flaws, at its core feels like a movie that tries to be good. But Amazing Spider-Man 2 is like watching 3 movies at once, and there's some good ideas, but none of them are executed well. It feels like a romance movie, a mystery drama, and a Spider-Man movie all at once, and absolutely none of these 3 movies feel connected to each other. It feels like you're constantly switching the channel every time.
Hey!
Now, I will say that Amazing Spider-Man 2 does do Spider-Man the best. There are so many great bits and quips in this movie that not only feel like Spider-Man, but that are generally memorable and feel ripped straight out of a comic book.
Oh yeah, I was cleaning the chimney.
We have no chimney.
What?
I could imagine so many moments in this movie as comic book panels. It's genuinely amazing stuff. But that barely saves the rest of this movie. It is 1000% the worst Spider-Man movie. Like, there are way too many plot lines and the structure is absolutely horrible. There's this big moment where Peter finds out that his dad might not have been this great guy and turned out to just be a greedy person who left his family behind, and the scene gets no time to linger on and rest on it, as it immediately cuts to,
Come on, everybody wants my money.
You're a fraud, Spider-Man!
Anyway, let's get to the tie-in games now, and thankfully, this is the last Activision title. So for the final title, let's actually finish things off with the console version and start with the handheld version, as I'm guessing Beanox didn't make a Wii version of TASM 2, and the 3DS version is entirely different and handled by high voltage software. Ah, some new blood I see. This is just Web of Shadows Amazing Allies Edition, but worse. This looks bad. Like this looks really bad. This looks like a DS game hastily ported up to the 3DS, like wow. And what is with Spider-Man's running animation? Like, that's not even goofy enough to be funny, that's just straight up bad. The combat is okay, but that's kinda it. It's just okay. There's more interesting moves and upgrades you can get than Amazing Allies, but this is just the bare minimum. And then there's these web swinging segments that just feel downright insulting, and there are these certain obstacles that I have no idea how to avoid. I am genuinely appalled. If you think Amazing Allies Edition couldn't be any more of a waste of time, I genuinely ask you to play this. Like, wow. Okay, on to the main version, and this one, Ooh, this one. This is the one I have not heard good things about. This one probably gets a lot more flack because this was the first next-gen Spider-Man title being released on the Xbox One and PlayStation 4. I thought about playing the Wii U version like I did with the first game, but thankfully I was able to find the PC version, so we're gonna give this game the best chance possible. And my first impressions are not high, because these menus look cheaper and bland compared to the first game. Like, honestly, I would have just preferred if they had used the original menu again. It was nice. Like, they don't even have the cool Marvel logo at the start. It's just a JPEG. And these difficulty options look AI generated. I know they aren't because we didn't have to worry about that yet, but that's what this looks like. Confusingly, the game starts off with a flashback of Uncle Ben's death. Like, I know! Yeah, we know. We're just kind of thrown into it too. Like, there is no indication this is a flashback, so it's just thrown onto you. So unlike the first game, this isn't really a pseudo-sequel side story, but it's also not really an adaptation of the second movie either. It's kind of its own take. The plot starts with Spider-Man looking for his uncle's killer, but quickly gets caught up in something bigger as his killer is killed by the Carnage killer. Ooh, that's too many kills. Spider-Man gets a note from Kraven the Hunter offering help to teach Spider-Man how to be a better hunter. And I actually really like this part of the game because Kraven knows that Spider-Man lost people in his life and wants to basically be a father figure and teach him how to become a man, which Spider-Man kinda wants. But of course, Kraven turns out to be evil in the end before they have time to actually develop this relationship. I don't know, I actually kind of liked Kraven as not a bad guy. His values seem quite genuine and he just loves the thrill of the hunt and he wanted Spider-Man to be his protege, but I guess all that was a lie because it turns out he just wanted to kill him. Great. Meanwhile, Wilson Fisk and Harry Osborn make a deal to fund a new way to deal with criminals, the Task Force, a way to minimize all the crime in New York City. But because Kingpin is a villain, there's evil intentions. Oh yeah, and Electro and Goblin are here too, yeah, okay. Yeah, they're just shoved into the plot, like wow. When Electro came up, I was genuinely like, wait, did he become Electro? I genuinely don't remember if there was a scene or anything saying he became Electro. It's literally just sprung on you out of nowhere, and his boss fight is just kind of bland. Green Goblin is also just thrown in too, and I think even Spider-Man is sick of it.
The Goblin gave us this armor after he sprung us from Ravencroft.
Another one!
Maybe it's because I've been playing all these Spider-Man games, but I was genuinely checked out of the plot. Like, nothing was having any impact on me whatsoever except for Kraven, like I said before. And when he just suddenly became evil, I was like, oh, okay. Or this other time when you beat the Fisk boss fight at the end of the game and he just sits down. That's really funny. Carnage is probably the worst villain of this game because he literally kicks off the whole plot. He's constantly teased as a very scary, twisted guy, but you only meet him once, you arrest him, and then that's it. He's the final boss, and that's the very end of the game. Even funnier is that when you beat him, the game just immediately cuts to Peter in Stan's comic book store. Like, what? I thought I blacked out or something. That was such an awkward cut. I think the game's story on paper is kind of cool as there's a theme going on about the ethics of killing criminals, but none of it really comes together, you know what I mean? I feel like if they were just able to focus on it, maybe this could have been good, but alas, this is an Activision movie license game. That was never gonna happen. Graphically, I think the game actually looks pretty good. Definitely a step up from Amazing 1, but the cutscenes are horrible. It feels more like puppets flailing around. But alright, the gameplay. It's I can tell that they genuinely did polish things up from the last game, as the camera is a million times better than before because Spider-Man is in the middle of the screen. And the web swinging is actually pretty cool on paper, as each trigger is both your left hand and right hand, which is a cool concept. And then later on during the game, you can actually use both your hands together for a boost, which makes the web swinging even faster. It's still not as fun as Spider-Man 2's web swinging or Web of Shadows web swinging, but for a more realistic, smoother web swinging, it's actually pretty good. The combat has also seen improvement since last time, as the camera's a lot better, as it's not linked to all of Spider-Man's movements, and is actually pretty still and keeps Spider-Man in the center of action. The web rush is still not great with the whole motion sickness thing, and sometimes I think it could be even worse than the last game, but yeah. The game does try to give you extra abilities to freshen up the gameplay, but the only thing that's really different is the seismic blast, and that's it. You do get something called ionic webbing, which is just the exact same as regular webbing, except it gets rid of people's armor, which just adds a step to killing them, so Oof. The part of this game that I have heard the worst about, and the part you guys probably wanted to hear about the most, was the hero and menace system. And I gotta be honest, I'm a little disappointed, because this sounded like the worst thing ever when I heard about it. So basically, there's this little meter down on the bottom right which gauges what the city thinks of you at the current moment. This is because the task force really wants you off the streets, so the second that the city thinks you're a menace, they will jump on that and hunt you down. This is basically just forcing you to stop crimes throughout the city of New York, and this is so obviously just a way to pad a 7-hour game, because you want to stay in the heroic levels, because if you don't, the task force will make New York a slog to web swing through with traps everywhere, and this sounds really annoying, but I guess I was inadvertently planning for this because I just kept my heroic level up throughout my entire playthrough as much as possible, so I guess it's my fault that I knew about a criticism of the game and that I accounted for it, making my playthrough better, but also more boring? No, the annoying thing is that it will just go down no matter what, because there are just way too many crimes to deal with, so there's no way you're going to clear everything out in a timely manner. So while you're just trying to get your heroic level up to level 3, oh, suddenly a couple of people die in a fire on the other side of New York, causing your morality to go down, so you gotta handle a couple more crimes until finally you're out of the loop enough. It also doesn't help that most of these side missions are just so boring and repetitive, because they're all in basically the same locations and don't really mix things up. My favorite thing though is that when the story is continuing while you're doing one of the crimes, like I'm trying to get through a burning building rescuing people and Spider-Man is busy talking about donating his blood.
If my blood could cure Harry, I'd give it to him in a heartbeat. It'll take time and lots of research to find out. He's in no mood to wait.
But the worst part about these crimes is that unlike even something as annoying as Spider-Man 2 where you talk to people to start a mission, at least when you do it, you can just leave immediately after. But in this game, not only do you have to get back on a fire truck or plop down on the ground to start a cutscene every time, you then have to watch a breaking news segment every time you complete a mission. Like, if you really want to do this, can't you just put it down in the corner or something so it doesn't break the pace? As much as it sounds like I'm mad, honestly, I'm not. I'm just annoyed. This game isn't really that bad, it just annoys me with its presence. It's not as frustratingly incompetent as Spider-Man 3, its story is not as bad as Spider-Man Edge of Time, and the gameplay isn't even that bad. It's just bland, and it feels like it's behind from games from 2004. For every good thing that this game has, it does something bad or is just annoying or is just plain boring. That's just about it. It's not as bad as everyone made it out to be, in my personal opinion. It's just so maniacally okay and annoying and frankly disappointing, whichever way you want it. Because it's not really bad enough to yell about it in an AVGN way, and it's also not really good enough to be missed potential or anything good. This was a very weak ending to Activision's catalog, like honestly. Part of me was kind of hoping they just rushed this out the door and made this the most horrible garbage to end their games on such a horrible note. That would have been really funny or even just impactful, but it really isn't. It's just bad. I wanted to really end this part of the video with a very impactful note, but this game absolutely gives me nothing to work with. So frankly, I'm just complaining about the fact that I have nothing to work with to try to give me something to work with, but it frankly isn't working. But that's it. That's finally it. We have come a long way, but we're finally at the end. Activision's run of Spider-Man games were actually pretty good, all things considered. They were certainly a whole lot better than LJN's offerings, but I think that was because of the work of competent developers. Activision as a corporation obviously had nothing to do with this. They just accidentally had great developers that they just chucked towards a popular franchise and giving them all no time to do what they actually wanted, especially in the Xbox 360 era when Activision forced yearly installments. But honestly, I'm really impressed just how much they were able to do with it. Like, yeah, we had horrible titles like Spider-Man 3, but even something like Web of Shadows as a fever dream of a game that is, even though it had basically no time in development, it's impressive they were able to make what they made. It's just a shame that Beanox got the horrible end of the stick right there at the very end. I mean, having to crank out 4 titles in a row, 3 of them only getting 1 year development, it's just kind of crazy, with Amazing 2 only getting 2 years of development, but honestly 1 year of that was probably just resting from their other 3 games. But Activision's hold over the Spider-Man license was finally over, and things were getting shaken up within Marvel, because during the development of TASM 2, Marvel decided that they wanted to take the video game business a little more seriously. No more just giving Marvel licenses to Activision and hoping for the best. No, they wanted to work with brands to create games and be closely tied in its development. And of course, our webhead was the first in line, with the developer Insomniac Games, known for their work on Spyro, Ratchet & Clank, and the Sunset Overdrive series, were eager to work on it, creating Marvel Spider-Man 2018. Oh, hey, I'm back on camera. It's been so long, the lights have been out. This is still really cool. So since Marvel was looking to create video games and be more closely involved, they went to a bunch of different studios and just said, hey, what do you want? Letting video game studios take whatever brand they wanted. Nintendo took Marvel Ultimate Alliance and created Marvel Ultimate Alliance 3 with Team Ninja, which I think was pretty good. Square Enix took Marvel Avengers, which wasn't that good, and there are some studios who are still doing it today, like NetEase eventually taking on Marvel Rivals, which is a great game. But even before all of those examples, Marvel went to Insomniac Games, and initially Insomniac CEO Ted Price wasn't sure how the team would really react to the offer, as they never really worked on other people's IPs. But when the rest of the team heard about the offer, they were like, yeah, we want to work with Marvel. And the decision was almost unanimous. Everyone wanted the webhead, as Insomniac's writing was used to making games with more humorous characters.
You will find Raritanium for me.
No, I will not.
And so the deal was made. Insomniac was to make a Spider-Man game, and because of the close relationship they had with Sony, they were the ones publishing it, and so Marvel Spider-Man was treated as a first-party PlayStation title, which was what Marvel wanted, and also didn't want the project to be tied to any other projects like movies or comics, so that they were given the time to make the project amazing. This really was the good ending for a lot of licenses, as we saw previously with Transformers a few months ago, as after Activision finished its run of Transformers titles, Hasbro decided to let another company handle its video games. So Marvel being more closely involved with video games and treating them more than just merchandise for other existing media really showed how much Marvel learned from their partnership with Activision. And all of it paid off, because come E3 2016, where Sony unveiled the game, audiences were roaring with applause. This didn't look like Activision style slop. This looked like a true Spider-Man game, giving him a brand new look specific to it, not just reusing the classic suit to be recognizable. It's clear this wasn't just licensed game dog water. This was a game that wanted to give Spider-Man his chance to shine. I wasn't even that big on video game news, but even I heard about it and I thought it looked incredible. I wanted a PS4 just for this game, because I was still stuck with an Xbox 360. Yes, I had a Xbox 360 in 2016. And I'm pretty sure even 2017 as well. But around late 2017, I got my own PS4. Ironically, with Insomniac's own Ratchet & Clank 2016. Then came along 2018, and it was my first ever pre-order. And I got the Digital Deluxe Edition, meaning I got this neat pin that I still have on me. And I even stayed up until midnight and played the entire opening. And buddy, it was so hard to go to sleep that night after that, because holy moly, Marvel's Spider-Man is amazing. The game starts with this amazing opening prologue with Spider-Man taking down Fisk. It's basically a set piece, slowly dishing out the tutorial and gameplay mechanics, and it runs through these things one at a time to help the player get a grip on the mechanics. And I think it's great because there is a lot you can do in this game. You see, as good as the Activision games were, at best, they were just generic action games at their core with some Spider-Man-esque mechanics. But here, I mean, there's a whole entire combat system. Yeah, of course, you still have some basic punches and kicks, but the combat looks and sounds very punchy and satisfying. satisfying, as it was going for a more realistic angle, which is fine. But then there's a whole dodging system, which just makes so much sense, and it shocks me that no game did it before. I know some of them kinda got close, but nothing has been treated with this much care and snappiness, and they got it to feel so good. Another thing they got right was using your webs to web up enemies, which I think the only game that really did that was Spider-Man 2, the movie game, but in that game it was kind of slow and broke the pace. But here it's quick and snappy. Also added by the fact that the webbing has so much more strategy, as yes, it can be used to stun enemies and make them vulnerable, but you can also rip out guns out of enemies' hands, yank enemies into the air for aerial combat, actually just completely throw enemies like a sack of sand, and as a returning feature from Amazing Spider-Man, which I forgot to talk about, is using objects in the environment to throw at enemies. But by far my favorite thing is webbing up enemies to defeat them much quicker, as if you get the enemy down, you can quickly web them down to the ground, which is not only practical, but it's also just more Spider-Man. Ultimate Spider-Man kinda did this, but it was just a way to finish enemies after already defeating them. But this is just so much better. You know, I mentioned 2 games already, and it really does go to show just how much Marvel's Spider-Man does take basically everything from the Activision games and polishes it all up. Mainly the Amazing games though. You got the indoor levels from the PS1 games as linear levels, which was also evolved from Amazing Spider-Man. You got the camera work and environment used from Amazing Spider-Man as well. The combat system is like a more thought out version of what they were trying to do in the Spider-Man 3 movie game, and I'd like to think that the beginning prologue was maybe building off Amazing Spider-Man 2's story with the Kingpin, and probably a lot more. I think they were really trying to make sure that casual players could get a hold of the game, because back in Spider-Man 2, the movie game, apparently a lot of people just could not get a grip of the web swinging in that game. And I guess Insomniac took that to heart, because this game does start off with a pretty weak Spider-Man, as a lot of moves are behind the skill tree, which doesn't really feel like you're upgrading Spider-Man, but as a way to slowly dish out combat mechanics to you, which is fine and also made the game very exciting to go through as you just keep unlocking new mechanics and moves. But even by the end game, I still didn't have everything unlocked. But that might also be because I wasn't taking the crimes very seriously, as the crimes are very important in this game. First of all, I did like how they handled them in this game, because you just hear the crimes on a police radio, and then there's a red marker on your map when there is a crime. And unlike Amazing Spider-Man 2, you're not forced to do the crimes under a hero or menace system, but you probably should do those crimes anyway, as those crimes and other side activities get you tokens that you can use to upgrade your equipment and gadgets. Kind of a smart way to put the crimes into the game, but if you're just interested in the story like I am, because I got 2 games to play after this, we got to get a move on, you're gonna be pretty underpowered, especially with your gadgets, as I barely got any of them upgraded. Oh yeah, and the gadgets add an extra layer into the combat. My favorite is the trip mine, which helps a bunch during the stealth sections, but you just can't go wrong with a web bomb. I will say I'm not the biggest fan of pulling up the gadget menu, because you have to hold down R1 pausing the gameplay and have to choose which you want and then go back, which kind of ruins the pace. And because of that, I didn't really want to use them, because I didn't want to halt the gameplay. And also, you have barely any of these gadgets, and sometimes they don't recharge very fast. And when you run out, it doesn't change back to the web, so you just have to remember to switch it back. So I just kind of stick to the webs and leave it like that, and mainly use the gadgets for something like stealth sections. But man, to upgrade these gadgets, you have to do side missions like I said before, and there is a lot to do in this game if you go for 100%. Like, this game is beefy. I beat this game in like 11 hours, but the game is listed on howlongtobeat.com as a 17-hour game, with completionists being a whole 35.5 hours. So what are you doing for those extra hours? Well, there are extra side missions that you can go on, with one of the side missions actually being around Tombstone, which is actually pretty cool, with the rest being nothing spectacular, but are still fun. But first you gotta fix these towers, which will unlock more of the map and allow you to get more coverage so you can find everything. Then you've got 3 kinds of enemy outposts, where you go to an outpost and clear out a few waves of enemies, and then there's collectibles, and the game is chock full of them. My favorite being the backpacks, because apparently these were backpacks left over from Pete in high school, Bro, I think I know why you're constantly in debt, because you spent money on 55 backpacks. Do you know how much money backpacks can cost? Also, why do you have like only one thing in them each? And also, how has nobody found these backpacks? They are just sometimes in the open, sometimes not even that high up. Anyway, there's also these landmarks you can take pictures of for additional tokens, and Oscorp Research Labs by Harry, which are kind of just more side missions, but completing them will allow you to fast travel to any of them throughout the map. All of this may be a bit much, and it kind of is, but I love 100%ing these games. Well, okay, I don't right now because I have to play 3 of them, but the reason why I love doing it is not only because it's not tedious to do these things, therefore it makes it pretty fast paced and fun to check off these areas, but it's an excuse for me to play even more of this game and indulge in the web swinging because it is so good. I'll admit it is a little slow when you first start out. Like, honestly, I was a little afraid I wasn't gonna like it as much, but nah, this web swinging is amazing. I think it is the perfect balance of easiness for newcomers to get a handle on it and the most polished, making it the best web swing. Now, I do think I like Web of Shadows web swinging more, but it's in a more subjective sense, as I recognize that while that web swinging is fun, it's very unpolished and way too loose, especially for newcomers. But this web swinging is so tight and has a lot of options, and it's so damn therapeutic. I think it could be a little bit faster, but even then, those moments where you get just the right amount of momentum and can go in a really good arc, oh, that feels good. But the main reason why I can deal with the slower web swings is because, my goodness, this game looks absolutely amazing. I'm playing the PS5 remaster of this game, which was included with our next game as a launch title, and the detail here is just outright insanity. But the fact that this game was running on the PS4 is still really insane. I remember just being in awe on how good the game looked, and you really get that feeling again playing the PS5 version. If you're a fan of this game and haven't replayed it on the PS5 like I haven't until this video, I recommend you do, because you get to appreciate so much more out of the game. But I think I want to step back from the graphic talk and save it for our next game, which was built on next-gen hardware, just for contextual sake. Basically, this game looks great no matter what you play on. Even if it is dated on the PS4, when it did come out, it looked amazing. I also just love Parker's new suit. It looks great. I always like the nerd approach they went for with their design decisions. It's kind of cool and pretty funny because it's like, why does Peter have more blue on his suit? Why is the Spider-Man logo white? And Insomniac just goes, well, actually, the blue areas on the suit are for more flexibility. The red areas are thicker material to defend Peter, and the white areas are carbon fiber for landing and blocking punches. So, take that, idiot. I think the suit is great. It's always great to have distinction, especially since this is a new medium for Spider-Man, and I think it just looks fantastic. And while this game isn't based off of Tom Holland's Spider-Man in the MCU, they did carry over the lenses to give Spider-Man's eyes more emotion, which was a great decision for the character in general, as sometimes Peter's stiff eyes would make his emotions look hollow, or in Web of Shadows' case, angry all of the time. But the best thing about Marvel's Spider-Man is you aren't locked to just using the game's suit, as the game is chock full of costumes based all around the Spider-Verse. A lot of Spider-Man games have done this, and I've kind of failed to bring it up, but that's just because I felt like for a retrospective I should stick to the main costumes. So as such, I didn't really care about extra unlockable suits. But I think it would be a fool of me to not bring it up here, because while in the other games it was nothing more than just a fun bonus, this game goes all out with the cosmetics. Admittedly, a lot of them don't really hit for me, as they probably would a lot of people, because once again, I don't read comic books, but even though I don't know the context around them, I can still think they look cool. And I do. Plus, this is the first game to go all out with the movie suits. Tobey Maguire has his suit, the TASM 1 suit is here, every Tom Holland suit is here, the homemade suit, the Stark suit, the Iron Spider suit, the Far From Home suits, and even the Spider-Man No Way Home suits. Dude, Insomniac loves Tom Holland, it's crazy. I really wish they threw in the TASM 2 suit into the game, as that would have just rounded everything out really nicely. Plus, I just wish they had used the TASM 2 suit instead of the TASM 1 suit, as I'm not the biggest fan of that suit. But there are so many other outfits. One of them just being an outright skull. What? And there are some suits that just require a whole bunch of context. The one cool thing about these suits is that each of them come with a special ability. I believe when the game first came out, you had to use that suit in order to use that ability, but in a later update, they added the ability to switch abilities no matter what suit you're wearing, which does add value to these abilities, but to be honest, as cool as this is, I think it's a bit unnecessary. They are cool though, like this one ability from the MK3 suit with the titanium alloy plates where it reflects all bullets back at enemies, which is really funny to see. The Secret War suit has an ability to discharge an EMP to stun enemies and disable all weapons. The Iron Spider suit gives you the spider arms, which adds an extra punch to your attacks, and gives your punches more reach, allowing you to hit more enemies. Spider Punk's fun because it sends out a shockwave of sounds in all directions, though it is a bit useless. And even the freaking undies costume has an ability which equalizes to where everything gets knocked out in one hit, including yourself. But the best one is the vintage comic book suit, which not only just looks absolutely incredible with the comic book look, but allows you to send off Spidey quips on the fly. It's literally useless and does absolutely nothing, but it's really fun and true to his identity. But while these abilities are fun, I just feel like it's a bit of a waste of time because you're probably just gonna pick one and just never change it. And when I mean one, I mean the Web Blossom, which comes with your classic suit, and it just webs up just about every enemy on screen to the ground. It is absolutely overpowered and breaks the game in half, and I think they even tried to nerf it with game updates, but nah, it's still way too overpowered. I mean, sure, there's also Battle Focus, which you get with the advanced suit, which automatically replenishes your focus, allowing you to perform finishers and heals much quicker, but why would I need to do that when my enemies are already down?
Work smarter, not harder.
But I am really happy that they took the time to add these suits, as it really does give the game its own extra layer of charm and really goes over the love and distinction for Spider-Man. And you can show off these costumes with the photo mode. Probably one of the best photo modes in a video game. You can put the camera basically everywhere. There's these cool borders, effects, and stickers to give your photo more personality, and there's even a light mode to give your scene more extra lighting. One of the best features of this game. It's so good to just get the right lighting and everything and just make a really good photo. It's just so amazing. Speaking of emotion and identity, we got another voice actor for Spider-Man. Well, I say new, but technically he isn't new, because it's Yuri Lowenthal. And while I thought this was his first ever role as the character, he's been here in small capacities, like in the pinball games and even the mobile version of Amazing Spider-Man 2. But this was his big role, and he knocks it out of the park in this game. I think I still prefer Josh Keaton, but Yuri is a close second. And the story in this game is incredible. The best story in a Spider-Man game for sure, and there are a ton of villains in this game, like a ton. The game focuses on two major villains, with a few more even showing up throughout the game. The two major villains are Dr. Octavius, who Peter works with to create artificial limbs to help people, and then the other is a new villain we haven't seen before in a Spider-Man game, Martin Lee, Mr. Negative. And this was a pretty ballsy inclusion because this is a very comic book only villain, as he hasn't been in any of the movies or, as far as I know, any TV show. So this isn't a very marketable villain, but I do like his character and I'm glad he's here. I will say there are some moments in this game that were kind of dark, like moments I surprised I forgot about. Because you see, Mr. Negative's powers are being able to control basically anybody he touches by tapping into their negative side. And in this one scene, he gets the information out of someone and has them shoot themselves afterwards, which just kind of shows just how twisted he is. Both of these characters have one thing in common, and it's two people that Spider-Man works for that are both crazy and turn on their morale in the end, as Otto Octavius go crazy with power, and Martin Lee runs Feast, which is a homeless shelter that Aunt May works for, and wants to make a difference, but both of their morality gets twisted by Norman Osborn, who's the mayor of New York.
Peter Parker, how the hell are you?
And both want to see Norman Osborn to suffer for their wrongdoings. The problem with that is they want to use this treatment that turned into a bioweapon, Devil's Breath, which they release into the public and blame Osborn for it. Putting your mask on a little late there, pal. I also really like how they handled Mary Jane in the game, as it kind of goes for something Spider-Man 3 tried to do, but kind of didn't do very well in. It was relating to the fact that being Spider-Man's girlfriend is really hard. Because Spider-Man has literally lost everything, he tends to be a little overprotective over MJ, which, as while that is kind of justified, seeing as Peter tends to lose everyone, it can make her feel inadequate, especially when she wants to help Peter, but he won't let her. I always like that aspect of their relationship, and I wish more media would delve into it more.
Good to see you, Pete.
Yeah, you too. Not exactly how I pictured us meeting again, though.
Funny. It's exactly how I pictured it.
Miles Morales is also here, and he gets set up to be Spider-Man, and I really like the game's ending where they set this up. It's kind of an awkward moment, but it's realistic and it's really good.
Weird things have been going on. Like physically.
Well, you know, you're at that age where your body starts to change. And so you may be noticing some areas, for example.
Not that.
Oh, and there's also 4 other villains in this game, that being Rhino, Scorpion, Electro, and Vulture. And honestly, they're just kind of here. Like, I'm not sure what's the point of them being here, as they don't really impact Osborn at all, because it was Otto Octavius that let them out. So it's hard to really pin this on him, and they don't really do much except for boss fight fodder.
No, Adrian! It's me, Spider-Man!
What are you babbling about?
Nobody ever gets my jokes.
Spider-Man! I must break you!
You got it! You got my joke! I'm so happy I can almost stop fighting! Almost!
I think either Sony or Insomniac were worried about players not really seeing the value in this new game if there weren't a billion villains in it like the previous movie games, but those villains arguably took away more, especially in Spider-Man 3's case, as they were just filler villains, so I think most people don't really care about it as long as the villains are developed and mean something to the narrative, which I don't really think the rest of the 4 villains really do. It's cool seeing them, I guess. I like the Rhino, and I prefer him being in a suit, because if they went for the more human design in this game, it would look so stupid, but I kind of like the idea, so I love to see it now. After fighting 5 of the Sinister Six, the game ends with Otto Octavius, and Peter finds out that Aunt May is sick and could die any minute and has to get the anti-serum from him. And this boss fight is really great because the dialogue is so good, and Spider-Man having to walk away from Octavius is still really hard to watch, but not as hard as the game has one final thing to give Peter. As soon as there's one sample of the anti-serum, they need to keep it in order to make more doses. And if they cure Aunt May, then there's nothing for anyone else. So Peter just has to let Aunt May die, even though he is holding the thing that can cure her. Man, this sucks. This is probably like the most depressing ending to a video game since having to shoot Lee in The Walking Dead. Like, oh gosh. Like what? Every person Peter ever looks up to or is close to either turns into a supervillain or just straight up dies? This game really does make you feel like Spider-Man. And even though this game is really beefy, there was even more added as DLC content rolled out over a few months called The City That Never Sleeps, which the first chapter focuses on, but actually the DLC revolves around Hammerhead, and the DLC is fine, nothing spectacular, though I do think the DLC released a little bit too quickly after the game came out, because the DLC is split up into 3 chapters, and these chapters came out over the next 3 months. 1 month after the game came out, and if these DLC chapters were just basically side missions, that would be whatever, but this is basically just a smaller Spider-Man game, because over the course of the DLC, you get new side missions to do, and on top of these straight over the main game, I gotta admit, that's gotta be extremely tiring. These aren't very long though if you're just going for the main stories, as each chapter lasts about 2 hours with all of it being about 6, but those side activities, man, they beef the heck out of this DLC and it feels a little bit unnecessary. I would prefer they just release the DLC at a lower price and just focus on the story and not add any additional side activities. But, I mean, hey, if you're into this stuff, I mean, the $25 I think is worth it, except it isn't because of Screwball. I didn't even bother with these side activities because I don't care at all. I hate Screwball with every burning passion. Okay, how do I describe Screwball? Okay, so imagine like the most annoying white girl in the universe and a streamer. I will say the DLC story-wise isn't the greatest in the world, but I do think the DLC has a lot of funnier moments. I won't bore you with all of my favorites, but here's just a few. First of all, the whole Black Cat storyline and the heist is Black Cat trying to save her son from Hammerhead, which turned out to be a lie in the end. But before all that gets revealed, there's a whole thing where Peter thinks it's his because they dated at one point, and it leads to very funny moments.
You know that she and I dated for a while.
Yeah, so? Oh, we worked together at the time. And it's not like I didn't date other people.
Right. Wait, you dated people? Like plural?
There's also this from the heist as well.
All right, I give up.
And then finally, one more moment from Silver Lining.
Carbon steel.
Super strong, pretty sensitive to heat.
I have an idea. I will call soon.
But yeah, that's it for Marvel Spider-Man PS4. Played on the PS5. This is by far the greatest Spider-Man game and definitely the most accessible. Like I said, I think I prefer aspects of some of the other games like the Web Swinging and Web of Shadows for instance, but as an all-arounder, Marvel's Spider-Man is not only a great Spider-Man game, but just an excellent game in general, and absolutely up there in my favorite games of all time. For $60, man, how much content is absolutely stuffed into this, especially because you can find the game for even cheaper nowadays? I cannot recommend this game enough, and if you have a PS5, it's even better, because not only is the game a lot better on PlayStation 5, but it was also bundled in with our next game, Spider-Man Miles Morales. I guess due to the popularity of Miles from Into the Spider-Verse, Miles Morales gets his own side game, and I'm really happy about that, because not only did I absolutely love Spider-Verse, but I absolutely love Miles Morales. You can say whatever you want, but honestly, I think I kinda like Miles Morales more than Peter Parker.
You're the best of all of us, Miles.
Don't get me wrong, I love Pete, but Miles is just a breath of fresh air, especially right now because I've been doing this video. It's nice getting a completely new Spider-Man, one that's different, a different culture, a different personality, a different viewpoint from Peter Parker, and just saying, after all this time, it is freaky seeing Peter Parker in the third person, but I think that's also really cool. This game takes place about 1 year after the first game, and takes place during the holiday season, which means New York is under snow, and I really like how it looks. New York looks a lot more musty and dirty looking during the summertime in Marvel Spider-Man, but here something about the snow just makes the city look really good and not as dirty feeling. Of course, let's gush about how this game looks because this is the first game chronologically on the PlayStation 5, and this game looks absolutely beautiful. You probably saw some stuff in Spider-Man Remastered, but the ray tracing in so many parts in this game look great, and it felt like they specifically designed a lot of these sections to show off the ray tracing off the PlayStation 5. I mean, this room is one of the most beautiful rooms I've ever seen in a game, I'm not kidding. When the game first released though, there was a problem. You had to choose between the cool ray tracing and 4K graphics or a 60 FPS frame rate, and that was a little disappointing. Don't get me wrong, the ray tracing is nice, but seeing Miles Morales or Peter Parker playing Spider-Man Remastered moving smoothly in 60 FPS is just unbeatable. For me, it's 60 FPS all the way, but thankfully, about a few months after the game released, Insomniac pushed out an update for both of these games and introduced Performance Ray Tracing mode, which gives you the ray tracing and the 60 frames per second that you want, and this was a game changer. I'm pretty sure I played the game completely all over again as soon as that update came out, because this was just something you could not miss, because getting the best of both worlds really is the best way to play this game, and I couldn't imagine playing it any other way. Of course, another reason why I played the game again was because this game is a lot shorter than the original Spider-Man game, which I think was actually a good thing. Like I said, Spider-Man PS4 was an absolutely massive game, so releasing a smaller side game I think is actually pretty cool, and honestly, if the first game was maybe a little too daunting for you, I think this is a great starting point. And again, as soon as you're done, you can go straight to Spider-Man Remastered, which is included in the Ultimate Edition for just $20 more. Definitely go for that version, as I'll be honest, I think $50 is a bit much for this game, as it was about a quarter of the original game's content for only a $10 difference, and I don't think that's worth it. $40 I think would have been the better asking price, but with the Ultimate Edition, I mean, you get the first game, all of its DLC, and Spider-Man Miles Morales, all for the price of the original, plus $10. That is an amazing, great deal. What isn't the greatest deal in the world, though, is Miles Morales' suits this time around. Don't get me wrong though, they aren't bad, but because Miles Morales is a relatively new character, he doesn't have much to pull from, so a lot of his suits are Insomniac originals. There are some good ones here, like of course we gotta start with the Spider-Verse suit, which with a suit mod has it run on 2s. Like the Spider-Verse, which is so cool! You remember how I said a few minutes ago that it's so good to see Peter and Miles move in 60 frames per second? Well, never mind, scratch that, lower frame rate all the way. Even includes a second mod though, that comes with comic book stuff, which is also a lot like the Spider-Verse. Incredible, man, I love attention to detail like this. Though honestly, I do wish they threw in the What's Up Danger suit, as while the Spider-Verse suit is awesome, I love it, paired with the hoodie in that scene, it looks so much cooler. Like I said, there isn't much to pull from, but there are a few comic book suits in the game, like the Homemade suit, which was Miles Morales' original Homemade suit in the comics. The Crimson Cowl suit is based off the comic book villain from the Thunderbolts, the Crimson Cowl, but the rest are Insomniac originals as far as I'm aware. First of all, I just want to throw out there that Peter made a new suit for Miles as a Christmas gift, and come on, you couldn't have done any better. Look at your suit and then look at his. That's all you got? I prefer the suit that Miles starts with at the beginning of the game. At least the jacket adds character. But during the game, Miles makes a brand new suit, and it's Miles, better, and it looks awesome. I do still prefer the Spider-Verse suit as it looks a little bit more homemade with the spray paint, but hey, it's alright. It's kind of like an inverted look of Peter's suit, and I think that's pretty cool. But let's see what else we got. The track suit, according to the wiki, I think is based off giving Miles an original advanced suit, and I actually really like the white. I think it works well with the black. The end suit, which is not based on Minecraft, looks pretty cool, though I wish the eyes were smaller. The animated suit is Miles Morales' version of the vintage comic book suit. Miles Morales 2099 is based on what else, but looks cooler and has these glowing kind of smoky eyes, which looks sick. But the best one for me is the 2020 suit, which has a holographic helmet and chest plate, which I love that vibe and I want one of those helmets so bad. Yeah, I know they look like a terrorist a little bit, but come on, they're so cool. There's a few suits that are just the main suit but with different outfits, like the Brooklyn Visions Academy suit, which is the suit with a Brooklyn Visions uniform and headphones. I'm fine with the winter suit though, as it's actually a hat and scarf that Haley gives to him, and it's super adorable. We'll talk about Haley in the next game. But there are some suits I am not the biggest fan of, like the Strike suit. It just looks plain ugly. Apparently it's based on the Kamen Rider, I probably pronounced that wrong, whatever that is, and it's just so, yeah. The advanced tech suit is just kind of boring. The programmable suit on paper I like, but it kind of just looks like a mess of polygons, and I really don't like how the eyes look. I get with some of these you want Spider-Man to look cool, but I don't know, you still want Spider-Man to give off that friendly vibe, you know? Would you trust someone with eyes like this? But the weirdest inclusion is the Bodega Cat suit, and you're like, oh, Cole, is it based on a Bodega Cat? No. Miles has a backpack that just has someone's cat in it. Yes, it's really cute, and yes, the owner wants this because the cat apparently loves Spider-Man, but like, I'm fighting bad guys. Guys, stop attacking me. I have a cat with me. Oh no, wait, apparently this cat can defend itself just fine. The cat is in all the cutscenes as well, and it makes the cutscenes both funny and very weird. Anyway, back to the story. So after almost cutting out all of the city's power, after accidentally setting Rhino loose, Peter leaves New York in the hands of Miles. I hate his face. Okay, I wanted to ignore it when talking about the first game, but let's talk about it. So after the first game released in 2018, and both this game and the remaster came out, Spider-Man got a design change, and I don't like it. Worst of all, this announcement came out of absolutely nowhere and was announced at the very last minute months before the game came out in a PlayStation blog, and I think maybe one single cutscene shown on the PlayStation's YouTube channel. The reason they gave was that it was to get more facial features out of Yuri Lowenthal, as the face seemed to go better with him. But like, the older model matched up fine, I don't get it. But I just don't think it's the best character design for this game, as Peter looks even younger than Miles does now, when it's not supposed to be like that. I think I've gotten used to it, but I don't know. I really just like the first one better. Anyway, enough of that. Besides Rhino, there are no real villains this time, as the story revolves around this corporation Roxxon who is developing a new energy source, Nuform. However, in its current state, it makes people sick. The creator of Nuform was Rick, the brother of Miles' longtime friend Finn, who is a part of the gang The Underground, who are set on destroying the Nuform to destroy Roxxon and avenge Rick's death. Gotta say, love the red and purple schemes going on. I think they look fantastic. Something I also really liked about The Underground was they took over Fisk Tower and made it their base of operations, which was really cool for world building, and they even gave Fisk a makeover. An improvement in my book. We also get to see more of Miles' mom, which is a treat, as she is like the nicest person in these entire games, and she's a politician. Bro, now if she was the president, she would be getting stuff done.
Harlem needs someone to fight for the community.
That's Mom's campaign speech voice, in case you couldn't tell.
But we also get to see the Prowler, Miles' uncle, who got pushed out of the family and wants to protect Miles, and their relationship was just really nice.
You threw me in a cell!
To protect you!
Like this is protecting me?
Damn it, Miles! I'm not gonna lose you too!
Simon Krieger is honestly just a whatever villain, better than that Sloan guy from Edge of Time, but I just really hate these type of corporate villains who just want nothing but money and don't even try to care about PR. Like, yeah, sure, release Nuform, make people sick, yeah, sure, that'll totally go over well. Anyway, let's get back to the gameplay, and yeah, seem familiar? This is just Spider-Man PS4 again in the gameplay department, but I think that's fine. I know a lot of people have claimed that this game is just DLC for the first game, and I don't really think so. I mean, yeah, sure, the game is very similar, but that is kind of ignoring a lot of the additions that were added. As I mentioned before, having to coat all of the map with snow and redecorating it all for the holiday season, and yes, while the gameplay is very similar to Spider-Man PS4, all of the animations are changed from the ground up, giving Miles that exaggerated swagger of a black teen, and of course, the addition of Venom powers, which just completely changes the game. No, not that Venom, electric powers.
Think it's some kind of bioelectric discharge. Or supercharged static electricity?
Ooh, we gotta name it. How about Venom Power? You know, because it stings.
With a press and hold of the L1 button and pressing any face button, you can use bioelectricity for an extra punch to your attacks, but also just completely different moves. I also like this because you can use your focus bar to use those electric powers, and because of that, the developers changed the finisher system and made it more of a combo thing, which I do like better, so I can perform finishers more. But you can still have that risk versus reward benefit of either using it for healing or using your Venom powers. Hilariously, if you thought the Web Blossom from the first game was overpowered, buddy, Miles has this new move where you can perform a Venom attack in a mini explosion, and while it might not have as much range as the Web Blossom, the certain defeat of my enemies rather than them just being webbed is a very much worthy trade-off. I do think these additions are good enough additions to make the game its own, especially more than just DLC. Though again, like I said, I do think $50 is a little much, so just make sure to get the Ultimate Edition. I think both of these games together in one pack is well worth the asking price. And being able to play as Miles is always a treat. And thank goodness he's not going away, because it's finally time for our final game in this retrospective, Marvel's Spider-Man 2. I didn't know for sure if I would ever get here, but here we are, finally. And depending on who you are, this is probably a game you were very curious to see my thoughts on. The development of this one was kind of weird. So 2018, Spider-Man PS4 comes out. It's amazing. It's great. Nice. Now people are wondering, well, when's the next one? And we all know it was going to be for a while because the development on the first one took a long time. So we were pretty curious how long it would take this time. Then turns 2020 when the PS5 got its reveal, and one of its first announcements was Spider-Man Miles Morales, which was a launch title for the system. But not only that, Insomniac was also bringing back Ratchet & Clank with Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, which no one saw coming. All of this came out of nowhere and nobody was expecting it, and it probably showed we were still in for a few years before the sequel. But that was okay, because we had Miles Morales to tide us over, and even though it was short, it did the job and was a fantastic game. Then a year later, in 2021, Insomniac surprised yet again with a very surprise announcement. They were collaborating with Marvel again and were developing a Wolverine game, which even though they didn't show much, looked amazing. But that did mean that Spider-Man 2 was probably going to be very much a ways out yet again. I remember them showing the next trailer in the showcase, showing the next Gran Turismo, and thinking in my head, well, okay, at best, maybe Wolverine could come out in 2023, maybe next year in 2022 if we were lucky, and at that point, Spider-Man 2 could come out at the earliest around 2024 or even 2025, which was a bit unfortunate, but Wolverine looked incredible, so I was alright with it. Whoa, huh? Yeah, in an even bigger surprise, PlayStation just came in swinging with the very next trailer, revealing that Spider-Man 2 was coming in 2023. It showed that both Peter and Miles were playable and kinda loosely implied co-op, which turned out to not be, but that's okay, I can live without it. Voice lines from what sounded like Kraven the Hunter, and then at the very end, Venom. Ooh, Venom! That announcement will always stick in my mind. That was absolutely crazy to be a part of. I mean, they knew what they were doing, surprising everyone with Wolverine, letting people do the math and think that Spider-Man 2 was a long way away, and then surprise them that Spider-Man 2 was coming out that soon. Like, dang, that was such a wave of emotion. And then they just kept showing off the game, and it looked really good. It just kept looking good, and people were getting really excited. And then the game came out, and things got a little weird. You see, I noticed that despite very high reviews of this game from critics and even a lot of fans from when the game first came out, I then noticed that a lot of discussion suddenly shifted a few months after the game came out, and a lot of people just simply do not like this game whatsoever. And it also felt like people kind of looked a bit more harsh towards all the Insomniac games, calling them mid. And that was actually part of the reasons I did this retrospective, so that maybe I could get some weight on these games to see if my perspective would change. And honestly, it hasn't. Spider-Man 2 is awesome and the best Spider-Man game ever made. Yeah, I'm sorry if you were maybe expecting me to say something different, but honestly, I don't know what the hubbub is about. Spider-Man 2 is not only great, but it surpasses the original PS4 title in pretty much every respect. I love the little detail where the recap movie Previously On is actually built around Miles writing an essay about himself to get into college.
I'm working on a college application and it says I gotta tell them about myself.
More like sell yourself. It's the worst.
You got any advice?
Well, take me. Hi, I'm Peter Parker. And a while back I was bitten by a radioactive spider and got superpowers.
I can't put that in my essay. Hey, I'm laying the track as I drive the train.
Then boom, a kick-ass set piece. Peter becomes a teacher at Miles' new school and is fired within the first 30 minutes because Marco decides he wanted to kick some sand around. And this dude is huge. Miles shocks him a fair bit and then starts smacking him with boulders like, damn. Miles comes in like a heavenly angel.
Miles, one and only.
Gets struck by lightning and then uses Peter as a beam basically and strikes Sandman down. Shot of Kraven and then boom, Marvel Spider-Man 2. That was it? That was just a prologue? That could have been the whole game right there. Like, wow, that was sick. But like with the first game, this basically is just a tutorial dressed up with an awesome set piece. And if you can believe it, there's still a lot to cover. You see, when this game was being shown off, I was obviously pretty excited, but I did have kind of a looming worry that it was just going to be like the same game. I thought Spider-Man PS4 was basically the peak. I didn't think it'd get any better, and not even the graphics could even carry it because of Spider-Man Remastered. So either way, this game had huge shoes to fill, and I was very surprised just how much this game basically tramples all over the first. Let's just jump straight into it. The web swinging. It's perfect. No, like, I mean, it's perfect. I didn't think they could do it, but they actually topped Web of Shadows in basically every respect. I didn't think that was possible, just given the fact it was more of a realistic style compared to the extreme nature that these two clearly try to separate itself from. But no, it totally works. At first it may not feel like too much, except it is a bit faster. Like so much faster. Like Spider-Man 2 makes Spider-Man PS4 web swinging look like it's aged like the PS1 titles, and the animations are smooth, with even more additional animations than before. But it gets better. So Here, try web swinging around a little bit. Get a feel for everything, settle in. Then you need 2 things. First, unlock the loop-de-loop ability from the skill tree. Unlock it as soon as you can and make it a priority. Then, go into the settings and under gameplay, find the swing assistance option and turn it all the way off. Now, what this will do is make the web swinging less automatic in terms of the physics, leaving it entirely up to you to make the physics count. It still might take some work, but once you get the hang of it, it feels incredible! You can go blisteringly fast, reaching speeds even faster than the original Spider-Man 2's web swinging. Like, it is so much fun once you get it down pat. Like I said, it might take you a bit to truly get a grasp on it. I'm still kind of getting into the swing of it, but trust me, put a little more patience into this as you did in any of the other Spider-Man games, and you'll get the hang of it. But even if you don't, just turn back on the web assist. It still feels great, and even then, there's an addition to the game that makes traversal even better, and it's the web wings. Woo! The web wings! Oh, these are amazing. Use both momentum and even the wind to glide miles across the city, and you can even make it past the river to the other side of New York without so much as touching the ground. And oh yeah, about that, the map is way bigger now as it adds another half of New York, including Brooklyn and Queens. And that also means that you can go to Spider-Man's neighborhood and it looks prettier than ever because oh my gosh, this game looks amazing! I think it's the lighting that really carries the graphics here. It just pops, and it's so pleasing to look at, especially during sundown. Just a very pleasing orange tint, and it's actually my favorite looking time of day in the game. Except for nighttime when it rains. Like, man, I always love rain in both video games and most media, and it looks incredible here with the ray tracing reflections. But Insomniac, we gotta have a talk. Spider-Man 3, we gotta have actual weather options. I need to be able to listen to my depressing music and swing around in the rain. It's my vibe. Put a rain option in Spider-Man 3 or whatever in the next game in, please. I'm begging you. In fact, Insomniac, put a rain option in the open world of Spider-Man 3 and my life is yours. Let's move on to combat. Well, first of all, let's get the obvious out of the way. Because you get to play as both Peter and Miles in this game, and they both play just as well as they did in their respective titles, it's like you get 2 Spider-Man games in one. It's great! But because of that, Miles can still feel pretty overpowered compared to Peter, and they try to even the playing field by giving Peter the iron spider arms for special attacks. It does not balance them, but A for effort. It works very similar to Miles, but both of their systems have been reworked. Now the focus bar is used purely for both health and finishers, with your iron spider arms and Miles' Venom bar just being recharged over time, which is alright. That does mean you get to use them way more. However, they did change how the focus bar system works, and I'm not a fan of it. Because in the first game, you could use the focus bar to refill your health at any time. You just use that much of the bar, and it was a very good risk and reward system because you had to prioritize either saving your focus for a finisher or just going ahead and using it for health if you're running low. However, they made it to where you cannot fill your health until you max out one of the bars, and that is kinda annoying. Maybe Insomniac felt this system made the game way too easy before, so changed it for this game, but I don't think so, especially because it's supposed to be a more cinematic action game, so the old health system kept you alive so you didn't have to replay sections as long as you used it well. But now, because of this specifically, I died a lot more to boss fights, which is annoying, because when you die in a boss, you have to hear all the dialogue all over again, and even if it is really good dialogue, it gets rather annoying. Plus, it just feels better to do these bosses in one go, just for the cinematicness of it all. But if you're having trouble doing that because you're not great at the game like I am, you're gonna wind up playing these bosses over and over and over again. When I first played this game, when it first came out, I remember having to play the Scream boss fight for like 30 minutes. Having to hear the dialogue over and over is just very annoying. Like, I was suppressed and feeling really bad for MJ before, but now I'm just numb and want to kick her ass so she can shut up. I really think this wasn't a good change. I really wish it was at least an option select, which I did check in the settings, and even though the game has a ton of settings you can fiddle around with, this isn't one of them, and that kind of stinks. But other than the abilities, there isn't too much different for the combat. It's pretty much the same from the first game, with those gratifying punches and kicks, dodging, which is always satisfying to perfect dodge, but there's even a new parry system, which I stink at, but I will admit, it is very satisfying when you actually manage to pull it off. Also another change before I get back to the abilities, as they changed the gadget system from the last game, and I already said how much I didn't really like that, but here it is a lot better because you actually just hold down the R1 button and press a face button to just quickly use a gadget. And then you can just simply go back to your web shooters, which is an improvement, though there are only 4 gadgets in the game, which kinda suck. I think it'd be fine if you could have just about as much gadgets as the first game, and then set which ones you want in your wheel. That seems like it would make much more sense to me. But still, fine, though the gadgets aren't as good as the first game. No trip mine and no web bomb, which as much as I love trip mine, I could live without it. But web bomb, come on bro, where's my web bomb? First of all, there's this 5th gadget that's just a part of your moveset, where you can make a web wire between 2 structures, which is fantastic, and I can't believe nobody, even Insomniac, did that before. The other gadgets are fine, the obviously really helpful one being the Sonic Burst, which can help you fight the symbiotes and will just stun enemies in general, but the abilities make up for the gadgets either way. Miles' abilities are basically the same from his standalone game, but as you progress through the game, you'll unlock new moves as Miles gets them from absorbing some energy from the returning Martin Lee. And as stressful as that has to be for Miles, these new abilities are awesome. Square is Chain Lightning, electrocuting one enemy and then bouncing off of them to all the enemies in front of you. Circle is my favorite, where you can use your Venom power to draw enemies towards you and then shock them all back. Triangle is instantly reaching enemies and striking them down from above, and also leaving a trail burst of lightning to stun surrounding enemies. And the final one, and kind of the lamest one, is X, where you uppercut an enemy into the air, and as you do combat attacks, the electricity goes to nearby enemies. Not bad, just kind of a lame one to cap things off. Like I said, Peter's spider arms don't really match in comparison, though they aren't bad. Square is just a flurry of punches to enemies in front of you. X is punching enemies up into the air, which does work on brute enemies. Triangle propels yourself forward, which is very satisfying to use on large group of enemies, so you can get a lot of them at once. And the best one is Circle, where you can web up a bunch of enemies, sending an electric shock through them. Had to piggyback off Miles for that one, but hey, it's cool, it works. But we do have one more playable character. MJ has a few sections in this game, and let's get this out of the way, but dang, Mary Jane looks rough in this game. Apparently the person this model was based off got older from the last game, but it looks like she aged like 30 years. It is the same model and actress. I'll admit it looks significantly different, but now it just looks extra weird now that Peter looks younger and MJ looks older. This was just an unfortunate situation, and no hate to this person this model was based off of. Apparently she got stalked for this, which is not cool. And I don't mean to say that she's ugly, because she's not. It's just a weird drastic difference, even though there's only a few years gap from the first game. Well, anyway, besides all that, Mary Jane gets some playable sections in the game, and I didn't talk about it for Spider-Man PS4, but I didn't really mind the MJ or Miles sections from that game. I don't know, it just kind of changed the pace a little bit. I didn't mind them. Well, now she's back, and she has a gun now, so she's infinitely better. She keeps getting upgraded throughout the game, going from a web gun to adding sonic blasters, and that basically makes it a straight up gun, which is amazing. But I know nobody cares about MJ, so let's talk about suits. And as you can imagine, since you're playing as both Peter and Miles, there's a lot of costumes here. Now, the majority of the costumes are just ported over from the previous 2 games. Some of my favorites have thankfully been moved over, and that includes the movie suits. And we got basically all of them. Tobey Maguire's suit is in here, TASM 1 and TASM 2 suits are both here, pretty much all of the suits from Tom Holland are still here, and even added his new suit from the ending of Spider-Man No Way Home, which looks excellent. There's even a lot more Spider-Verse love this time around. You get both of Miles' Spider-Verse suits, the Into the Spider-Verse suit and the Across the Spider-Verse suit. Peter B. Parker returns from the first game, and even Spider-Man Noir is here too.
I like the Nazis a lot.
And they even brought over that horrible cape costume Miles had in the beginning of the Spider-Verse.
And it's a no on the cape. I think it's cool. Take that off, it's disrespectful.
Thankfully, even though suit mods didn't return in the game, which I'm a little bummed about because it did add strategy into the gameplay, to be honest, I didn't really care about them, and I don't think a lot of people did either way. You just kind of picked a random one and rolled with it. If I were to make a guess, I think it was just to streamline the gameplay and not have to worry about playtesting all of the suit models for a feature that most people don't really care about. Either way, even though that feature was removed, you can still go into the settings and set the Spider-Verse suit's frame rate down, and they look incredible. I know it's basically impossible, but I just wish the frame rate could be cut for the cutscenes as well, because if you could do that, in that sense, you could make your own Spider-Verse movie while waiting for Beyond the Spider-Verse to come out in 2029. I know it's coming out next year, but I'm not, you know. But my other non-movie favorites are here, mainly for Miles Morales, like the 2099 suit and the 2020 suit as well. But it gets better, because while these suits are brought back from the previous game, they introduced suit styles, which gives you differently colored suits, or even sometimes slightly different designs. Of course, Miles always has the best ones. I don't make the rules. The Miles Morales 2020 suit has a cool purple alt, which I adore. For Peter though, I love the red and black variant of the suit. Always looks cool and slick. And all of the black suits have a cool Carnage variant, which looks awesome. Unfortunately though, none of the movie suits can have an alt style, presumably I'm guessing because of licensing agreements, which really sucks because I would love to see some really altered variants for the movie suits. Maybe a TASM 2 suit with a green goblin color scheme, maybe a black suit variant as well, since the symbiote was supposed to be in the cancelled Amazing Spider-Man 3 movie, the one where they were gonna bring back Gwen and her dad. Somehow, maybe for TASM 1 you could have had a variant with brighter saturated colors, and maybe for Tom Holland's suit you could have taken inspiration from Tobey and Andrew's design. I can think of a million ideas, but of course corporations do not like fun. But this isn't even talking about the new suits that were added into the game, which are okay, not terrible in any imagination, though I think they picked a lot of the good ones in the first two games, and so this game gets a lot of the table scraps. There was a digital deluxe edition which came with a whopping 10 suits, 5 for Miles and 5 for Peter, and they are just entirely skippable. I like Miles's Angemat suit because I just really like the purple. The Apocalyptic suit, I think that's how you say it, looks pretty cool, though it's just a little bulky. And that's about it, kinda. For pre-ordering the game, you got the Arc Knight suit, which is inspired by Moon Knight, which looks pretty sick. But for the fully new suits, not a part of the Digital Deluxe or pre-orders, the Secret Wars Civil War suit was always a favorite, mainly because I love how the web wings look like they were homemade. Both Miles and Peter get a Last Hunt suit inspired by Kraven, which are okay, but I wish they had a variant for each with the Spider-Man color scheme. I don't know, any suit that doesn't have the Spider-Man color scheme at all just looks off to me. But my favorite outfit is this dopey outfit that Miles has. It has a fedora and it's very music themed. It's so good. I love it. It looks kind of dumb, but I love that. But unlike those suits that didn't have the Spider-Man color scheme, these two do it right, based off of both Wolverine as a nod to the new Wolverine game that Insomniac has been working on, and a Black Panther suit, which was a tribute to Chadwick Boseman, who sadly passed away in 2020. We salute you, Chadwick. Wakanda forever! And then you have the Kumo suit, which looks terrifying. I don't like it. But since we have the black suit, of course Insomniac threw in a bunch of black suit costumes, and even though Miles doesn't get a black suit in this game, they did give him one, mainly this really awesome looking one, the Dark Ages suit. It's so cool. Honestly, I think I like it a little more than Peter's black suit. But yes, for Peter, you have the Raimi black suit, meaning you can live out your Bully Maguire fantasies. But if you're not a fan, there's also the classic black suit, based directly off the comics with an alt base that's more purple, and that has these red and blue outlines based off the Spider-Man animated series. You know the one. But in case you don't...
Get back here, Shocker! Shocker! Can't escape me! I'll chase you to the ends of the earth!
And the last ones I kind of want to talk about are the Flying Fresh suits, which were suits designed in partnership with a charity organization and are these cool abstract designs, which I think look pretty fresh. I hated that. I'm sorry. Overall, though, the suits in this game are pretty cool. Like I said before, I think just a lot of the good ones were picked for the first game and Miles Morales, so, you know, it was a lot of table scraps and Insomniac originals, which weren't bad, just, you know, not that great. Well, anyway, let's get to the thing I've heard the most about this game, the writing. I really don't have a problem with it. Like, I don't know, I don't notice any type of shift from the first game. In fact, I actually like the writing here a lot. I think Kraven is a great villain. I honestly don't think much of Kraven. He always just felt like a C-tier Spider-Man villain to me, but something about the way this game portrays him just makes him so cool. I think most of it has to be on the voice actor. He absolutely knocked it out of the park. But this also kind of feels like it was building off something the Amazing Spider-Man 2 game tried to do, as in Kraven chasing something before nature takes him out, except rather than what was in that Amazing Spider-Man 2 game, Kraven is seeking an equal to himself, as Kraven is virtually invincible. He's tamed every hunt he's ever been on, and now that he's dying of old age, he wants to be beaten by a beast as he fights to his last breath, which works so well with the black suit, as Kraven sees the black suit Spider-Man as his equal and the only thing that could truly beat him, and he spends the entire time Peter has the black suit trying to unleash his beast, which is such a great dynamic and accelerates the story.
I'm assured that material is unbreakable. But I believe anything can be broken.
Which, before we go on, yes, the black suit. This is probably my favorite incarnation of the black suit I've seen closely tied with Spectacular Spider-Man.
I'm wearing an alien.
I'm not the biggest fan of how it looks when Spider-Man first gets it, but the more you get into the game, the more animalistic we'll say it looks, and before the suit comes off, it looks awesome. Definitely much better than what we had in Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 3, and I'm sure there's a comic book design that's better, but in terms of other media, this is the best it's ever looked, and Yuri Lowenthal does an absolutely stellar performance. You would think that it might get a little corny, but somehow Lowenthal got his voice to just the right point to where it doesn't feel too, well, like Web of Shadows.
We need to destroy it.
Destroy us? You said it chose me, Doc. It makes me a better Spider-Man.
And god, this version has basically no chill. I mean, you fight Kirk Connors, who got turned into the Lizard by Kraven, and Spider-Man literally pulls out the, "This is why your family left you." Like, what the fuck?
No wonder your family left you! You're not strong enough!
There is one thing I didn't really like though, as there's an ongoing arc with Mary Jane trying to find her job as a reporter, but all of her stories have dead ends except for the meaningless drama and misinformation only to drive up sales of newspapers. But she's about to get fired from the Daily Bugle. Because of this, she has to write some sort of story to satisfy Jonah, and all of this boils up to her using Spider-Man's attitude switch, which I think does make sense, but I just think it was a little forced. There wasn't really a build-up to this moment, no like subtle hints that MJ would possibly write a story like that in order to save her career or anything like that. It just kinda happens, and she just does it after one case of the symbiote making him act out of line. And on top of that, her story doesn't even try to give Spider-Man the benefit of the doubt and try to maybe blame the black suit or whatever. She just throws Peter under the bus with no scapegoat. A little bit dickish, I'm not gonna lie. Nothing really character assassination or anything, it just wasn't really developed very well and just comes out kind of weird. But anyway, before we go on, let's talk about that black suit in terms of gameplay, because it feels like a powerhouse to play as, and it is great. Not only are your attacks stronger than usual, but you can tap into that rage and go on a rampage, as you can pretty much kill most enemies in like 2 or 3 hits. But you'll also perform automatic finishers every few seconds, and it feels great. And you get some extra abilities. Oh, sorry, before I get into that, this isn't just a symbiote Spider-Man move, but there's this move you can unlock during the game, which I like to call the No More Kids move, where if you get an enemy close to a wall and keep pressing the square button, you Oof! Square is basically just a long-range hit that can hit enemies from a distance but can also push them forward into a wall. Triangle propels yourself into the air and hits enemies like you're seeing. I'm not sure how to explain it into words. Circle sends out a spike in all directions, damaging enemies. And the best one, X, which with another upgrade in the skill tree has no limit and can grab an infinite amount of enemies and throw them back down to the floor, which is awesome. But much like Gerald Robotnik,
I have one more surprise.
Because near the end of the game, you get the anti-Venom suit, which is basically the symbiote suit, but with all the bad stuff removed. Now, that does sound a little dumb, and honestly, I thought so too when I first saw it, and to an extent, I still kind of feel it's dumb, but not only is this a gameplay contrivance, so it gets a little bit of forgiveness in my opinion, but the way they explain it, I don't know, it kind of works. Because a lot of the symbiote is still inside Peter's body from having the symbiote on too long, Martin Lee goes in and gives Spider-Man his power to save him, but that in turn turns the symbiote in Peter's body negative, but in this case, positive. So yeah, it's a little dumb on the surface, I get it, but honestly, I think it works well enough, and like I said, it's a gameplay contrivance, so it works the best it can. Either way, with that, you get all the abilities you got before, and when you use them, the symbiote skin actually burns off their bodies and fills the screen with particle effects, which looks so awesome. This is always a highlight of the game for me, and why this game is so impressive on the PlayStation 5. This game feels absolutely ginormous, and I don't mean the map, I mean there are just so many characters in this game, because you have basically every character from both games making an appearance. And it makes the world of this game feel huge. And I don't know, but the interactions in this game just feel so genuine. I don't know how to describe it, but the way the characters talk to each other, it just feels like a big old band of friends.
Stay safe, dude. You too, Mr. Parker.
Will do. Wait, what? He knows?
You think he knows all? Plus, we were super weird in class earlier.
I knew I never should have taught at a gifted school.
Peter and Harry's catch-up was really nice to see. I love how Harry's first instinct after waking up is breaking into their old high school just to have some sort of reunion. It was very funny and heartwarming. Could have done without the Rickroll in the flashback though.
Now, how am I supposed to get out of here?
I just want to tell you how I'm feeling.
Damn it, you're in the office.
Make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Okay, gotta go.
I'm kidding though, because the song is actually a banger, so I don't mind being rickrolled actually. As per usual though, Miles steals the show, as while this is mainly Peter's story, his relationship with Peter is great, as they have a very brother-like relationship.
I caught the little one. Little one? You better be talking about the other Spider-Man, because I'm a half-inch taller than him, at least.
You can tell that Peter really doesn't want Miles to go through everything he had to go through when he was first becoming Spider-Man, and takes care of him as if he was his younger brother.
Don't leave me hanging.
Trying to sulk over here.
Not on my watch. Come on.
You're too much, man.
Plus his subtle bit of jealousy towards Pete constantly leaving Miles out of the loop because he's giving Harry so much attention, and him having to deal with Martin Lee being on the loose was a great character arc. I actually kind of like how he threw away the whole revenge plot line for the most part, and whether he was just telling himself this or not, it quickly just becomes about him being afraid of Martin Lee hurting anyone else in his life. And Miles' brutal honesty towards Martin Lee in the end, but ultimately letting go of his hatred, was really good.
I won't forgive you. It's just not in me. But I can't carry this hate for you anymore, man. So let's set things right.
But all of that doesn't matter, not a bit of it, because his relationship with Haley is adorable. We saw a little bit of her in Miles Morales, but Haley is Miles' love interest, and she's also deaf. But in spite of that, none of the characters treat her any differently. It's just super nice to see, and seeing the characters using sign language around her, including using it when not even talking to her to help her feel included in the conversation, is just so heartwarming. I know very annoying people have very annoying things to say about this, but nah, screw them. I think this is just charming as heck, and I can't imagine how people who can relate to her feel, especially since this is Spider-Man after all. And in a close second, yeah, sure, Venom's cool too. Venom's kind of the most disappointing thing about this game, and probably why a lot of people don't like this game, but I don't know. I think he's pretty cool. First of all, he's played by Tony Todd, who tragically passed away a year after this game came out. It was a big get for sure, and he did great.
MJ.
Unfortunately, you don't get to hear much of it, as Venom isn't really in the game until about the last 3 hours, but even though he's not on screen too much, he's still great. You get some bits and pieces of him throughout the game, which was kind of freaky when it happened. His introduction is fantastic. Harry gets the symbiote back after Peter, and he tears through Oscorp with Norman on the intercom begging him to stop, which, putting a pin on Venom for a second, poor Norman Osborn in this game, like, damn. Look, I know he did some awful stuff in the first game, but between losing his wife, getting his son back, and then about to lose him again, this man is going through so much grief, it's insane. Anyway, Venom gets out of Oscorp and kills Kraven, and when I mean kill, I mean ate his fucking head. Dude literally just said. Then the game becomes Web of Shadows 2, and Miles has a dumb outfit.
That suit's not an alien, is it?
That's the dumbest thing you could have said! What are you, an idiot?
Okay, here's my thing. I don't think this suit is terrible as an optional unlockable suit, but this being a canon supposed upgrade for Miles in universe is what I hate. First of all, when did he have time to make this suit? Second, when they introduce it, it makes no sense because 1 second they're feverishly running around looking for Harry, Peter calls Miles to go meet up at Connors' lab after a distress call, Miles doesn't show up, Web of Shadows 2, and then he just shows up with it on, like, what? Also, apparently this is supposed to be an Adidas product placement, which is incredibly obvious because all of the styles for the suit have the shoes unchanged and is blatant, yet I didn't even know it was supposed to be promoting Adidas, so it's not even good at being blatant. This suit sucks.
It's time for a Miles Morales original, you know? One of one.
Looks good.
They should have just offered it as a free downloadable suit, actually advertise it as a partnership with Adidas, and everything would have been fine, but this is just a mess. Anyway, Miles has Riz and asks Haley out again. Adorable. Venom grows wings and they put the meteorite in the thing destroys it, and Harry gets the suit off, and thankfully Miles shocks Harry back to life. The game ends probably teasing that Norman is going to be the next villain as he asks for the G serum, which should be interesting. And in a big twist at the end, Peter actually semi-retires from being Spider-Man and lets Miles takes the mantle so Peter Parker can actually exist. A lot of people, myself included, saw this as Peter officially retiring in full, but looking into it more, it definitely isn't that. Peter just wants more time to do Peter Parker things, and now that Miles is ready, he can be in charge of the city now, and Peter can obviously still be Spider-Man, but he can let Miles handle more of the city. Either way, I cannot say I agree with the opinions about this game. I love Spider-Man 2, and I think it is absolutely better than the first in pretty much every respect. We can have our disagreements about the story, whatever, but in a gameplay perspective, it is just absolutely no contest. This is the best Spider-Man game that I have played, and is even one of my favorite games of all time. It's a shame a lot of people don't like it, but hey, whatever, I guess. And I am super excited to see how Insomniac plans to end this series.
What are you writing?
The final chapter.
Well, that was what I've been doing for 9 months. What did we learn? Nothing. Did I regret going on this journey? Ask me again in 7 to 10 business days. But the moments that I did enjoy making this video, this was a lot of fun to go through. We played some bad stuff, but honestly, nothing truly horrendous. As much as this video was way more ambitious than the previous Transformers video I did, therefore I'll probably look back at this one a lot more fondly, I feel like there was a lot more of a narrative going through those games, therefore I kind of enjoyed that more. But this video was just an absolute monstrosity, but a good monstrosity. It was fun experiencing a lot of these games, revisiting the couple of games that I played, and even re-experiencing Spider-Man 3, and even if it wasn't for the best. But experiencing the most I've never played before in my life and experiencing more of the Spider-Man universe was really cool. Video games are my favorite source of entertainment, and Spider-Man is one of my favorite characters, so being able to say I played every single Spider-Man game known to man, that actually matters, fills me with absolute joy. And a lot of the games I really liked, even if a lot of them were extremely mediocre, and it's wild that I didn't really find a game that I would objectively call terrible, at least in the way in a lot of other games. It makes me appreciate the Activision games a lot, I think, to see that even though Activision absolutely rushed all these games out the door, just seeing them as meaningless products for the sake of an annual schedule, it was really impressive to see what the talent was able to get out of those crunch deadlines. It didn't feel like most of the time they were just trying to do their job and threw together some garbage like we saw with LJN's catalog. But no matter how much I appreciate those games, obviously the Insomniac games stole the show. It's absolutely incredible what they managed to do, learning from the people that suffered through this franchise before, and created 3 games that I think are absolutely amazing. And even if you disagree with me about Spider-Man 2, you gotta at least appreciate the work they put in, especially compared to the other slop we looked at. This video was very dumb to go through, not even gonna deny it. But if I had to, I'd do it all again.
Hi there! This JustCole production has finally ended. And, yep, I think he's dead. JustCole has contracted me as a part of the Radical Report news team to read out what he had left of the video. Well, I'm so glad I was able to make it to the very end of this video safe and sound. It has been my life goal to see this video to the very end. If I died even seconds before this video ended, my life has failed. I'm so happy you made it to the end with me, and I hope you've liked and subscribed so you can see all of my amazing future content. I can't wait to see your reaction to it, and I can't wait to see how many views I get. That's the main reason I keep uploading, and will continue to, as long as I stay alive. I've also been asked to ask what your favorite Spider-Man video game is. Well, that's a really good question. Leave your answers in the comments down below. I don't know what Cole thinks. Oh, he's still dead.